Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here in WCS Still in our first series between the side of our Q and Oasis Gaming. Game free now here in our match. My name is Deadeye, together with me is Dash, and here we go. Let's head into the Rift.
Yeah, let's see on what's gonna happen between this. I mean, Deadeye, we started with a very interesting 1-0. Then we went in with a 1-1. That is really shaking up a bit. I'm shaking right now between Oasis and RRQ. I'm not sure what's gonna happen. But RRQ was able to get a decisive match, even though that they lost the early game a while ago. The decisions that they made during the whole game was what set them apart against Oasis Gaming. And now, right now, we're gonna be seeing what's gonna happen with the games. Let's turn around and let's see on who is actually the King of Kings, or would Oasis be able to take down RRQ onto this best.
Yeah, this is indeed a great matchup, as expected, of course, here in our opening series here. The King of Kings versus the national champs.
Yeah.
And now going to go for the game 3 here. Pocket Fix Dash. Surprise, surprise. A top Yuumi in the game 2. We have seen for Oasis Gaming as well. This she can play on that Aurelion Soul pick. But you know what? We have the panels mentioned, of course, that the meta right now doesn't somehow having a big difference compared to this new patch. But
yeah,
I really did expect meta champions to go into our competitive game play here. We haven't seen Varus pick. We haven't seen, of course, a set pick. I think these champions are pretty good as well. Do you think the teams right now are just testing new strategies here, or just flexing it all up on how they're capable to go in opposing rather their opponent here when it comes to their drafting picks?
Yeah, I think it's because it's the first week, right? Because that's why everybody's trying picks, trying their best to do something, trying to experiment a bit. But again, on this next one, they need to be careful because backs against the wall onto both sides. And right now, I think RRQ is the one riding the momentum because they were able to get that last win. Oasis needs to get back in their groove if they want to win on this next drafting phase. But again, back to what your point is a while ago, a lot of the meta champions, they're open. Set is open. Nobody's picking him. Corki, again, he's banned a lot. So it's kind of hard to pick on those champions. But again, I'm kind of surprised that Set isn't getting picked by any of these teams.
Exactly. Whew. Here we go, Dash. The start of our game 3. Let's it out indeed. Who will dominate this first series? Will be our Q or Oasis Gaming? I think this time around, no more pocket picks.
Again.
Let us show. Yeah, they are going to show they're all here, because you know what? This is also somehow a big factor when it comes to group stages here. Somehow there is a point system we are going to follow. And now Oasis Gaming, they're going to go for the ban on that Morgana. We are going to see that one, and we have seen her potential in game 2. And I think that is very, very, very dangerous to put her once again in the rift.
Yeah, this is again the typical bans that we've seen from both teams, right? Morgana was able to slip up a while ago, but now it's typical. This was what their bans are a while ago, and they're just making it work again. So with this, there's a potential chance that Fiora is again up and could be taken by Chaz or even Etaf if they want to. But what's hard about this is that they're still opening up a lot of potential picks here. There's a lot of meta champions opening up. I wish they picked the Corki up on this next rotation, because that's what they lost on the side of Oasis Gaming a while ago.
Yeah, and so far, I think this is 100% ban on Olaf on the entire series. And the first time we're seeing a listen ban indeed. So somehow it's some opening, somehow a great victory conditions or strategy here for RRQ, that they don't want to be harassed in the early
Listen, really? Okay.
Yeah, this is the first time we're seeing going to be banned here, Dash. So interesting indeed. I guess they want to go for the late game. Oh, the first time Jace as well being picked from the side of Oasis Gaming this time around.
Yeah, if they want to go, what's great about Jace is that you can flex him on 3 roles. That's why it's a really good pickoff for their side inside of Oasis Gaming. So maybe they can use this in their favor and try to bait the draft coming in from the side of RRQ. Look at that. Devil J was able to pick the Darius and also the Gragas. This is also good. It doesn't really give a lot of info. Yes, the Darius would be able to, but flex from the Gragas again is good. And that's what I'm waiting for. Corki getting picked, especially. It could be flex onto EDAF and Demon Kite, which is why it's still a great pick.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Dash. I think this is going to be a sub here, Devil J joining in here in Game 3. So,
Right.
so this is very interesting here, and we have seen Devil J as well, having a great chemistry together with these players as well for the side of RQ. There you go, the set, the Corki, the prayers has been answered here.
Yeah.
They are now going to go. They are going into the Rift, and I think this is a pretty solid lineup for the side of Oasis Gaming for these first 3 champion picks alone.
Yeah. What's scary about this is that ExoSen was able to get the Zen, which is the scary part of the game right now. He has 2 targets already if ever they want to. He has Jace, he has the Corki that he can just assassinate whenever he wants to. And remember, it's ExoSen we're talking about, so he will just use this with the mastery level right here.
Yeah, what's great about as well the Corki pick here, despite having the Zed coming in from RQ, Corki is also very mobile, can use of course his Valkyrie or the package as well to roam around when it comes to major team fights. Can successfully evade here, but 2 assassins pick for the side of RQ. Now this changes things up. A big red signal warning sign for this Corki pick for the side of Oasis Gaming.
Yeah, this would just, oh no, this would disincentivize the picks that they're gonna go for Oasis Gaming here. What I like about this is they picked the Rakan, and they might go for another CC champion onto the last one, but they went in for the Akali to at least have the answer right here for ExoSen in the mid lane, to at least have a dancing around in the mid lane that's gonna happen.
Alright, so far, you have an engager here for the side of Oasis Gaming. That is gonna be the Rakan. Great team fight though, with a set pick as well coming in from Oasis here. This is just a somehow difficult situation indeed for the Corki player here for the side of Oasis Gaming, because ExoSen Marquee is going to go for the target lock here. And the last pick, Lux, is in for the side of RQ. You have this Gragas, you have this Lux, you have this as well, the Zed. Great AP bursts is there for the side of RQ. Compared to the CC control for the side of Oasis Gaming, this is going to be looking spicy indeed on the Game 3.
Okay, the difference here for Oasis and RRQ is that on the side of RRQ, they have a lot of burst potential, right? Like what you said.
Yep.
And also, they have a CC to couple it up with, especially if Devil J would be able to go in, get the upper hand. Every member right here is just going to go in, which is good for the side of RRQ. But what's hard about here is Oasis has a lot of way to get out. They have EDAF, they have the set. If ever he tries to go in, this is all going to wrap around on how Dragon and Isilla would be using their ultimates. If ever their ultimates are going to be synced up and also good with the timing, that's going to go great for Oasis. But if ever they won't be able to do that, backline's going to get decimated by Devil J, by the Zed, and also by the Kazakhs.
I do agree with that, Dash. And so far, I think they have to avoid ExoSen here on that Darius here. If they be able to somehow just neglect this front line coming in from the side of RRQ, going to concentrate the team fight as well on those assassins. I think this translates into more who initiates first, but this invisibility coming in from this Kazakhs pick will have, of course, the advantage to initiate the team fight. And here we go, Dash. The Game 3 indeed between Oasis Gaming and RRQ will now commence.
Yeah, both of our junglers on the opposite sides of the map. Very typical for the side of our junglers, which is great. But again, what's great about this is they're not going to be seeing each other so far. But what's great is that there's big kill potential in the bot lane. So that's why on the side of RRQ right now, if they go for a gank at the 2-minute mark after Shaz goes in for the clear here, it's going to go great for them.
They need to take advantage of these 2 assassins as well for the side of RQ. I think the only disadvantage of having these Kazakhs, you need, of course, level 5 first to be very effective in roaming around the Wildrift here. I think that is going to be somehow a space for the side of Oasis game to prepare in such scenario as well. However, on top side, first time we are going to see a set here. Now, pretty good matchup here. ExoSen on the Darius, as you have mentioned, of course, during the draft, somehow all the champions here do love to engage in front lines here. This is somehow a Darius game for me as well.
Yeah. Especially that it's a Darius versus a Set. This is a matchup in where you're not really sure on who's gonna win, because it's a Darius versus Set, but bot lane though, ETAP going in.
Oh, this is going to be a perfect opportunity for side of Oasis Gaming to go for the first blood pick.
Marky.
Marky, it will be taken down indeed. The rest my play. Oh, the shuriken hits. A potential triple
Dragon's
kill
down.
for this revenge coming in for the side of Helios.
This is gonna be Exocem all around, everybody. That timing, I mean Helios all around, because the timing right there on the mid lane push onto the bot lane, it's because he was able to push down the lane. He even sacrificed his last remaining waves just for him to get here. And what he was left with are members from the side of Oasis who are super low in HP. Easy kills for him.
That is what the capability of having a Z mid. Having a Z mid with great map awareness as well. Look at how the first blood, yes, it is going to be in favor here of the side of Oasis, but look at that's somehow revenge kills feeding into the Helios here. And I have mentioned a while ago that you need those level 5 in order for this side to go online. But those 3 kills will feed this Helios Z to a much earlier aggressive ganks here in a Wildrift.
And that's exactly the situation where you don't want. That's exactly the situation that you don't want to happen. Helios getting a lot of kills. That is just Zed getting the snowball, taking off your backline later on. And with that, that just incentivizes Helios a lot more and would help out his other laners to get in. And having this pressure in mid lane, that's just gonna go through later on the objective takedowns.
I'm very excited for the objective takedowns here in our game dash. Under, of course, 30 seconds, and we are seeing here recalls on the top side here, preparing for what's to come. But Helios right now has the advantage in level as well. EDAP is here, trying to clear the waves. And I think they're preparing as well for this big objective. Now, team fights. This is going to be a decider here in the early game advantage.
Okay, RRQ going for an Infernal Drake. We all know Infernal Drake is the favorite Drake of everyone, though. That's why they're going for this, though. They have wards, they have vision. They know that most of the members from Oasis are already hovering around, but because they know that Demon Kite is not here, they might be able to take this down.
Look at the zone coming in for Exocem there, while the rest, of course, of RRQ going to take, of course, the Infernal Dragon as well. No contest here for Oasis Gaming. Wow, first time we have seen that it is going to be RRQ controlling the early stages of the game.
Yeah.
Oasis Gaming is somehow having doubts to go for that engage, but will they be able to secure this Rift Herald first? That is really the big question here, Dash.
Yeah, they had the man advantage though, and also they heard Demon Kite when he was taking the package. Oh, he's not here. Let's take this now, and they're gonna be off time. But now, they might be able to go. Quickness.
That is going to be a quickness storm connected. Indeed, on the backline, Final Spark has been bursted as well, but it is going to be Maze falling down in that situation. Oasis Gaming going to push through. Flash has been used. Ida backs away. And I do believe, though, that was somehow chaotic team fight we've seen so far, but still a kill in favor for the side of Oasis Gaming.
Yeah, Maze tried to save down. That's why he was... Which actually, that was successful though, because RRQ was able to stop the Rift Herald from being taken, and now they are low on HP, so they don't want to risk it. That's why they went in and recalled. So now, they have the positioning right here for this Rift Herald.
Oh, will he be able to go for the steal here? That mark has been used. It is going to be Kazis controlling the Rift Herald takedown though. Edap out of position. He will be picked off. It is now going to be Oasis Gaming trying to go back away. Oh, the dunks! For Exocem, a triple though for Marky. Last hits is real, and that is going to be up here.
Oh, the whole
up for his life, but a kill once again. Exocem with a team ace.
Wow, RRQ made that work. They don't have the man advantage during that whole fight, but they were able to make that work just because Oasis again was off time. During that Rift Herald takedown, they tried to recall. That's why RRQ pulled the trigger. But even though that they are 5v4 during that fight, they had the big advantage. Showstopper.
Oh, Helios flashes back. Speed up here to the skies. But this is going to be somehow a desperate move for Oasis Gaming. That hurts, man. Still, it is going to be Helios surviving despite outnumbered. Now going to go for this rest back play. RRQ, kills after kills, objectives after objectives. Now this is a somehow your RRQ showing their full potential.
Yeah, and again, that's just because one comfort pick was slip up. Helios is just enabling a lot of his other teammates right here for doing a lot of things because he's taking all the pressure right there from the members of Oasis. That's why they can't even move around the map, because if Helios is at that side of the map, let's steer clear of this problem, because right now we can't answer Helios. He's just so fair right now. If you take a look at the items right now, he has a lot. So it's going to be scary for Oasis.
Man, RQ. Of all of those games we've seen so far in the first series, this is, man, somehow dominating game we've seen so far. Now here, backs away. I think this is going to be it. Exosen here.
Dead.
With that decimate, secures the kill. And man, the reinforcements coming in from Oasis is just too late.
Yeah, that's really great. And now they're going for more.
Yeah, I think they're going to force the team fighting Dragon with a quickness here. Exosen managed to survive that. He's going to flash in. Oh my goodness gracious. Oasis Gaming, desperate moves after desperate moves. They are just going to go for the kill. Instead, they are being the ones obliterated in the process. This just feels bad, man, for Oasis Gaming.
A while ago, they just had 2 problems, but now they have 3. They have Chaz, they have Marky, they have Helios. They don't have enough to deal with them, and it's gonna be hard right now because they're just snowballing the game right here out of control. At least now they have the package for this objective fight. But is it worth it to take them down? They don't have their item power spikes yet. RRQ is just so strong right now with a 9k gold lead. They can take this fight down even if it's a 4v5.
Different RRQ, ladies and gents. I don't know, Dash, if Oasis Gaming did ever recover from the loss in the game 2. Somehow, this is a different Oasis Gaming we've seen so far. They look so dominating, especially in the early stages of the game. But RRQ here, just showing us, look, this is the RRQ you've been waiting for. Now they are going to secure another objective here. No contest whatsoever. This is going to be, again, another pick-up play. Mage is here. Battle roll, death mark for the follow-up here. That is going to be a stun. However, they cannot catch Helios there in the process. Look at this one. Dashes in. Got it to be a pick-up play. Upper head for Exosen. Asila cannot do anything about this one. That is going to be another kill here. And Chaz in the vicinity, looking for more. And I think this is going to be it, Dash. The dagger we are seeing for this game 3.
Yeah, that is going to be the nail in the coffin there. 12k gold lead onto the side of RRQ. Oasis can't even answer back. Look at the items though. Almost in the third. We're 9 minutes in the game, and Helios is almost onto the 3rd item build. That is just big advantage right there. Almost all of the members of Oasis isn't even close to their 2nd item. That's why it's so hard for them to fight back.
Man, this 2 assassins composition coming in from RRQ did really its thing here. 4-0 for Helio, 4-0 for Mark, 4-0 for Chaz. Oh my, Oasis Gaming here. What can they do? This is a snowball effect we are seeing here for RRQ.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to talk about the late stage here when it comes to team composition. Oasis Gaming, though, they do have this Jace, they do have this Corki, and with the proper activations, these champions are very powerful as well. But the question is, will they be able to recover here in this game?
Yeah, the only way that they can win this is for them to take down the shutdown ghost like what RRQ did a while ago.
Oh, yeah.
Now the timing's not right.
Explosive cast. Again, the pickup play initiated here from the side of RRQ. Final spark of the bot lines. That is going to be a bursted down to eat up in the process. Maze here backs away. Chaz, look at this one. Surprise! Another burst. Another one bites the dust. The second one falls down, a double here, and now Eda, the sole survivor, will they be able to defend this one? Aggressive plays for RRQ.
Man, this might be it. They might be able to. This is just so far ahead for the side of RRQ for them, for Oasis to turn the things around. And remember, you have 2 assassins on the side of RRQ. If assassins snowball, even if you're a set, you're gonna get taken down. And that's exactly what they're showing right now. RRQ is just on the driver's seat. They're not letting up. They're not going to give even the shotgun to the side of Oasis Gaming. So this is just working well for them. And even taking the objectives, even taking the slow turn. 11. I just forgot that we're still 11 minutes in the game because this is just fastening up in the favor of RRQ.
Exactly, Dash. Now that you mentioned it, right? Going to go for the 12-minute mark. So far, this is going to be the first one-sided game we're seeing here in the series, RRQ, game one was a different RRQ, to be honest. That
Yeah.
was not what I expect from this team. But look at this game three. They want to seal the deal. They want to control everything here. Same thing as the game one. You did us somehow in that situation. We can do it somehow in a
Again.
previous situation here in game three. And there is another pick-up play. E-Top here.
Oh!
Popping, of course, the stasis.
Ah.
FTV. Oh, explosive cast with a follow-up. This is just somehow a sad play for the side of Oasis Gaming. They're forcing the team fight that. I think this is what cost them in this match. They're hungry for kills.
This might be the end.
But they are the ones going to be picked off in the process. Now Chaz here going to go for a dive as well. Maze in.
Look at Chaz! Oh,
man.
wow!
Jumping and leaping through. Doesn't care.
Look at that! What?
Oh, this is just too much, man. This is just heartbreaking for the side of Oasis Gaming. Under 13-minute mark, we're going to see a game in this series. RRQ, ladies and gents, secures the series in a 2-2-1 fashion.
What a great way to end things for RRQ. Like, yeah, they lost game one. Then during the second and third game, they showed who's boss. They showed who's the king of kings in RRQ.
Yes.
Showing themselves out here. Yeah, and they forgot to ban Helios's Zed. So that's why he was able to just rampage throughout the map. Oasis wasn't even able to answer back. Really unfortunate for this side though. But again, that was just them. Look at the calm demeanor of the members of RRQ here.
Viva RRQ. It feels like you can really see the faces that they're expecting to win this series. Right? They're just very confident there in the match. Right? Congratulations, RRQ. These are your winners in our first series against Oasis Gate. That was so far surprising. Game one, indeed, we have seen cheeky picks from Oasis Gaming as well. RRQ showing us that they are indeed the king of kings here in our first series against Oasis Gaming. But oh man, that is just statement as well, Dash.
Yeah,
the capability of Team RRQ here in WCS.
Yeah, we all know they're a superstar team, and all expectations, hands down, the standards has been met by RRQ during the last game 2 and game 3. They were able to get all their win conditions in. That's why they were able to cash in after that. That is really, honestly, that story for Oasis Gaming was kind of interesting. They pulled out a lot of interesting champions, and when they went to the meta during the game 3, they weren't able to win against RRQ because RRQ was able to pull out all their comfort picks after that, and that just worked in favor of RRQ in a really devastating fashion.
Yeah, you have talked about the comfort picks. You know what? When it comes to esports as well, I think it's better to pick comfort than the meta. To be honest, because it shows that here the game free. Thou shall not give Helios his Zen. That is going to be the number one, of course, note there when facing Team RRQ. And the two assassin composition did really they're doing a lot rather in that game free.
Yeah.
And, Oasis Gaming of all game free, I don't know if did they ever recover on the loss of the game 2. I think that game 2 was somehow in their grasp already, but they cannot just fully take it against the side of RRQ. Somehow I feel a choke or a point there for the side of Oasis Gaming.
Yeah, and also during that game though, especially during the drafting phase, I was kind of cold for the Akali pick on the last one, because honestly, Corki, looking at how it all turned out, right? Demon Kite went with the Black Cleaver Corki. And what does that entail? You incentivize the armor being built by the team onto the side of RAQ, but because you have Ida, who is also magic damage, you're not going to be able to capitalize on how Demon Kite's trapped with the Black Cleaver. If that was an AD mid, that could have been good for the side of Oasis Gaming, because Black Cleaver just shreds the armor for the team. But because Ida went in for the Akali, it was so hard for Demon Kite to be effective with that Black Cleaver Corki. Right now, it's hard, but again, RRQ just proved to be better, especially during the early game, right?
Yes, exactly. That was just a clean early game we've seen so far from the side of RRQ. And it was mostly the side of Oasis game dominating in the stages of our matches. And they just seem to be roaming around the Wildrift here. As you can see right now in their screen, ladies and gents, those take a place. Oasis Gaming doesn't have an answer. Look at the burst here coming from Marcus on the back line. Single stun, final spark, bam. That ends the fray.
Look at
Chaz is there. He's just jumping through.
Crazy.
Oh man, crazy to do that.
Yeah.
That was indeed a crazy game. Totally, of course, with the side of our.
Yeah, it was jumping around and crazy like a madman, and he worked it well onto the end game. And again, that was just RRQ getting sent the stone right here. They are just up there in the power rankings just because they showed a very interesting matchup. I mean, game one was kind of shaky, but they found their groove after that. Then they rode the momentum and they were able to win even the draftings against Oasis.
And the power of momentum indeed is just showing up for the side of RRQ. Shaky, yeah, that's why we're talking about the game one. Very surprising that RRQ has been somehow being pushed by Oasis Gaming in such a manner there, one-sided manner. But look at this one, Helios. No doubts, my man is on the set cover pick, ladies and gents. Look, his KDA 16, insane. We rarely see that kind of KDA, especially if you have no deaths, and it's gonna be a great KDA stats here coming inside of Helios. The triple kill in the early stage we have seen so far. Great map awareness, great rotations coming in from this guy. Just trigger the snowball potential for RRQ.
Yeah, that's what you expect from a Zed, right? If he gets the snowball, game's done. That's exactly what Helios done during the whole game. So the crown is on his side. The MVP of the game is just, he's actually it actually working in his favor. And again, on the side right now of RRQ, they just proved themselves getting a 2-1 on this one. It's kind of interesting that they were able to take this down on the bag. And all I can say is, really strong. RRQ is just proving themselves.
For this team as well in their succeeding matches, and also for Oasis Gaming. What I love about Oasis Gaming, somehow they're not afraid to have those experimentations we've seen so far coming in from this team. Very bold, and somehow they have executed it according to their victory conditions. But when it comes to somehow the game 2 and the game 3, a snowball effect is there. I think somehow a choke mentality is there for me. Just feeling it in the side, momentum in the side as well for this of RRQ. And let us see. I'm looking forward for Oasis Gaming as well on their future matches here in WCS.
Yeah, it was just unfortunate for the side of Oasis Gaming, right? Because on the earliest parts of the game, though, it was because they weren't able to regroup. They weren't able to keep their mentality stable during that game 3. They weren't able to pull off that composition. That draft was good. Honestly, that draft from Oasis Gaming was good. But because RRQ were on their comfort, they went in with a lot of assassins. They had a lot of targets also during that game. It just worked in their favor. They weren't even able to get front to back because there's a lot of assassins on the composition that was pulled out by RRQ.
Usually I've seen, of course, teams going to go for the heavy AP composition and now translates into the early game control. I think this too somehow is coincides with one another, because having those AP, you don't have those defensive itemizations in the early stage of game for sure. Most likely you are going to go for this primary items for this offense, but not on the defense side. And this is going to be somehow AP skills has the burst, has the potential pick off early stages of the game, and RQ just managed to play around their strengths. And so far, that was a big one-sided game in our 3 games we've seen so far in the first series.
Yeah. What I'm excited for, Deadeye, do you know what I'm excited for? It's because Autolus is gonna be punished later on, right?
Yes!
That's exactly what I'm excited for, because remember, during the panel a while ago, he voted for Oasis Gaming, and now he's gonna get punished because of it. So I'm excited for that.
And he mentioned, Dash, that he's not quite fond of spicy foods here. No, this is gonna be a big challenge for him. I don't know if he can analyze well the future games if he's going to eat
Yeah,
that
just because of the
chili around his
spiciness, right? Yeah, that's gonna be a challenge later on, right?
Oh, we're laughing now, Dash, because as Mika said that they are going to somehow pass it to the casters soon. Oh my goodness.
Maybe tomorrow. I hope it's
Maybe.
tomorrow, though. Yeah.
Please don't. Now that is somehow an interesting somehow scenario we're going to see for
Yeah.
Auto Lose next time.
Yeah, and again, that was it, everyone. That was just our first series. Don't go away because we're having your shoutcasters for today. And Dash and I was here with Dara. We're just gonna be having a short break. See you guys for more Wildrift action.
I think Mika is just having some technical difficulties right now, and Riku, you could take the lead this time.
Yeah, I mean, there has been. It feels like the series. I mean, what a way to open the series, right? RQ versus Oasis. We went immediately to game number 3, and as the game was progressing, it felt like the drafts were escalating alongside the level of play that we're seeing, and it's just amazing to watch because what we saw game number 1, Oasis adjustment to the heavy poke bans. They removed the Varus. They removed Corki, everything that would go up against the Ziggs in the bot lane. What did Oasis do? Boom, let's have the Jinx.
There you go. Shout out to our game, by the way, best show so far, best animated series. And if you haven't watched that series yet, I think you guys are missing out. Mika, welcome back. Are you with us now?
Yes, thank you. I'm back now. It's all good. However, I think right as we jump into our series highlights, we have to address the, I know we say elephant in the room, but it seems like the wrong metaphor right now. I think we have to address the cat in the bag over here. And, you know, these two right beside me, they have a lot that I'm going to give it to Autolus. Okay, go ahead. As we jump into our series highlights.
Okay, for a moment there, I got scared because Yumi in the top lane in our ranked games could have happened, right? I'm a bit happy that that Oasis didn't get the game to win because of, you know, our rank queues. But, you know, kidding aside, it happened to me once in a pub game, and it was the Evelyn that was the juggler back then. The Yumi's role was just to funnel all the resources over to the jungler, accelerate the jungler to a point that he could not be controlled. And Renzi was on the perfect champion. You have a Jax that is uncontrollable, right? In the memes that we have here in the Philippines, helicopter. He would just fly over everyone, right? And that's the thing. You already have the resources, and at one point they were 4K gold ahead, and I could not just sit here and not nitpick on some important detail that he had to do in that draft. The draft of RRQ was all about crowd control. You have Alistar, you have Lulu with the polymorph, you also have the Morgana, and I think at that point you have to pick tenacity boots over plated steel caps, and also just, you know, push forward and have Sterak's gauge and have even more tenacity, because basically if you are being controlled at one point by crowd control, you cannot really do the special, the Jack special of bonk, 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 and that's the turning point for me for game number 2.
It was a perfect scenario to pick up a Yumi top. There's not a lot of threats unless Oasis just fully hammers down and wants to punish the Yumi at the top portion of the map. Very reminiscent of Huiba, who's on a power farming jungler. He's gonna get all the turret gold, gonna get all the waves, gonna get basically everything. But in this scenario, you have a cat with you that buffs you, that has the CC for you. But unfortunately, you know, you got RRQ with a very amazing draft. I mean, Dash brought this up earlier, saying, where's the damage? You got triple support. Where's the damage going to be coming from? But it didn't matter because RQ built this comp to not buff someone, but to debuff someone. And that's Renzi. So all the goal towards Renzi. If you kill Renzi, that's what it's going to be. He's gone. And I gotta say, you know, we had the Kaz Classic, which is the Kazik. So that was, I'm very, very happy to have that back. And we also had an amazing performance by Helios on the Zed. And, you know, that was just amazing, of course. And just showing just how, you know, stacked RRQ is. We've been saying that since the pre-show. I mean, you know, just basically their actions speak louder than words at this point. I have to commend Oasis Gaming, though. They are, you know, they did put up quite a good fight, and I really feel like, you know, the games were like really, really, really close. Autolus, just before, you know, I know we have a special guest joining us for the interview. Before we wrap things up, as we wrap things up for this discussion, I want to ask you, Oasis Gaming, do you think that when they meet RQ again, they're gonna take it this time?
If I had to redo my predictions, I would still go with Oasis Gaming again. Game number 2. It was their game to lose. And at one point, an overextension by Dragon at the bot lane really spelled the doom for the control that Oasis Gaming had in that game. Imagine, you know, a Jax just being allowed to control the tempo or control the game. But because of that hiccup, RQ with their veteran leadership and calm nerves, I would say, still weathered the storm. And to a point that at game number 3, I know that we have some oil price hike ongoing right now. And I think in our term, naubos yung gasolina ng Oasis Gaming. And that's basically it, right? The fuel to the fire, if it gets depleted, it will just be, a nightmare to behold.
And speaking of fire, by the way, so we have this little consequence that we have whenever our panel predictions go sour.
Wait! It's not yet over.
Not yet. It's not over yet. Okay,
over.
so basically, for those who are just joining us, Otoluz voted for Oasis Gaming while Riku and myself went for RRQ. And the consequence is this thing over here. Oh, okay,
Spicy. Let's go.
We basically, whoever loses, I guess, in the panel predictions has to eat something spicy on our post show. So far, Riku/Crazy over there. We have 1 point, and Otoluz has yet to get one on the board, which means that he is one series closer to getting some of that fire.
I'll get it back. Don't worry.
But
we
yes,
still have 3 series. Yeah.
we are still far from over for the day. Right now, though, we have somebody joining us on the panel desk. I believe we have somebody from RRQ, and I think it is going to be Chazix himself, if I'm not mistaken. So let us welcome over here to our panel desk. We do have, yes, indeed. Hello, welcome, Chaz. And okay, first up, I have to ask, when you saw the Yumi come in, how did the team react?
Ano po, sobrang nagulat po kami doon kasi Yumi top po eh. Parang hindi po talaga ginagawa yung ganung strategy. Pero ano po, heads up po sa kanila. Sobrang napagana po nila ng maayos. Nagulat po kami na sobra.
Yeah, I think everybody was surprised. I think we were all shouting in a way as well in our seats. Now, of course, you guys as RRQ, you have a new roster, and the biggest change being the addition of Exosen. So we were saying in the pre-show earlier that this is the big brother, the Kuya factor coming in, that leadership coming in for the team. Can you tell us about that Kuya factor and how it's affected the team?
Si Exo po kasi parang siya po yung nakakaintindi sa amin pag naumay po kami ganyan. Tapos siya po yung, nakakontrol niya po yung laro namin. Mga ganun po. Sobrang laki pong factor ni Exo sa amin.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, like Daddy Exo. Right?
Yeah. Aww.
Daddy Exo.
And I hear also that you guys might be having a lot of buko juice coming your way.
Oh my God! Oh yes, I saw that too.
Sila Exo lang po yun.
Shout out to Mommy Susie Sore. Let's go.
Otoluz, do you have a question for Chaz?
Oh yeah, Chaz. Okay, so it's been well documented that a lot of junglers in the Philippines have put you as the top jungler in the Philippines. Care to react on that one? Do you feel that you really are the undisputed #1 jungler in the Philippines?
Siyempre po nakakagulat kasi wala pa po akong achievements. Parang hindi pa po ako nag-champion sa PH. Sinasabihan na po ako ng ganun. Kaya parang na-overwhelm rin po ako. Siyempre, papatunayan ko rin po sa kanila na best jungler po ako. Kailangan namin mag-perform this season.
There you go. Well said, and I salute you on that, Chazban. All right, Rico.
Yeah, your match with Oasis has been incredibly close. But looking at the rest of the teams in the competition, who else are you excited to face the most and why?
Siguro po, Team Secret po talaga sa amin eh. Yung pinakagusto naming parang malabanan po talaga. Kasi yung Team Secret po yung iba po kasi yung lakas nila ngayon ay yung last season po, pero ngayon siguro po malakas pa rin po sila, kaya need po namin makita.
Yeah, and I think everybody is excited for that matchup. I know I am. Chaz, do you have a message for all of the fans of RRQ around, of course, Southeast Asia?
Okay, shoutout ko po yung RRQ. Wait lang po. makita po. Thank you po to Boss Ricky, Boss AP, and Boss Nano, and the whole RRQ organization. Thank you so much po. Alagang-alaga po kami RRQ.
Oh, that's so nice to hear. And of course, you guys have a lot of fans all over. Chaz, congratulations to you and the rest of RRQ. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you po.
Enjoy your buko juice.
Thank you po.
All right, that was Chaz. Chaz off, ladies and
Hashtag alagang RRQ.
gentlemen.
Not going anywhere.
I love that. Alagang RRQ. And you know, it's so nice to hear that support of the organization, of course, backing these players up. And I love it. The Kuya factor. We did verify that the Kuya factor was indeed such a big change, I guess, for the team and the leadership while in game. So you have the brains of Kaigu already, you know, that's a foundation of the team. And then you have the Kuya factor leading the way while in game. That is just lovely. Now, of course, we are far from over because Otlu still has to get some points back if he wants to stay away from the chili pepper or whatever spicy thing that he might have there.
You have to help me with I don't know, with a mix or something, or maybe order something for me, or tell me something what to order.
Maybe, yeah.
Because I'm not really good with spicy food, so I don't know what to
We
do.
we will give you the spiciest.
We will get that. Oh my gosh. I feel the power. Wow. So super confident. And then, you know, it was just the first series. We still have 3 more to go. It could go sour. It could go spicy very, very soon as we head into our next series, which will be between Grindsky Esports and Sunsparks. Another very interesting matchup, and there is again a lot of history between these two teams. Now, of course, Grindsky Esports, we met them previously during C Icon series, and Otulus, they are making waves in the local scene. They have some new members coming over from Lacan. How is this mix working?
Yeah, the trifecta. Now with the duo bot, regional duo bot of Grindsky Esports, I feel it's a perfect match because that way you don't have to worry about the chemistry that you already have built over time with Tactical and Bow. And remember, Tactical and Bow goes way back, summer season of the Icon series. So I think they are closing in a year of duo partnership, and you could not really replace that, right? Now, Sante, Qeon 1, and Bambi, as you have mentioned, is from Lacan, and they were a surprise during the playoffs last season. So I'm really looking forward to the magic that this three bring. Now, my focal point will be Qeon 1. If Qeon 1 is on fire today, we could see Grindsky Esports dominating this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Otulus Magic, because when we look back at history, you mean Grindsky as a team back then wasn't able to reach playoffs during the fall season as they were in a tough group. We're talking about RRQ and Bryn. But in the meantime, you know, Lacan, on the other hand, was able to not only reach the playoffs, but also eliminate RRQ early in the lower bracket during the playoffs, which was definitely one of the biggest upsets last fall. So that magic could be it in this upcoming tournament.
Yeah, and you know, a large part of that was, of course, you know, this trifecta that Otulus mentioned. So it's gonna be very interesting how they do mix up with this, you know, with this duo that has been together for quite a long time. And I think, you know, they have been making their impact definitely in the local scene. On the other side, though, we have Sunsparks. This, of course, is the former Bren Esports, and the biggest difference, there's a big gaping hole over here because Rebenga is no longer with the roster. Big shoes to fill. Riku, who do you think should be stepping up for the roster that is Sunsparks?
Yeah, when I'm looking at Sunsparks, I think the first person that comes into mind, the next person that would come into mind will definitely be Hayes. I feel like he's going to be the player to watch. As again, being on his picks, that's how the teams revolve around. What are they going to play? Maybe a TF, Yasuo, or Yana back then. That's how they adjust and build around this composition. And I think this pressure will fall onto Ace because, again, you mentioned Rebenga, the man, the myth, the legend, and Ace will have big shoes to fill. How will he able to set up for Ace and the rest of the lanes against a very, very scary team such as Grindsky?
And I love that you highlighted the mid laner in Haze. I feel that this is the meta wherein our mid laners could really show their depth in mechanics, because it's the assassin meta. We will see a lot of Fizz, we will see a lot of Zed, as we saw earlier with Helios. And one thing to note as well for Sunsparks, I believe it's not going to be Amgen that will be playing. It's going to be Arjuk. Now, Arjuk was actually part of that Lacan. So 4 of the 5 members of Lacan is actually playing in this series. So this is a crazy reunion, but a very beautiful sight to behold.
Yeah, Riku, like Audalus mentioned, Arjuk, formerly of Lakan, going up against his former teammates. How do you think this is going to affect the match? Is it actually going to favor, is this familiarity going to favor Grindsky, or is it going to favor Sunsparks? What do you think?
I think it will help in a way where you also, since you've played with them, like patterns, habits, but those patterns and habits can change over time, especially these teams. Again, are going to be meeting again for WCS. So there's a lot of factors. Meta factors are a big deal as well. Since Otlus has mentioned, assassins are going to be very popular. Morgana, Yumi has entered the fray for supports as well. So this still could help, but at the same time, there's a lot of different factors in play.
I was looking forward, actually, if MGen was playing. I was looking forward to seeing the Blitzcrank once again, because I remember how that was such a revelation towards, the later half of the fall season. We did talk a lot about the junglers. We do talk a lot about the mid lane. I actually think I'm enjoying the support show off that we're seeing right now. I mean, we saw it earlier. Onlus, what do you think? What are we seeing here on the side of the support, especially since it's going to be so crucial for Arjuk?
I feel this is going to be whoever gets their hand on the Thresh. Both these players, Arjuk and Bo, are very accurate when it comes to death sentences. So whoever gets their hands onto the playmaking support, we saw Alistar being unlocked here in WCSPH, a champion that we didn't really see last year towards the fall season. So it has been shaping up that we now are back towards the playmakers in the support role. So for Bo and Arjuk, I think whoever gets their hand on the Thresh will be smiling all the way, all throughout the game or the series.
Very, very interesting indeed. Now, okay, we have to jump into our predictions. And again, I have to explain this again for those who are just tuning in. We, over here on the panel desk, have decided to make predictions a little bit more interesting by introducing a sort of consequence. So every pre-show, I have my little bag over here of little consequences, especially for those the lucky panelists, I guess, who will get the least amount of predictions correct. So far, this is our score. I have to get familiar with this. If it's like,
Auto lose.
Auto lose is living up to his name at the moment, and Riku and myself are safe with 1 point. That was just the first series, though, so we're looking at who can rack up the most points. And our consequence for today has this spicy shout out, by the way, to our incoming co-host on the panel, Watch Spice, who's I love the idea this was, and it's a fitting consequence that our first one is the spy one. So by the post show, you are gonna be very much entertained. Regardless if it's Auto myself or crazy.
Yeah, worrying now. This could
I know.
turn
I need
sour,
to know
no
your
spicy.
prediction for the third series so that I know if I should order in advance or
We'll
something.
tell you later.
We'll get to that later. We'll get to that later.
It
We'll
smells
jump
like I'm
into-
about to.
We'll jump into predictions for this one first. Grindsky Esports versus Sunsparks. Riku, we will start with you.
I'm definitely gonna go for Grindsky Esports here. I think the trifecta, what Autolus has mentioned, could be the key here, and as well as the very established and synergized duo of Tactical and Bo is gonna be a huge strength. So I'm going with Grindsky for this one.
Autolus?
Okay, all right, so we have to skip on to game 3 because I feel that we will have the same prediction for this game. It's going to be Grindsky Esports, not too close but not too far I don't know how to describe this, but I feel that it's going to be a 2-0, hotly contested 2-0, I guess, is the better term for it. Grindsky Esports, I feel, has the better chemistry overall because this team has been together since August or since September or since the end of the fall season. So they had a lot of time to work on their chemistry. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sunsparks, Arjuk, and Nasjo are very recent additions.
Yeah, I do agree. So this is a little neutral over here because I am going to say Grindsky Esports as well with a 2-0. I also do agree with Odalys. I think this is more of an adjustment series. This might be more of an adjustment series for Sunsparks, but who knows, right? I mean, we did see a Yuumi top lane earlier. Anything can happen at this point, I feel. But I don't. Riku, did you mention a 2-1 or a 2-0?
Okay, I'm gonna say 2-1 because earlier was super duper close. I feel like this could
we are
potentially
counting
be
the
close.
scores now.
I feel
Maybe
like
this is just for fun.
I feel like we should if we're all tied because
All
like,
right,
right
okay.
now we're like all,
Oh, that would be the
we're all-
tiebreaker. That makes sense.
Mhm.
Yeah. Just so that we up the ante a little bit, right? Okay, so Odalys says it's a 2-0 in favor of Grindsky, and Riku says it's a 2-1 in favor of Grindsky. I think it's a 2-0. I think it's a
Okay.
2-0.
Oh.
Alright,
So there's something
okay.
here. There's something
Okay,
here.
okay.
Mhm.
There you go.
There is something here, indeed. And yes, there you have it. Our predictions. So you can hold us to our words over here. We are all going to go for Grindsky. It is 2-1 for Riku and 2-0 for me and Odalys. But again, we will see indeed because Sunsparks, of course, they do have the backing of Coach Leathergoods, who has been a veteran in the mobile MOBA scene. So that is definitely not something to downplay at all. And of course, while Rebenga might not be on the roster, I'm pretty sure that this roster is something that he has been taking care of, and so his wise, sage words of advice are somehow still with Sunsparks. We'll see if they can stand up to Grindsky Esports as we head into our second series of the day. Casters, the floor is yours.
Welcome once again, ladies and gentlemen, here in WCS BH second series. Now it is going to be a battle between Grindsky Esports and Sunsparks. My name is Deadeye. Together with me is Crazy Apple this time around, and I do believe this is going to be a crazy series we're about to see.
Yeah, it's gonna be a very, very crazy series indeed. And as mentioned by the panel, like Grindsky is this team that we've been seeing in the scene since around the fall season, and we have casted, I believe, this team
Yes.
before in a different tournament, and we've seen how much they could snowball a game just because of how much Qeonis can just carry his team on his back essentially and just carry the momentum along with him. But on the other hand, we also have Sunsparks, a lot of them veteran players in their own right in the scene as well, but maybe a more newer team that we'll be seeing here in the WCS.
I do agree with you, of course, Crazy Apple, but this time around, of course, we have seen changes for the side of Sunspark. Now, this poses, of course, a challenge for them when it comes to creating their own chemistry, because when we're talking about chemistry, Grindsky Esports has that. Very active here since the fall season that I mentioned so far, consistently. It's the same roster here, Crazy Apple. Now, this is also a factor when it comes to playing the game in a highest competitive level. But against, of course, Sunsparks here, we have mentioned, of course, the panels mentioned, of course, the support wars we're about to see. Arjuk this time around in Sunsparks. This is one of the players also we are going to look at from this team.
Yeah, and apart, as you mentioned, it's gonna be a supportal, in a way, supportal combat. We've seen a lot of that already in our first series. 3 versus 2 supports from both teams. Let's see if we're gonna see something like that on this one. But yeah, we are starting the picks and bans. We'll be seeing the first couple of bans and picks from both of these teams. So just going back to what could be the the players to watch. The panel did mention it's Chianis, Tactical,
Yep.
and Bo. On the other side, it's just like Hayes and Ace. I also like to put some magnifying glass on Bambi. We know this guy is a Ari. Well, not exactly one trick, but he really loves the Ari. So if it's open here, we might see it getting picked.
Man, comfort picks. Usually when we see Grindsky Esports going into competitive level, they usually put in their team composition comfort picks. Bambi, one of the champions to be noted for here in the side of Sunsparks. If they don't want those comfort picks be given to the side of Grindsky, of course the Thresh as well. We must not take away the Thresh pick. I think these teams has that comfort in choosing the champion, but so far no one's going to ban it out. And comparing it to the first series, Crazy Apple, are we somehow expecting pocket picks as well between these two teams?
I would love to see pocket picks, just like earlier the Yumi top really threw us in the loop. But at the same time, unfortunately, Thresh could be a contested pick for both of these teams. It's already open. Let's see if it's gonna be the first pick for Sunsparks, or they might just let it through.
And since the bans are here, all right, there we go. The set has been picked, no questions. But with regards to the bans, we're seeing same bans here: Jace, Morgana, Camille, Gragas. This is going to be the first time we've seen a Senna being banned here in the series. There you go. Fresh opens up in the Rift. It is going to be in the side of Grindsky. And as our panels have mentioned, if Qeon needs be able to control the Rift here in this game with his Kha'Zix, and we know this guy also loves to play this champion, this is going to be a potential big win for Grindsky. But we don't have that much of a history for the side of Sunsparks with this current roster. This is also a big surprise against the side of Grindsky.
Yeah, it's gonna be a big surprise for us, especially as well for our audience right here, for our viewers. We really won't have that much of a read on what they're gonna. But it looks like the next two picks from Sunsparks are that Akali and the Nunu, already suggesting where these champions are gonna go. It looks like it's gonna be the Nunu going to that jungle, but it's gonna be the Akali and Seth manning the solo lanes.
Yes, exactly. And I think we are going to expect as well rotations coming in from Sunsparks here, giving hard time against Qeon. And I do believe they know how to shut down the Grindsky here, because they have been looking the playstyle of Grindsky. Qeon won't have his snowball effect here. It affects the whole team. But here in WCSPH, I do believe this weakness has already been discussed here with the side of Grindsky Esports. Let us see if they're able to somehow get some cheeky strategies right now, especially on the first series. Surprises are there. And let us see here in the second series. Give us a surprise, Grindsky Esports and Sunsparks.
Yeah, as you mentioned, we talked about a lot about Qeon just because of how pivotal we think this player is for this team. He, as the panel mentioned, if he wakes up great, had a good breakfast, he might just carry his team. But if he doesn't have that, we might be seeing a different look. We might be seeing some members of Grindsky trying to really take the slack and really trying to carry their team towards a momentum and getting those wins. But at the same time, we might be seeing some, maybe some pocket picks, because we also mentioned before about how tactical this might be a challenge for him. He is one of the dragon laners who has not really performed that well compared to the other dragon laners that we have in the league, and that's saying something because of how high level every team we have right now in the WCS. And just looking at just comparing him with all these great dragon laners, just like from what we've seen earlier, Marquee and Demon Kite, this might be some of the first tests for him. We already see 3 and actually 4 possible dragon lane bans: the Senna, the Ziggs, the Corki, and also the Varus from their side. We'll see here what he's gonna pick. It looks like it might be the Orianna going to the bot lane, but could also still go to the mid.
Yeah, possibly. So still, we can say this is going to be a flex pick here for the side of Grindsky, but potentially going to be on the bot side here. But Sunsparks, on the other hand, we have talked about the matchup here between this ADC players here, but Arjuk and Bo. This is what for me strikes the most Crazy Apple. Who is the better support between these two teams? The Thresh, however, comfort pick being secured here already for Grindsky Esports. Now let us see Arjuk this time around. Joining Sunsparks, what is his contribution, his experience as a support player for Sunsparks?
Yeah, and you see, it's gonna be the timer. It's probably gonna be the Garen support in the Dragon Lane alongside that Lucians. It's just gonna be these two guys duking it out there, trying to go for these trades, trying to just out damage and out regen the Dragon Lane from the side of Grindsky. Just looking at the compositions right now as well, I feel like there's a lack of hard crowd control for the side of Sunsparks. They do have a bit of crowd control on that set and a bit on the Nunu, but these are things I feel like their crowd control aren't as reliable as, let's say, the Thresh or let's say the Hook come as well. The pull coming from that Darius. These are all very much has more use cases when it comes to team fights, and it just might look right now for me for the side of Grindsky. They have an easier to play composition because there's a lot of inbuilt synergy.
Yes.
They have that Orianna, they have that Darius. It can just wreck team fights essentially with these big wombo combos. While looking at the other side for Sunsparks, it's looking very much different right now, but is this gonna be a set support?
Yes, let's go! Let's go, Crazy Apple. Here we go. This is one of the beauty actually from this champion. It's very flexible as well. Good go for the jungle. Yes, mid, top, and now the support. I think the crowd control that this champion offers as well is really great. The face breaker is there. And however, you need to be very aggressive. You need to go for the close quarters combat. And we know, of course, I don't know if this is a great synergy for that Lucian, but you have mentioned the team composition from Grindsky. 100%. There's synergy from these champion skills. Symphony skills are there. And now it really depends on execution here for the side of Sunsparks if they'll be able to pull it through. Garen support for the set. I think Garen could provide that zone, but Set could provide that heavy crowd control. So I think this is what makes the side of Sunspark decide to use him as a support champion. And here we go, Crazy Apple, the start of our second series. Sunsparks versus Grindsky Esports Game 1.
And I just want to also talk about how you mentioned symphony of skills. I love the word usage right there. And yeah, it's gonna be a symphony for both of these teams. Let's see, it's gonna be an early invade for Sunsparks here.
Yeah, I think they need to be very aggressive here. This is unstartable for the side of Sunsparks. However, of course, again, they need to shut down Qeon's one. And that's aggressive play style. I do believe it's going to be frequent for the side of Sunsparks here against Grindsky. However, all is somehow going back to normal here. I really thought the Sunsparks were going to force that invasion against Grindsky.
Yeah, I think there's also a read right there from Grindsky, noticing that Sunsparks was very much aggressively going into the jungle on their side, so they didn't start the red buff immediately, rather went for that Krug start. It is going to be a slightly slower jungle clear for the side of Sunsparks just because of that early invade, but both supports as well roamed up to the top side of the map.
Yeah, and Qeon's one, all eyes on him indeed for this Kazakhs here. But this is what the interesting part here in this matchup, the bot side. Now it is going to be Bo here on the comfort pick, fresh, Arjuk on the support, man, set here. Again, the challenge is he needs to go for the close quarters combat. But meanwhile, on the top side, though, this is going to be Ace going to go for this pick-up play. Follow up here with Judgment coming in from Nasjo. Didn't successfully to go for the pickup though. Tante hiding, and I think he's going to go recall back.
Yeah, Tante right now is looking at that big minion wave that is being denied against him. He's only level 3, but looks like there's going to be a fight in the jungle.
Indeed, Qeon's one securing a boosted red buff as well. And Bambi and Bo is quick to responsible. Tactical is joining the fray here on the bot side. Try to go back away, though that is going to be a cheeky play. Qeon's one securing invasion successfully against Sunsparks.
Yeah, and good answer right there from Sunsparks. Ace immediately going for the recall, helping out the bot side of the map, denying a lot more resources that can be taken away from them by a Qeon's very aggressive play alongside Bo. But just want to go back to the what happened there in the top side for Tonte. Yes, Sunspark did not get the kill, but the amount of gold and experience that was denied from this Darius, if you look at right now, he's still level 3, might just be about to hit level 4 in a bit. Yes, he just did, but his counterpart's already level 5.
However, on the bots, that sentence connected there against Kansi. Kansi backs away. The snowball, though, is just too late for the follow-up. And yes, of course, Crazy Apple, Conte is somehow on a level gap here with that big wave being denied on that invasion as well coming in from Sunspark. They're going to shut down the top side, though. And I think this is one of the victory conditions as well for the side of Sunsparks.
Yeah, it should be one of their victory conditions, but it looks like the fight right here happening the top side.
So I don't think he can be able to burst that through. Honey Fruit is there as well for the PGen from side of Nasjo. But when it comes to this team fight, this brawl, a 1v1, Tonte will going to force his flash in, but that is going to be under the target. Oh! 2 dunks, but I dunk better. This is going to be Tonte securing the first blood.
Tonte right there outplaying Nasjo. Nasjo thought he already had the kill, but didn't account the barrier right there come from Tonte. But Qion is jumping on Ace right here.
Wow, almost as well. That sentence being connected there, coming in inside of Bo. Securing this Rift Herald area, though. It is now Grindsky going to dominate this surrounding objective coming in from on the top side, rather. Sunspark, though, RG has the vision. Will they be able to go for a forced team fight? Yeah, I do believe successfully they will just reset this Ricardo takedown.
Yeah, a bit of just sort of love tap right there from Arja, trying to show Qion, hey, I'm here, I'm in this bush. Don't try to go for another invade. You already got a kill for our side. And right now, both teams are just trying to set up the next play that they're gonna go for. Qion is starting out this Rift Herald, knowing that they have a bit of control here with those wards in the near the blue buff of Sunsparks. Looks like this is gonna be a Rift Herald take for Grindsky.
Yeah, I do believe so. So there you go. They will secure the Rift Herald and quick transition as well for this DR takedown as well. Look at how Bambi going to invade as well, or contest rather, Aces. The Dragon objective. They were going to force team fight though. Bambi joining in, forcing his way through. But this is going to be Tonte. Proto Belt out. That sentence connect. They are going to secure this Dragon. But look at the shockwave there. And the follow-up as well. But oh my goodness, the burst from Haze is out of position though. Kills after kills. This is going to be a trade between the two teams. However, Qion, oh my goodness, they are feeding the ace player here on the side of Grindsky. Nasjo will be the second target here. Will this be another kill? A jump, last hit here coming in from Tactical. Grindsky, early game domination.
Yeah, 2 kills went to the side of Sunsparks, but on the other hand, Grindsky was able to get 4, the Rift Herald, and the Dragon in just a minute. It's just so much good things happening for the side of Grindsky right there. Great job on spotting out where the rotations are going to come from Sunsparks and also capitalize on and getting on those kills. There were there were some moments right there from Sunsparks where I felt like they were a bit overreaching, especially Nasjo and how long he stayed there in the mid lane, knowing that Qion was still alive. But right here, it looks like there might be a bit of confrontation in the bot side. But in the end, after that dragon fight, it is close to a 3,000 gold lead for the side of Grindsky.
Wow, Grindsky, this is what you want. Early game, of course, control, and Qion been feeding here for his kills as well. And Lewis won another death sentence. Follow up here, Arjuk going to go for the stun. Successfully, he will not get any pick up there with the follow-up calling. Grindsky, kills after kills, securing objectives as well. Now they are controlling early game.
That's a nasty hook right there from Bo. There was another guy in front of Consi, and Consi was the one who got hooked. But then, the support was the one who right there, taking the hits for his marksman. But yeah, it's still another support kill line going for the side of Grindsky.
Support line indeed. Crazy Apple. Oh! Upper hand on 2! But that is going to be a Lantern Savior. Dark Passage for Bo. Quickly disengages in that quick off. Now, that is also a great support there of Crazy Apple.
Yeah, that's a great support right there. Bo really showing us how good he is, how well versed he is on this
Mhm.
champion. The first turret does go to the side of Grindsky in that mid lane where Tactical was one who was able to take it down. Bambi though, he might be seeing three people from Sunsparks here.
Yeah, I think Sunsparks right now are just forcing this early game aggression. They want to compensate the losses here. But meanwhile, on the top side, Dante again, decimate. Here comes the reinforcements. And another dunk secures the kill. Transitioning here for Tarte down.
Yeah, it's gonna be the turret takedown. The turret trade actually. Sunsparks does get the Dragon Lane turret for on their side. Well, on the other hand, it's gonna be the top lane. But wait a minute, Nastro was able to pick up the kill, but there's gonna be a fire.
Yeah, the snowball, it did not connect though. Tactical again, quick to hit speeds, still managed to go back away, but he is outnumbered here in the mid side. Still managed to fend off this aggressive rotations coming in from Sunsparks.
Yeah, and I just love how both of these teams are keep going for these fights.
Wow, a dual anime battle! Tactical winning that duel indeed.
Who will win? A guy with two guns or an android girl with a ball? And it looks like the anime battle right there was the android girl with the ball. Tactical out dueling the Lucian, who is known to be a dueling marksman. It also just shows how much gold, how much items probably on the hands of right now from Grindsky. And although they did give up a kill on the top side, Tante, I believe might have overcalculated how much damage it could take to that turret. Giving up the kill to Nastra. Again, the momentum is still with them. They're starting out this referral.
Oh my goodness, will they be able to go for the contest? That is going to be a showstopper there. Still, it is going to be Qeon securing that referral objective. The box plays beautifully here, coming in from Grindsky, and the follow-up is there for the rest of the players. Nacho backs away. Hayes and Consi gonna do anything about this one. Perfect display again. The symphony of skills we're talking about. Crazy Apple showing its full potential.
A great symphony indeed for the side of Grindsky. We're nine and a half minutes into this game, but they're leading by a lot in terms of some of the stats that we're seeing. It's 8,000 gold for their side. They also have that Drake. They also got the second Herald. It looks like the second Drake will be for their third. Bambi though.
Oh, Bambi. Trying to back away. Oh, they are still going at it. Bambi though, flash has been used and still
no
goes
mana
over
though.
the blast cone. Feel sad, man. It is going to be Nacho overstaying his welcome here. Now out of position, outnumbered as well. That is going to be a kill. Sad play for him. And now Bo again. Another sends a play on 4. Beautiful play once again for this insane support for the side of Grindsky. This is going to be a potential clean-up play. Grindsky Esports, the snowballing team, showing us their momentum in this game 1.
Yeah, and looks like Tante is just trying to get the last kill, trying to get an ace for his team. Does it look like he's going to be able to take this on time? Already the recall for the Lucian. Will he get away? Conti got hit though.
Upper hand, Tante, bam! Ouch!
Bam indeed. Yeah, that was the delayed ace for the side of Grindsky. They are now 12, almost 12,000 in the gold lead. Two outer tier turrets, I mean, two inner tier turrets already down. Grindsky going back to their base, trying to get some more items. But just look at that gold. Look at Qeon's, man. He has almost twice the amount of gold of his counterpart.
There you go. I think the victory conditions already been met here for the side of Grindsky Crazy Apple. Panelists have said it. We have also discussed it. Once this Qeon is very much online, but hold that thought, there's going to be a team fight on top side though. I think this is somehow an overextension coming in from Sunsparks here. 4 against 3. Bad decision indeed. Grindsky proving yet another big skirmish win. Nacho backs away with the judgment here. Big chase coming side of Bambi. Tactical on the back line. They cannot do a thing about this one. Sunspark will now in full retreat.
Unfortunately for Sunsparks, they really need to make a lot of desperation plays of just how much behind they are right now. Qeon though, will he face Hayes?
Man, the shielding coming in from Tactical there. Hayes here. Cannot do anything. Even burst down is impossible already for the Sunsparks here. Domination. And 4 versus 1. Technically, this is 4 versus 1, but Tactical, Dante rather, is going to be bursted down. That is going to be shut down indeed. Too much confidence for that one.
Yeah, there's just too many guys on the side for Tonte. He wasn't able to do the 1v5 as everyone expected, but Chiani was again.
Oh, haymaker. But, oh, wow. One slash, and he's gone. Man. Grand Sky here. Chia is one. It's just insane already. I think I can say this is going to be in the bag already for the side of Grand Sky. Sunsparks here. Difficult to recover in this game. This gold lead is just insane. Almost
Chiani's,
20k. Man, indeed. The catalyst for the snowballing game, it is going to be Chiani.
Yeah, and even though we really are looking at Chianis right here, he is on the Kha'Zix, he is on the snowballing champion, and it's not only him that has been really starting the snowball for his team. We also see Bo earlier making some good plays. Tante outplaying Nastro in the top side. All these things just keep increasing the lead for the side of Grindsky. This dominoes falling over and over, and it looks like it's just going to be this free Baron take for Grindsky right here.
Yeah, my bad. It is going to be Bo indeed. A great point there for Seattle. I think Bo just provides so much opportunity here for the side of Grindsky to go for this snowball. And now Arjuk out of position here, holding his ground, but it is going to be Tonte providing the space. The calling has been used on the back lines as well. But where is the damage? None can be seen here with Grindsky. Too much power, too much sustain, too much domination in this game. I think this is going to be it. To game one, ladies and gentlemen, Grindsky secures it in the bag.
Yeah, Grindsky taking the first game of the second series of today, and you can see right here, they're just celebrating a bit, but they know they're still gonna have at least one more game after this to really close out the series. But as well, Grindsky probably watching game 3 of our first series earlier, wanting to match the fastest game of the day. They just were able to finish it at around, I believe, 30 minutes and 43 seconds. And Grindsky showing us how to take a lead and how to just keep pushing it in the face of the opponent.
Yeah, exactly, man. I think this boils down into the pick of Bo's Fresh. His incredible initiations and teamfight capabilities opens a lot of opportunities, as I said a while ago, for the whole team. Plus Chiani's power spike. I think on the list of victory conditions coming in from Grindsky, all are checked here there. Early game domination, Chiani snowball, Bo's comfort pick on the Fresh. Check, check, check. And it's just going to go into the side of Grindsky.
Yeah, and all the victory conditions for the I agree have been on the check mark. And I also want to go back to creative play that Sunsparks tried to do, or rather the daring play that they wanted to do, which was the early invade alongside the Nunu. Because this is one thing that we weren't really able to touch upon just because of how we were also introducing our audience and our viewers to the players. Nunu as a champion is this jungler that should be the one who's dictating the pace of getting objectives just because of his consume. But the thing is, he wasn't able to position himself with in that scenario just because of how the tempo wasn't with him because of that failed early invade. I believe the condition right there for them was to take the red buff, but since Grindsky, maybe they were spotted on they have spotted Sunsparks on the ward, they were able to detect that, hey, this guy might be going for the invade, let's not start the red buff, let's start the Krugs instead, to put this guy off kilter, put both in the top side to help support our Kha'Zix and just really enable again Chianis to have that space to be able to essentially snowball the game from there.
And there we go. This is going to be the rundown in our game one. Crazy Apple. Someone coming in from Dante's here. There is also the sacrificial lamb, but did lots of space giving for Chianis to clean up the team fights. This is almost a Chianis game one here. He's perfectly displaying his domination on the jungle role, and of course the mobility and the response coming in from Grindsky team as a whole is very quick as well.
Yeah, it's very quick. It feels like Grindsky. If you check the timings of when we get these kills in these highlights, they're very the time gap in between is very short just because of how many plays Grindsky tries to always do across the map. They're a very aggressive, very initiation heavy focused team, and even though we see here Tactical missing that shockwave, it just shows how much in the lead Grindsky here is at this point. They are about almost 10k gold at that point, and they just essentially at at some point in the game felt like they were just slapping their wallets against Sunsparks.
Yeah, great. What you call this one? Great. Saying crazy apple. I think this is just a great domination side of Grindsky. And this game too, I'm curious, of course, for the side of Sunsparks and how they be able to counter, of course, this play style coming in from them. And yeah, look at this one, MVP, no doubt, it is gonna be Chinese.
Yeah, Qeon saw right there. I believe a 15k day on that Kazakhs. Couldn't count how much damage he did, just how dominating he was. But yeah, this guy with the Kazakhs, we've seen Chaz earlier with a very dominant Kazakhs play as well, and we see Chianis here, as I believe Otolus also mentioned before. I am not, if not in the panel while talking with us, how high is the level of the junglers here in the WCS and in the Philippines especially. We see here Chianis and Chaz just using these assassin junglers to such an extent that they were able to carry their teams on their back.
Yeah, they're also in the top of the leaderboards here in the Wildrift esports scene as well. Not only the junglers, but also the supports are popping out here in our competition right now. And this is what's great about WCS because we know these players on the community events we've seen so far, but now here in the highest competitive level, you know, they can prove more to us, that they can do even better. And look at this one, Qeon. Oh my goodness. His KDA is just skyrocketing here. The damage is just insane. Again, let's give credit as well to Bo and Tante here for providing the space for easy kills for Qeon on the flanking maneuvers.
Exactly. And if you also see the gold per minute, man, imagine getting 1,000 gold per minute. Just how much you can just keep on using this gold and for items and just keep on dealing the damage. As you mentioned, there was a point in the game where I believe the set had his shield and Kazakhs just slash.
Yes. Oh my!
Imagine he gets the kill. It's just a really fun game to watch, especially on how action packed it was. Unfortunately for Sunsparks, we have to see what their adjustments are gonna be. They had the plan. They had an early game plan, and they always were trying to make plays across the map. It's just that Grindsky was parrying these plays that were coming from Sunsparks, and we'll see in game 2 what could be their adjustments. Would it be trying to ban some of the champions that are strong, maybe banning the Thresh, maybe banning the Kha'Zix, but yeah, we'll see in game 2.
Yeah, we'll see that in game 2, ladies and gents. But before we do proceed into our succeeding game, we are going to take a few minutes break first. So don't go away, guys. This has been your casters, Dada here and Crazy Apple. Let's see you in a bit. The second game here in the second series will now commence in a while. This is your casters Deadeye here together with Crazy Apple. The second series match between the side of Grindsky and Sunsparks. You know, we are going to talk about the team composition a while ago in the game one, Crazy Apple. The fresh pick, surprisingly, did not have not been banned by both teams, but I do believe they know that each team here is the Thresh is their comfort pick.
Yeah, and I think it all boils down to what were the picks for the side of Sunsparks, and they did pick that set early on, tried to flex it, and it instead went to the support position. And if we remember, during the level 1 invade, it was the Nunu and the set going to the red side jungle of Grindsky, and it feels like that was the plan all along, even probably before the draft phase even started. So they really wanted to try that out, wanted to see if that invade could work, and unfortunately it didn't for them, which put them a bit off tempo for a lot more plays. And there's also could be one more reason that I've been seeing a lot of teams do, and it's just that this is a game one of a best of 3 series, and you usually try to either try things out in game one or let some champions go through just to bait them out, maybe seeing how strong they are, how well versed they are when they do pick one of these comfort picks.
Basically, that is just one strategy to test the waters at first here. See the strength level of each team. And let us see here the game 2 now, since this is a match point game, Crazy Apple. So a lot of stakes on the line, especially against the side of Sunsparks this time around. Grindsky, Sunsparks, mostly Sunsparks here, should ban comfort picks this time around.
Yeah, I believe they should ban comfort picks, just because as we've been talking about for Grindsky, they are a team that goes on goes on a lot of these snowballs, relies a lot on Qeon getting ahead, and I believe if you take away a lot of their comfort picks, Grindsky may be a bit off tempo, maybe a bit off kilter when it comes to some of these games, so that could be a good option. But right now we are seeing some of these bans. It looks like it's still gonna be the Galio and the Rakan for the side of Grindsky, and still they are still banning out the Senna for the side of Sunsparks.
On the game 1, so we have seen, of course, that the side of Sunsparks trying to invade the side of Grindsky. I think this is one of the things that you must do when facing Grindsky. And we mentioned, of course, Grindsky is a heavy early game snowballing team. If they're going to go shut down the Chinese one on the farming capability through this early game aggression, I think they have a chance here in battling the series and grabbing this game 2. Question is, will they be able to translate this into their team composition? Heavy early game champion composition picks for the side of Sunsparks. Let us see, because the bans are here. Camille still being banned, and Chase is here as well for the side of Grindsky. Gragas opening this composition right now.
Yeah, Gragas will be the priority pick for the side of Grindsky. It was banned in game 1, so we'll see where this Gragas is gonna go. Qeon could also be using this in the jungle, but as we've seen, this Gragas has been very much of a flex pick. It could still go mid lane support. Way back, it was used in the top side of the map, so we'll see where this guy gonna go. But Consi looks like he will be having his Vayne for game 2 of this series.
Oh man, one of the scariest champions when it comes to late game here, aside from Kaisa, that is going to be Vayne. Vayne Lulu, here we go. This dangerous duo is now going to be locked in for the side of Sunspark. I think they are all business here. I think having a Vayne Lulu, especially in ranked games, Crazy Apple, has a great rate percentage, to be honest. But this is the highest competitive level. It is still very effective, though. We have seen, of course, Wildrift Esports in other countries using this kind of composition and having that great win rate as well. Very powerful here. The lack of an early game potential for this Vayne will be filled in by, it will be compensated rather by this Lulu's skill set as well.
Yeah, and this duo in the Dragon Lane is just a very simple setup. Lulu will just buff up the Vayne, and Vayne will just kill everyone. So
Exactly.
it's especially when you have a simple to play champion, simple to play style and combo in the professional scene. It really amps up just because of how good these players are at min maxing on the movements to really enable this simple playstyle to just be this very strong carry later on. But it looks like the answer for the side of Grindsky, they didn't pick the Thresh. Reminder that Thresh is still open, which was one of the key champions that Bo picked earlier on, but instead they have picked the Lucian and the Fiora. While on the other side, Zed is going to be on the hands of Haze.
I do love the Zed pick, and we have seen the capability of Zed there in first series. But of course, Zed opens up lots of space, especially if this champion has the snowball effect in the game. So it is going to be somehow a role for this Zed to control the early stage of game, go for this aggressive rotations that we are going to expect here for the side of Sunsparks. And I do believe this is great picks for them right now compared to the game one. And now on the other side, Grindsky here securing, of course, his Gragas, Lucian, and you have as well as Bambi here. They do have the poking potential and the mobility as well, trying to evade, of course, this pickup potential coming in from Zed and the Vayne.
Yeah, they have a lot of tools on their hands right now. But looking at the bans, we do see the Brom and the Kha'Zix now being banned by Sunsparks. They do notice that Grindsky has a lot of flex. They could still put the Fiora in the jungle. They also can put the Gragas in the jungle, but they are now going the safe side, banning out that Kha'Zix. On the side of Grindsky, they have banned out that Lee Sin and the Garen. Garen was used very effectively by Nastra. Unfortunately, he did have that bit of got outplayed essentially by Tante in the top side in the Baron lane. We'll see here what is going to be the fourth pick coming from Sunsparks. It should be it could be a tank, it could be another bruiser, but yeah, we do see here the Darius being locked in for the side of Sunsparks.
Yeah, this is going to be expected here for the side of Sunsparks because they're missing that role here in their team composition. Now, this is going to be the vanguard player for the Darius pick, and again, no questions asked, Crazy Apple. Again, why not? Thresh is open. Why not?
Yeah, why not?
And here we go. It is going to be Grindsky securing this comfort pick here in this game too. Now this changes everything because we have seen the capability here for the side of Grindsky, and now it is going to be Qeon on that Vanguard again. The rival champion is out still. The other one comes in. Oh
yeah, Kha'Zix might be banned, but I'm gonna go for this Rengar, who's also another AD champion that can just snowball games, and he can also carry the team on his back. But I'd also like to point out the bot lane for Grindsky. Yes, it is Bo again on that Thresh, and also paired with the Lucian. Thresh Lucian is one of the bully lanes when it comes to the bot side of the map. They're very, very strong early on, and going against a Vayne and a Lulu. Yes, Lulu can protect the Vayne in some ways, especially in the bot side of the map. But when you get hooked, there's a lot of CC right there that can be layered on top of you by the Thresh to enable the Lucian to just kill either the Lulu or the Vayne in that lane. It's going to be a very dangerous lane for the side of Sunsparks. But the last pick, Pantheon, for Sunsparks, this champion might be going into the jungle.
Yes, correct. Yeah, that's true. It is going to be a jungle Pantheon here being selected here for the side of Sunsparks. I think the global presence is indeed needed here because we have seen how Grindsky Esports rotating proactively across the Wildrift, and the victory conditions here for Sunspark to make this Vayne online. It is going to be Haze here. Big shoes to fill in and securing that one in the early game rotations. However, Grindsky Esports, once again, that fresh in their team composition. Bo is going to use at it. And now the rank guard for Qeon won. Comfort picks will be the key for the side of Grindsky Esports.
Yeah, and you do see right here Nastra just starting his life in this game too in the mid lane, just giving the early shove for Haze, allowing Haze right now to pop that Scryer's Bloom, checking where the Rengar is. Rengar is not in his red buff. Rengar is here in the top side of the map.
Oh, it is going to be Nacho Joe trying to go for a contest. Flash has been used early there, and he knows how dangerous it is. And another flash, but this is going to be a flash in for Tante. Ooh, 2 hits. Low on life. Upper hand coming from Nacho. That is going to be decimate. And I think this is going to be a kill. No! What was that? However, Hayes is here. Is going to secure those kills. Qeon is going to for that cheeky life steal. Jumping away. Will he be able to escape the body? Some slave here for Bambi. And man, oh man. What an outplay for Grindsky.
Yeah, what an outplay for Grindsky. And I love the whack-a-mole moment right there for Sunsparks. They were looking for where Qeon was. Is Qeon starting his red buff? Let's go for the scars. He's not there. And when Nasro went to the top side of the map, he was like, hey, guys, he's at Krugs. And they all went to the top side of the map. I love the play right there from Grindsky. Really going for these unexpected plays. And even though it was a one-for-one exchange at the end, it just feels like it really put Sunsparks in an awkward position.
Yeah. But so far, Ace is here in the vicinity. Hiding Brushes here. Potential pick of play. But this is Dante on the Fiora. A high mobile champion here. That is going to be a stun. Dante here repose. Backs away. It's going to be expected here. But she can play for Qeon. Qeon here. Hiding Brushes. Potential kill. Ace here. All in life. This is going to be again a kill. Qeon has been feeding here in the early game. This is going to be a bad sign for Sunsparks.
Oh my god, Qeon is just putting up a tent in the jungle of Sunsparks right now. He hasn't even cleared any camps on his side of the map. He's just in this red side jungle right now of Sunsparks. He's gonna 3-buff this guy.
Meanwhile, on the bot side, can't see. That is gonna be a shield here for that summoner spell being expended. And still, it is gonna be Grindsky dominating as well this bottom lane. Wow, early game domination still in favoring Grindsky here against Sunsparks.
Yeah, and there's a couple of summoners that were burned in that couple in the bot side, and not Qeon again is still here in the jungle of Sunsparks. Hayes though is looking for Qeon right here.
Man, Qeon is here, very confident as well, and Hayes knows about this one. That is going to be a dark mark, trying to go for the play, burst it down, decimate combo! Nasjo now going to take down Qeon in the process.
Smart play right there from Sunsparks, putting a ward in the tri-bush, spotting out Qeon again, going for that Krugs. It's like fool me once, shame on me. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. And the thing is, he was able to fool them twice, and the third time, like Sunsparks, no, you're not gonna do this to us again. It looks like Qeon right now is gonna go finally to his side of the jungle.
Now that is what you call respect. Wards. Man, this is just a fun game for Qeon, man. I do believe he woke up, of course, in the right side of the bed this time around. He's doing pretty good. Crazy Apple in this series against Sunsparks. But anyway, Sunsparks now recognizing how aggressive it is for Grindsky here in this game too as well. Now, of course, transitioning for this objective takedowns, I believe Sunsparks has the advantage when it comes to formation.
Yeah, Sunsparks has you could say an easier, a simpler composition to play. But the thing is, there's also a lot of crowd control that could come out from Grindsky that are very huge in terms of AoE. The Dragon Attack, the Explosive Cast has this Body Slam, as well as the Thresh having that hook and the play. But looks like the Herald is started by Grindsky here.
Yeah, I think this is no contest here for the side of Sunsparks. Now going to go for this DR instead. However, I think they are too late. This is going to be a potential contest for the side of Grindsky though. Look at the health for this DR, still very healthy. Going to go for the diversion play rather for the Rift Herald being someone in the mid side. That mark here, Qeon with the help of the Lantern. Still managed to go back away. The burst is not enough for the side of Sunsparks. And great resets for GS here.
Yeah, great reset, but Bambi though, getting caught out right there. Probably getting hooked, or probably getting pulled by Nastra on the other side of that wall. But yeah, I was about to say, it feels like there might have been a very big fight that could happen in the Dragon Pit just because everyone had their ults up at that time. But looking at the ult cooldowns at the moment, only 3 for both sides right now, so they might just opt to go back to laning, pushing out these waves, forming again for that team fight that may happen in the Dragon Pit. But as it stands, both teams are just opting to go for a bit of farming.
Yeah, so far the clock is ticking here for the side of Grindsky as well. You cannot feed this Consi on a vein here because you mentioned here during the draft, well-fed Vayne could be very dangerous here. Plus, you have as well this Lulu into their team composition. Surprisingly, Grindsky did not go for this DR takedown, instead going for this first turret takedown instead. So that is going to be a trade we're seeing here for both teams.
The thing is, even if they traded the dragon right now, they still have the Herald. They could summon it at the second tier turret, essentially taking 2 towers away from Sunsparks, while Bambi is the one solely defending this bot lane.
Yes, exactly. Wow, Grindsky still going to go for this aggressive play. Oh, the upper hand from Nasjo. Another dunk, but did not finish that second kill. It is now going to be Kansai here. Kansi rather, trying to go for this pursuit, but it is going to be Grindsky quickly retreating successfully though, taking down turret or the top side.
Yeah, good answer right there from Nastra, essentially knowing that, hey, this might be the plan for the side of Grindsky. Let me make a play right here, picking out Qeoni's immediately. Qeoni's wasn't able to summon that Rift Herald, wasn't able to keep pressing at advantage on the top side of the map. Right now, both teams look like a bit of equilibrium. Yes, there is a slight gold lead for Grindsky at almost 2,000, but still, the momentum feels like it is slightly in the side of Grindsky, but it's not as hard to come back from for the side of Sunsparks.
Yeah, I think this is still a game for Sunspark, despite the heavy aggression we're seeing for Grindsky. Anyway, victory conditions for this team is to go for the late game, and we have seen Nasjo here is very on point on his upper hands time and time again. However, Ace going to force his flash to go back away. That is going to be Tante here, going to secure this pursuit and the kill as well. Follow up for tactical there. Now Ace still going to go for a retreat. Flash has been used. Another burst down champion for the side of Sunsparks. 2 kills in favor for Grindsky.
Yeah, 2 kills right there from Grindsky. I just want to commend as well the riposte coming from Tante. It was well timed enough so that he could get 2 stuns off on both Nastra and Ace. And again, Grindsky, this has been the tale of this series. Whenever Sunsparks is trying to make a play, Grindsky has more members. Grindsky always has teammates behind them going towards to help. And that's why, because of that, there were 2 kills that goes to the side of Grindsky.
The characteristic, of course, on this team here, Grindsky is just very quick to respond, very quick to their feet, and going to help, of course, the teammate as well for those pick-up plays. Now, under, of course, 5 seconds, another Rift Herald will spawn in the game. And look at this one. Grindsky is in full control once again.
Yeah, Grindsky is in control of this pit right here. You could see as well the 3k goalkeeper side of Grindsky. Dante, though, going for this fight.
Dante outnumbered in that situation. No contest, though, for the side of Sunsparks. They are just going to give away this Rift Herald for the side of Grindsky. And I think this second dragon will be the priority for Sunsparks.
It should be the priority for them since they are more of a late scaling team.
Yeah.
Their Vayne would be their carry in the later parts of the game. Dragon's stacking would be the best for them, while on the other side for Grindsky, they are really looking for these heralds to crack open the base of Sunsparks as early as possible to enable the snowball that they are wanting to be, as because it's part of their win condition. But right now it looks like the dragon will be spawning a bit later, while Grindsky still has the second Rift Herald with Qeoni's.
Yeah, and I think they are now pressuring the lanes here in order for them to provide a space to go for the TR takedown. But Tante, oh, that was a late stasis there. It is going to be Hayes, though, securing the kill. But then again, Tactical has a revenge pick-up as well. Ace going to go for the Grand Skyfall, going to go for a pick-off. But look at this one, Grindsky once again, very quick to respond. That is going to be the box as well as Bambi on the back lines. Full retreat Sunspark on the bot side.
Yeah, the 1v1 turned to a 3v3, but at the end, it was only a 1-for-1 for both teams. And I just also like to mention right there, Hayes, he really tried to outsmart Tante right there. He knew that Tante had that repose, had that stasis to be able to take away some of the damage from the burst coming from the Z, but he missed time.
Yeah.
He voluntarily missed time. When he was going to throw his burst, when he was going to throw his shurikens to take off the timing for Tante to be using that repose. Hitting a lot of that damage, essentially getting that kill over there.
Meanwhile, Grindsky once again going to control this one. Oh, the pick-up play. Qeon on the back line as well. That sentence connected there. That is going to be a god Kansi. No ADC. for Sunsparks. Another lantern being popped up, but then again cannot survive the next actions here for the side of Grand Sky. Joe is here, ready to go forward. That sentence with again for the side of Bo. Tactical here, out of position. He needs to go forward and back away play. But still on the forward, Tactical just doing the role of a tank here. He's in the front line and now providing the space needed for this DR takedown. But they are still going to go for the pressure first on the Starrets and then transition for this DR.
And not gonna lie right there, I was afraid for Tactical after the explosive cast was casted by Bambi. He went into the brush where there was a Darius, but still, it's gonna go well for them. The Dragon is secured right here. Bandit is jumping into the Dragon Pit.
Skyfall, Qeon left alone here. Where's the Lantern though? That is gonna be apprehend and a kill for the side of Nacho, but then again, the Mountain Dragon being secured for Grand Sky.
Yeah, Grindsky stopping a bit of that dragon timer or dragon scaling for the side of Sunsparks, stealing one of them away, but still this is the 4v5. Looks like Sunsparks wants to get this mid lane turret.
Yeah, I think they need to transition here for the start takedown as well to open up the map here and to make a Kanzi as well farm around the Wildrift. But then again, look at Grand Sky here. Going to go for this lane prior in the mid. Again, another death sentence for Bone. Connected there. Explosive gas and follow up. That is going to be a gone Lulu. And the box again will place there for the side of Bo. Stasis are up. Joey is here. Out of position, Tante. Look at the damage here. Ace secures the kill with the last hit coming in from Ponzi as well. Bambi Bo. They are left alone here. Still, the Rift Herald has been summoned. I think it expired in the moment in time. Going to go for this Force Siege in the mid.
Yeah, it's gonna be a Force Siege right here. Qeon is on the ward, I believe. He jumped on Master right there. So it's gonna be the Siege here in the mid lane. They're gonna wait for this Herald to just ram this turret.
Yeah, indeed. The Condemn. Trying to delay, of course, this Rift Herald dash, but it's inevitable there for the side of Sunsparks. However, Grand Sky, on the skirmish we've seen so far, Crazy Apple, we have seen the damage from Sunsparks players already. And I think this is also a sign where the power spike is getting online for the players here for Sunsparks.
The thing is, we've seen Sunsparks even in game one. Yeah, they were blown out by Grindsky, but they were always trying to answer with plays of their own. And it's just seeing right here how they play out their own game. Sunsparks always trying to go for plays of their own. It's just that Grindsky has been answering them very, very well, and the gold lead is the result of that. As we see right here, Grindsky has a 10k gold lead. If you look at the player distributions, Qeon again has the most gold on his team, about 4,000, almost 5,000 ahead of Ace.
Yeah,
just shows how effective he's gonna be when he gets a jump on any member from Sunsparks.
Meanwhile, again, Bambi, I think is going to go back here, but still, Nasjo is feeling the damage. I don't know what just happened there, Crazy Apple. Bambi did not feel a thing. Too much fat on this bracket.
Too much indeed. Yeah, he still has his second ability where he has a bit of damage reduction and he can just drink it off, getting his passive, getting a bit of those skills. So yeah, Gragas is still, even though he deals a lot of damage with his explosive cast and his barrels, he also is a very tanky boy. So yeah, we'll keep seeing that interaction in this game. Grindsky will just always look for Bambi and Bo to start off these fights, maybe throwing some of these hooks, throwing some of these explosive gas to really solo someone out, take that guy off, killing him immediately, making it a 4v5. While on the other hand, for Sunsparks, FaZe is looking to assassinate essentially the Lucian or even the Rengar. It really takes out a lot of the damage coming from Grindsky. Both teams looking to just get some more items. You can see here Qeon is also going for the recall, because if you're looking at the map right now, there's about 20 seconds for the next Drake. Baron is also up. There's so many big objectives that is going to come up in the next few seconds.
So far, Grand Sky is just setting up for this BR bait. And Sunspark, however, now going to transition here for this DR takedown. Again, DR objectives is a big factor as well for the scale of potential here coming in from this team. Especially you have a Vayne here. Now going to secure this one. Infernal Dragon, ladies and gentlemen. This is big. However, they are just going to go for this BR bait instead. And this is going to be Bo with a box trying to delay this pursuit. Grand Sky Ball has been used. That sentence connected there on point. Oh, what in the world did he do that? And this is going to be Grindsky cleaning up this quick respect play against Sunsparks. Man, oh man, this guy, you need to ban the fresh. Ladies and gentlemen, facing Grindsky here. This is just a clinic on how to do this champion in the Wildrift.
There's only one member left on the side of Sunsparks. Arjun, can you get away? He does use the polymorph on Tante right here, but Tante finishes, gets the ace, gets the kill on the Lulu. It looks like this is gonna be the end of the game for Grindsky.
Exactly, man. As predicted by our panels here, 2-0. Grindsky Esports showing dominance here in the second series, taking down Sunsparks.
Yeah, taking down Sunsparks. Congratulations to Grindsky, winning the second series of the day with a 2-0 score. That was a very dominating finish for them. Yes, game 1 was so much of a blowout. Game 2, there were more moments right there where it felt like Sunsparks had the chance to be able to get back, but that Baron call for Grindsky was so good. They essentially read that Sunsparks might be going for this dragon. They saw that there are a lot of members going to the dragon pit. They immediately started the Baron, and Sunsparks was left in chaos. They didn't even finish the dragon off. They just essentially all ran towards the Baron pit. Pantheon tried to jump in, Ace tried to jump in and maybe get the 50-50 steal. It was 50-50 because the Baron was, I believe, about 1,500 HP, but in the end it was secured by Grindsky, and that momentum just propelled them to finish game 2.
That was insane. The really huge skirmish we've seen on the PR takedown, Crazy Apple, that Grindsky fall coming in from the Pantheon, and the timing of both death sentence there. I think that was the moment where the contest on that PR has been unfortunate for the side of Sunsparks, because that Pantheon cannot move anymore. That was insane. That was a high-level individual play coming in from Bo on the Fresh. Personally, it's difficult as well to pull it through, but he did it on that sequence. And now the team fight is just overwhelming as well for the side of Sunsparks. Inevitably, that ace is the dagger in the game.
Yeah, the ace was the dagger in the game. And yeah, even though we did mention that, Bo, why did they not ban the Thresh? Why did they did not pick it against him? Maybe Arjun could have picked up the champion as well for their side, and leaving that open was really, I think, the essential thing that led Grindsky into winning the series. But talking a bit about Sunsparks as well, you can't discount the fact that they kept on fighting. They didn't just wait for things out to go to a conclusion. They really tried to fight things out. Even in game 2, I really felt that there were moments that they could take this to late game, have the Vayne and the Lulu scale it up, and they were really intent on looking for that. That's why they started out that Drake. But yeah, when all teams, especially in the professional level, know what your objective is, especially what your win condition is, they can use that against you. They will use that against you and read what you're gonna do next across the map.
And as you can see here in our game recap, Grindsky dominating the early stages of the game, still in the game 2. Again, very proactive team, very aggressive as well. Qeon here is just everywhere across the map as well. And you know what? Hayes here on the Zed as well. We haven't seen his potential pick of play, and we have mentioned, of course, that he must be very proactive across the Rift. But he's been shot down here with this Grindsky aggressive plays time and time again.
Yeah, but we have seen as well, you can really see how in an individual level, Hayes is one of the best. He also tried to play mind games against Haunted. Even in the at that point, we already knew that, hey, this guy is one of the best. Unfortunately, it went to a point that the gold lead again. Gold leads really do matter just because of how much items you're gonna get, how much more damage that you will be able to throw against your opponents. And Hayes, Grindsky and Qeon and Grindsky was able to capitalize on that.
Great game indeed coming in from the side of Grindsky. And look at this one. Tante, player of the game. Oh my goodness. His is somehow we have seen. I think we can also credit it to Bo's fresh. To be honest, I think the whole series for me, I'm just am I being a fanboy here of Bo Crazy Apple? I'm
Hey man,
pretty much
supports need
mentioning.
more representation.
I'm pretty much mentioning him all the time, but you cannot discredit actually his contributions here in the series.
Yeah, I fully agree. I think Bo had a lot of contributions as well, but you can also can't discount the stats right now from Tante. He did deal 13,000 damage. He has 900 gold per minute. It was just 100 gold down from earlier on that Chianis did, and Tante was able to hold his own. Even in game one, we did see him making that great outlay against Nastro.
Yeah.
So Tante is also one of the players to watch in this team, especially in Grindsky. And yeah, maybe next time we might see Bo on a different champion, and then he might get his player of the game.
Yeah. Oh my crazy apple. All right, enough of Bo already. But of course, we have seen the kill participation, of course, for the side of Grand Sky there, and we can see that this team really loves to go rotations, love to go aggressive rotations, especially during the early stage of game. And very interesting to see that same play style. We have seen them on a different tournament before the WCS. I think this is very effective for Grand Sky in this kind of characteristics they are now implementing in this match.
Yeah, I do agree that there's a lot of things that they can utilize, they can use, and a lot of systems that they are already implementing right here. And yeah, I'm just really thinking about how Sunsparks can bounce back. Maybe in their next series, we'll see what are their plans, what they can try out. I also want to see how Grindsky can be tested. Maybe a different look on the jungle. But yeah, that has been the second series of the day. We're still gonna have 2 more series, so we're still gonna have more games, more Wildrift. We were your casters for today. I'm Crazy Apple. Here with me is Deadeye. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the WCS Philippines, where Grindsky Esports have just taken the second series 2-0 against Sunsparks. This means that Autolus and myself managed to get a point in our little
You're
panel
in the
art
lead.
consequence. Yes!
Yeah, and
I'm
you are in the
leaving.
lead.
I like
You
it.
have a clear lead over me and the tandem
Panel,
of
panel,
Crazy Rico or
panel,
Rico Apple.
Crazy Rico Apple.
Yes.
I like it. I like it. Yes. But of course, first, back to the teams. We'll explain while we're laughing in a little while in case you guys have just tuned in. Again, it is Grindsky Esports for the win for the second series. Now, Autolus, I wanted to ask you because you have a very unique way of defining Grindsky Esports. Did that come out in this series? You mentioned that they
I
are
will save that for later, for a different series. But
much later.
yeah,
Okay.
because the thing here is Grindsky Esports is really known to be a very, very good early game team, and it's just about closing out. And we saw that if you have, if you have built up a huge amount of lead, an insurmountable lead, things will just go your way. And yeah, in a nutshell, Sante and Qeon is one woke up today and just chose violence. That's it.
Yes, they did. Crazy Apple. Of course, you just came fresh from that series. As we check out the highlights over your, since you just came from that series, we got to hear your voice again commenting over that series. But I wanted to ask you. You mentioned that Sunsparks was, they did fight until the very last second, until they could. Was there any point where you think that they could have taken back the lead, particularly in both games actually, for game 1 and game 2? What do you think they could have done?
Unfortunately, in game 1, it felt like a really done and dusted deal for them. Qianis was just really going out of control. But game 2, I felt that they really had this plan in mind on how to maybe mitigate the late game difficulties from Grindsky, because as Autolus mentioned, the Grindsky has a tendency to have a hard time ending games. So if they made a late game composition, they might be able to just take this to the late game by game 2 and just get at least one more win in this series. But unfortunately, Grindsky had other plans. They were just able to again build up another insurmountable gold lead. By game 2, though, I really think that if Sunsparks had a better chance on putting more vision in the river, they could have probably done something about it.
I think we have missed a very important highlight. The very highlight-esque start of Genies one of a cat just jumping from one point to another. Genies one at the early stages of the game, it was a highlight reel, and I will probably post it on my social media. Yeah, because he was just so unkillable. We know that there's a meme that cats have 9 lives, but Genies one was on a different level at the early stages of that game. And it's Bo. I love that I did highlight the fact that Bo was just on fire. I did mention pre-match that Bo and Arjuk has the same playstyle. They love to play make for their team, and the thresh being on Bo's hands. If Bo starts up the day on a good note, you could expect that his hooks will connect most of the time.
Yeah, and I do have to say, while Sunsparks did have the Pantheon and the Grand Skyfall, it was a Grind Skyfall on the side for Grindsky Esports, indeed, because I had to say, I had to put that in there because they definitely used that ultimate to take this series. We do have, I believe, Tactical joining us here on our panel, so we can ask him a few questions. Of course, congratulations to Grindsky Esports. Let's bring over Tactical. Tactical, congrats! Oh, the whole team. The whole team from Grindsky Esports. Hello, gentlemen. Congratulations on your win! I love the flex. Love the flex over there. And I think it will be Tactical. Yes, speaking on behalf of the team, love the post, the subtle smile. By the way, when you guys won, my first question.
Who are you? I don't know you, my friend.
My first question for you guys, Tactical. Oh wait, let's wait for him to put his. Back on. I think he's all good. My first question for you guys is, how different is the energy, the chemistry of this team compared to what you guys may have experienced last year?
nag-improve po kami ngayon. Compared to
I didn't catch that. Did you catch that, Otto?
Yeah,
By any chance?
it's kind of soft. Coach Rec,
A
help.
little.
Mike! Hello.
Mike.
There you go. I can hear you loud and clear now. All good.
Okay.
All good. Yes.
Mas compare that, mas solid po kami ngayon.
I love it, Grindsky. I think it's definitely
10% answer, 90% applause. Okay, alright, I get it.
I love the energy.
Second question for you guys. What
Yeah.
was the welcome like for the new members? How did you welcome them?
Paano nyo daw may welcome yung mga bagong members?
Shot puno!
Ano yung welcome nyo may konti kay
Mga bagong players niya.
Paano nyo welcome? Kaya paano nyo welcome? Paano nyo tananggap na dumating?
Masaya. Masaya po namin sa kanila. Masaya na gawin namin yung tatlo. Masaya po. Shot puno lang.
Over to you.
Okay. Sige, Tagalog na lang, di ba? Para masaya.
Why not?
If merong hashtag alagang RRQ, ano yung hashtag ng Grindsky?
Ano hashtag daw ng Grindsky? Ano daw yung hashtag ng Grindsky?
Wala.
Hashtag to the grind.
Hashtag todo grind.
Okay, hashtag.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Okay, ano yung sabi nga yung sa grind?
What about you?
Siguro for my question, gusto ko lang malaman guys, kung sino ang shot caller niya and how does the shot calling go between the team?
Wala po namin yung landing namin sa and ito din. Dalawa po.
Lahat naman kayo. Kasi
Lahat po kami.
depende sa game.
Depende sa kapot. Pero lahat po kami.
Flexible.
Flexible, yeah?
Flexible. I like that.
Either. That's good, that's good.
Depends. Yeah.
One more applause, one more applause.
Woo! Woo!
Tapos na?
Do you guys have any message for all the fans? Lahat ng fans na nanonood ngayon. Shout out anything that you'd like to say.
Shoutout kay Boss Bertie, sa mga boss namin sa Grindsky, Sir Carton, Sir Wayne, Sir G, lahat na. Shoutout mo yung pangalan niyo. Shoutout lahat, Grindsky, maging kayo!
Congratulations, Grindsky! Ang saya-saya nila.
I know.
Thank you so much for joining us, and we will see you tomorrow for your next series. Bye!
Okay, so we still have work.
They have so much energy.
We're not partying. It felt like a party already. But that was so much fun. I mean, you can see why the team works so well in the Rift. They're having so much fun, and they have a full support system with them, and that really, really reflects in their gameplay. Tactical is absolutely right. They look a lot more solid this time, so expecting great things from Grindsky. I was about to say Grindsky follower again. But of course, we are not done yet. We still have more points to go for our panel consequences over here. I currently have 2 points. Oasis has 1, and Crazy Riku has 1. The consequence for today is by the post show, somebody will be eating. Oh my gosh, I have to do this somebody will be eating something spicy as we conduct our post show. So should be really exciting. Should be really spicy and really fiery stuff. As we enter our third series of the day, we have Cerebrum versus Fennel Adversity. Now, I think this is really interesting, and part of this is because Cerebrum, I guess, is the relatively the newest team in the league. But we do see some familiar names like Pago, formerly of Jamie's Esports, and Evilis, who for League of Legends players is quite a familiar name. Isn't that right, Oculus?
Right, Evilis is one of the players that we have been expecting, and it's been, I think, a year late for the debut of this guy on the Wildrift scene. It's a very exciting time to be a fan of Evilis himself, and the roster of Cerebrum Esports may surprise. This is a spoiler for everyone. May surprise a lot of viewers and a lot of teams that we have here in WCS.
Right, and also I also want to add to Cerebrum is that even though they are, well, a lot of them may not be as known, there are some notable players like Evilis. They are also very much new team when it comes to Wildrift, and also in WCS they are probably one of the most least experienced right now. But that also has two sides of the coin. If you are a least experienced team, it also means not a lot of people might know how your team goes, so they could really, as Opelus mentioned, could surprise a lot of people.
Yeah, and I think Ovilus, you are somewhat familiar with this team, of course, from the community. So I wanted to ask you, are there any players that we should look out for? What is the style? What is the vibe that we're getting from Cerebrum?
Okay, well, we still have to focus on Evilis for any matchup given. But if there is one person that I'm closely looking at, it's going to be Fleur in the support. For the reason being, he has a mission. She has a mission. Get my words. That's it. That's it. Mika.
Oh, I think like no, of course there's a I think there's a more motivation here that it's not just about series, not just about the competition. There's a lot more going on here for Fleur, and we'll get to know them a lot more as the league progresses. Now, on the other side, though, they will be battling Fennel Adversity, our favorite underdogs. Although I don't think we can call them underdogs anymore at this point. I mean, yes, we have to. We have to. I'm looking up to lose.
Wait. All right. Just
Focus.
focus in Japan. Then.
Focus. Yeah. It's a thing. Of course, on the side of Fennel Adversity, I really don't. Okay, fine. They're not underdogs anymore. Of course, they were invited over here to the WCS. We do have the double Ds, Danny and Dominic, but we now have the double A battery as well. We have Horizon and Arise, Crazy Apple. What do you think this new and improved Fennel Adversity is going to be like in the WCS?
I honestly have high expectations for this team. I know based on last year's performance, they, in terms of, I believe the summer season, they didn't rank as highly, but the second season they have improved by a lot. And seeing this team perform in other tournaments back before 2022 started, they were a very solid team, and they had a lot of these late game compositions where they would just let the game go to the later part of the game and just carry from team fights from there. This is one thing that I want people to watch out for, is how they do their team fights. They're really, really good at navigating and picking out targets to be able to just push the team to the victory.
Yeah, and when we talk about Fennel, we have to highlight the fact that they have a trademark playstyle, which is the counter puncher, I would say, in the WCS. They would not really go over aggressive. They will wait for the other team to make a mistake. And you would notice that if they have their first tier tower in the mid lane still up and standing, post 10 minutes, post 14 minutes, the game will definitely go, or will most likely go onto their side. And that's the challenge that Cerebrum Esports has right now. I heard that they train with overseas scrim partners, and if there's one way to break the number one, the best defense Fennel Adversity has shown multiple times, I think it's the spear versus shield analogy that we have right now. Cerebrum has to go full spear.
I think so too, and I think Fennel Adversity, as we have seen previously, once they get that momentum going, there really is no stopping them. But the thing is, the momentum for them isn't just in the game. it's been all throughout. They've been starting since the summer season. We've seen them greatly improve. What's the next step for them from how far they went through the fall season? It's going to be the championship, so they're going for that. Of course, the roster looks a little bit different, so there might be some adjustments. So that makes the series really, really interesting. You know, you have this team that has been known for their momentum, that has been known for their improvement, but now there's a little bit of a restart, a little bit of a realignment here. Then you have this team which is, you know, more or less a little bit of a mystery. So it's going to be really exciting indeed. Even more exciting, of course, as we head into our predictions. We are now, you know, another series closer to that chili pepper or whatever chili you might have. Right now, I think I'm safe. Oh no, I might have jinxed myself.
Are you?
We'll
Yeah,
see.
because
Well,
we only have 4 series, so tendencies you should only be at 3 or 2. And I think you're safe. Yeah, you're right.
I think I'm safe for now. I might have jinxed myself. I shouldn't talk. I shouldn't talk. The power of this desk, ladies and gentlemen. It will now extend, of course. Panel predictions. Crazy Apple, we will start with you. Which way is the series going to go? Is it going to go with Cerebrum or is it going to go with Fennel Adversity?
I will go with the expectations that have been set for both of these teams. Fennel has been the team that has been most improved from last season. I believe they have improved more coming into this season. As you mentioned, they are looking to take the championship. So I believe it's going to be Fennel Adversity taking the series 2-0.
And Atlus?
Okay. All right. No spicy predictions this time around. I think this will be a black and white. You know, Cerebrum may surprise us here and there, but this is their first game in the big league. I expect them to still have the what we call rookie jitters, and Fennel Adversity with the experience that they got from the C Championships all the way to the other international events that we saw them participate in December and January. I feel like they're more than prepared to face Cerebrum. So 2-0 for Fennel.
Yeah, same on my end. I am going with Fennel Adversity 2-0 for this one. Mostly because, like, of course, we don't have much background on Cerebrum. We have a lot of background on Fennel Adversity, and I think that improvement is still going to keep on going for this series. But yeah, I'm really excited to see Cerebrum Wildrift on in this series. I know that there's a lot of synergy between a lot of the players. It's always nice to have an experienced League of Legends players be welcomed into the Rift, and they definitely bring another dynamic. They definitely bring that history into the series. Of course, now we're staying safe because once again we have our little consequence over here. If you guys want to suggest any consequences to us, please do let us know over Twitter. Use the hashtags WCS, WCSPH, and hashtag Wildrift Champions C. Also, let us know, what are your power rankings? Who are you rooting for this round of Wildrift action here as we slowly make our way towards Worlds. And now we are heading into our third series of the day. This is Cerebrum Wildrift versus Fennel Adversity. Casters, over to you guys.
Experience will be the tail of the tape here in the third series. It is going to be the battle between Fennel Adversity and Cerebrum East. My name is Dadai, together with the lovely Riku this time around. Of course, hi Riku. So glad to the opportunity to be casting with you.
Thank you so much. It's such an exciting opportunity to cast with you as well. For the very first time, very excited for the series. Yeah, just as you mentioned, Deadeye, it's going to be veterans versus rookies this time around, but not everybody's a rookie. Cerebrum, as the panelists have mentioned, they've got Evilis at the top portion of the map. He has been the top lane, even during his League of Legends days as well. But I believe Mika also mentioned Pago over there in the mid lane. I mean, he shined on the Fizz pick back then on Jamie's Esports, and I feel like this could be his time to shine because, the mid lane meta slowly leaning towards more of those assassin picks.
Yeah, exactly. And these comfort picks as well will be considered on their compositions here for the side of Cerebrum Esports. But you know what? We have going to highlight as well Fleur here, the support coming in from Cerebrum. Of course, Autoluz have mentioned this one that somehow this guy is in a mission. So I'm really curious, of course, what is this mission will be. Will he be able to prove something here in the rim, especially here in the highest competitive level here in WCS PH against Fennel adversity? Man, I think this is somehow a pressured game for them as well as exciting as well to be here in this kind of level, to be facing one of the best, of course, PH teams we have seen so far when it comes to Wildrift.
Yeah, Fennel Adversity, one of the invited teams here at the WCS.
Yeah.
And as the panel has mentioned, right, they are, if there was an award for the most improved team, it has to be Fennel Adversity. We're looking at summer season, 8th place from the playoffs. And then when they returned at the fall season, they went towards top two in the country. And I think that's incredible.
And there we go, Riku, the start of our third series here between Cerebrum Esports Wildrift versus the side of Fennel Adversity will now commence. Going to expect, of course, comfort picks coming in from Cerebrum here, but Fennel Adversity, on their previous sports run, they have been very consistent here, especially on the SGH, and I believe they have no losses in that international event against other Asian countries. And this is also a statement here that the Cerebrum Esports is the underdog in the series.
Yeah, there's going to be that little bit of mystery going on, as the panel mentioned earlier. But looking at the bans now, I see no Morgana ban at the moment. But no Morgana ban at the moment. But they're banning the ones that enable a composition. Most of the time that we've seen earlier, once you let the Morgana basically unleash, it stops from teams building pick compositions or picks that center around single target CCs. But at the same time, they're removing those champions in the first place, removing the Camille, removing the Thresh as well. So we'll have to see who gets a hold of the Morgana and be able to prevent and see if they can build around the triple support that we saw earlier. Maybe anything can happen at this point.
Exactly. Is this one of the surprises we're about to see here in the series? But then again, that is going to be a Fiora ban here for the last first phase of a draft. But meanwhile, first pick here in the first game, it is going to be FLA. Opening here for the Morgana, you have mentioned if this Riku, this is going to be a potential opening pick here for this team. But will this be the priority pick here? That is the big question here, because on the other side, Cerebrum, the Gragas rather, has been secured there. So there you go. Cerebrum could go for this one, or the Assassin mid champions you mentioned a while ago. Comfort picks for the side here for Cerebrum Esports.
Yeah, I totally see why they want to pick up the Gragas immediately, just because of the fact that BLT removed a lot of top lane picks, a lot of jungle picks on the pool. So might as well get Gragas. You can still flex it in 4 different lanes, actually. Even put that onto Rafi later on. But here we go. This is going to be the Morgana. Another flexible pick. We haven't really exactly seen the Morgana jungle just yet.
Exactly,
but that could possibly be an option. As, again, a lot of mystery still the draft, looking at Cerebrum so far. With the mid lane, and Galio could be towards Pago, but we mentioned one of his strengths on the assassin pick, so that could go to floor still.
So this first 2 picks coming in from Cerebrum here has the crowd control needed here for the pick of play. The Lulu has been secured. Going to go for the potential hyper carry as well pick, possibly the side of FLA. And I think this is a viable pick here if they go for the Vayne. Vayne has very strong in the late stage of the game. We have seen that one. And there you go. The Lulu Vayne combo indeed, Riku. And I have mentioned this on our previous series, one of the highest win rates when this 2 champions in a single composition. So, man, FLA being strong.
They're looking strong. They're looking, you mentioned comfort picks. This is definitely one of them. Comfort play style, if you will. Because when we look back at FLA's play style, Danny and Rafi would destroy the late game, especially when they have enough space to scale and farm. And this is exactly what is going to happen. Right now, though, looking at BLT, we get to see the Kazakhs here for Angelila. And at the moment, I'm curious because there's a lot of, There's a lot of toolkits for this Kazakhs to be enabled. You've got the hero's entrance. Once Angelila goes in, that's an easy hero entrance. you also have the Black Shield to make sure that the Kha'Zix doesn't immediately explode, like we saw back when Renzi was using the Jax earlier.
Yeah.
So we'll see how FLA decides to ban this time around.
I think this is also a perfect pick here for the side of Cerebrum here. They need this Kha'Zix to roam around here across the Wildrift because they need to shut down the scaling potential for this Vayne. If this goes successfully here for the early game coming in from Cerebrum, I think they can own the series here. But we are still going to see two more champion picks here when it comes to team composition. No bruisers yet, no frontliners. I do believe for the side here of Cerebrum, they need to secure that one. On the other side here, Assassin, Burst, I think there's badly needed as well for the side of FLA.
Yeah, because it is definitely going to fall onto the comfort pick of Pego, or comfort play style, if you will. The Fizz is still open, but Fizz has been struggling a little bit just because you can immediately buy Hourglass and cancel the Chum the Waters ult, and you basically kind of lose an ability on the board. So we'll see now what the missing parts is, and immediately we'll get to see an Irelia! That still could be towards Evilis. Evilis has played a fair share of his Irelia during his League of Legends days, so this still could be either mid. There's a lot of mystery.
Yeah.
Just that's it. There's a lot of mystery.
But let's see. Transition from the PC to the mobile esports. I think if you're a pro player, Riku, there's this innate easy transition to whichever games you play. So I do believe this is still going to be a comfort pick coming in from the side of Cerebrum here. And the Nasus. Okay. Now, this is the pocket picks we are somehow expecting for the series here. Renekton, though, and that Garen pick from the side of FLA, they need those bruises on the front line. However, they lack the burst somehow. I really wanting to be inserted here to the team composition, but it boils down to the late game hyper carry Vayne. This is one of the victory conditions for the side of FLA. They need to give the space needed for this Vayne to go online.
Yeah, and space is most likely Cerebrum will not give. The fact that they locked in the Nasus is an immediate homing target where you know we get to see whoever's going to be the Nasus as we see the champions getting swapped in. You just say Wither at the Vayne, and you just home in and keep bothering the Vayne and not allow any sort of free kiting space for Danny here. And it's the big job for Raffi on the Lulu and possible for Arise here in the mid lane, Gragas, unless that's Doming in the jungle, to get that explosive cast to make sure that Danny is free hitting comfortably. So I am excited to see how they can maneuver around that. I also love the Garen pick because there's a lot of assassins on the opposite side. Easy silence. You break their combo, that big neutralizer, just to scare them off.
And here we go, Riku. The start of our third series, FLA versus the side of Cerebrum here. Best of 3 series. And the Nasus last pick here for Cerebrum. Oh my goodness. Evala is going to use this one. I'm really really excited rather to see this Nasus here in our first opening match.
That is going to be the first Nasus. I don't think we've seen Nasus during the fall season.
Yes.
I could be wrong, but yeah, this is it's just the first day, Deadeye, and we've seen so many unique picks so far.
As we have discussed with Crazy Apple, I think this first day, the first series of our teams usually is the testing of waters, just trying to test out the experimentation or testing their strength in revolving new strategies in this game. However, this is a group stage knockup as well, so there's a risk in doing such plays in our game.
Yeah, there is a little bit of leg room with a double round robin BO3 format, and I really like. I really like the adjustment coming from Cerebrum Esports, but more worried for Evilis if ever FLA. That is a scary duo. Jungle top combination. There's a lot of CC. You're able to get punished immediately. There's just a lot of burst damage early game. So Evilis, Cerebrum in general, has to make sure that everything is worded properly to give Evilis a comfy laning phase.
All right, we are going to talk about the late stages of the game here, Riku. We know, of course, Danny here is one of the key champions, of course, the players here for the side of FOA. On the other side, though, Cerebrum Esports, this is an infinite scaling Nasus we're talking about as well. If being fed heavily as well, is he given the right stacks at the right moment, a single bonk here, you deal a lot of damage as well. But meanwhile, in the mid, this is going to be a pick-up play. Doming is here with a burst, but it's not enough though to pick off Pago in this process.
Yeah, not just level 5. There's not going to be the Demacian justice on Pago's Pago at the moment, but he's forced back here. And he has to respect the fact that everybody's pretty much level 5.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Danny still is going to go push through. Man, oh man, that is a 2 versus 1 situation. But then again, outcome kill there. It is going to be the first blood secured the side of a Rise. And look at the rotation as well coming in from Gragas here. Doming trying to put pressure as well on the bot side.
The Cerebrum really loved the decision making of bot lane. They knew that Raffi was in the mid lane roaming. Might as well just try to take advantage of the fact that the support of FLA is missing. See if it can burn a summoner spell, maybe even get a kill. But Raffi with a fast roams here and there is able to save Danny. But I wanted to see in the mid lane, Arise didn't even use a flash. I thought Pago was able to go home and reset. But it seems that Arise is able to get an ult off and kill Pago.
Oh man, I did not notice it as well. Yeah, it still has the flash and perfect timing here for this objective takedown as well. Riku under 25 seconds. However, FLA for me is just controlling the map here. They're just everywhere here, and we are now seeing the duo on the top side.
Yeah, they're preparing for the Rift Herald take. They're gonna get the Rift Herald away from Cerebrum. We'll see though, as we get to see the team already setting up for this. Pago already going back, so this could potentially be a 4v5 situation if Arise keeps staying at the bottom portion of the map. Well, there is still time. They're fine.
Yeah. They're fine. They're fine. Still, they're not forcing here the objective takedown. But FOA though, despite of course they have somehow the late game strategy being set in their composition, they're just dominating their lanes here. They're somehow dictating the tempo here in this game.
Yeah, for Fennel adversity, this is a standard formula of Fennel adversity. Danny, Raffi, late game. Hold up thought though, Rift Herald's already being started.
Yeah, this is going to be a 4-man versus 4.
What?
That is going to be a potential steal. Yes, it will. When Salvi secures that one. But however, what costs here? Vanguard's Edge though. It will be enough. Pago tries to turn back around. This is still FOA securing those kills against Cerebrum Esports and the trade of the referral.
For Cerebrum, that was really good. Zaupi was able to get a steal. But the biggest problem will be Danny. There's just too many meat shields in front of Danny here on the Vayne. There's just a lot of heal going on. So it is definitely Zaupi's job to see if he can try to get a flank, penetrate the backline, perhaps. See if they can bait out important ults that can peel for Danny before they can go all in, see if they can assassinate. Because for FLA, their formula is Horizon on the Renekton, early to mid game, incredibly strong. He's in charge of helping FLA transition to the late game, where Danny is going to be a big monster on this Vayne. Meanwhile, for CE, their answer is just a lot of heavy dive. Irelia, Galio, Kha'Zix, and even on paper, Evil is here as well on this Anubis, on his dog, with the Wither, exactly. So at the point.
Oh, that was a surprise pickoff coming in from FLA. Did not expect that the ward has been set there in the brushes. Now, it opens the opportunity here for FLA to take this another objective. But will we be able to see another steal here? But Zope is out. No more smite we are seeing here in this game. Secures by FLA. Somehow no contest for Cerebrum.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate. Jungler gone means that you have free reign on the objective. It's just so unfortunate there was a ward there. Zaupi is just, there's just a easy condemn for Danny, and then boom. Squish the bug.
Squish the bug. And I think he was really caught by surprise here. It was standing there for almost 2 or 3 seconds there, Riku. And man, unfortunately indeed. But man, if this Dragon Boss will stack up in the side of FLA, this opens up again their victory conditions in check here. Because I do believe this is the priority for FLA, just to hold their ground, provide the optimizations here for Danny on Vayne. And look at this one, Cerebrum Esports. They do have the referral though. I think they're pressuring the mid this time around.
They're gonna open up, get the first blood tower. A little bit difficult though, Doming is already there. I don't think the chart's gonna be enough to destroy. Actually, I take it back. It is enough.
And yeah, this is what you want if you are on the side of Cerebrum Esports. Just that mid turret gone opens up a lot of the roaming potential for Zaupi here on the Kazakhs. And we haven't seen yet the epic combo wombo we are mentioning during the draft here. Kazakhs jumping in with a hero's entrance while the follow-up. Nada, not yet, Riku. But so far, the side of Cerebrum Esports here playing it very safely here in this moment in time. I think there's somehow the respect we are seeing here for the movement coming in from Cerebrum Esports against FLA. We are not seeing those forced aggressive rotations this time around. That's why I'm mentioning that FLA is still in control of the Wildrift.
Yeah, with mid lane open, we might see it though, because this is a classic combo reminiscent from the later stages of the SEA Championships and as well as the entirety of Horizon Cup, right? You get an assassin in the jungle and you pair it with a mid laner with global presence like a Twisted Fate or a Galio, and you let the assassin roam around the enemy jungle. And it's immediately, if you find someone there, it's immediately a 2v1 situation because of how easy it is for a Galio or Twisted Fate to join in the fight. But now with another objective on the board! Oh, no!
That is why you don't give away this Lulu Vayne combo. It just hurts so much, hurts like hell. Big of Witness could be a referral steal, but this time around it's not successful for Zaupi.
Oh.
And Doming is here, explosive cast, destroying the formation here for the side of Cerebrum Esports. And now it is going to be Zaupi backing out. Pego though, being pick off. Transition for the starter takedown in the mid. Rift Herald has been summoned as well.
Nice secure by FLA there. I don't think Cerebrum was equipped to try and get a steal this time around. Zaupi was very low. You've got Arise zoning out the right targets there with a silence, so literally no escape for Pego there earlier. Now they're taking down towers, and Danny is very present, getting the turret plates, getting more fed than ever.
Man, FOA, you know, their play style is somehow very clean, to be honest. They know how to transition for these objective takedowns. Look at this one, no risky play here, just giving away on the top turret, and for sure outnumbered position, but they are going to transition though in the weak side. No enemies here for Cerebrum Esports, and now FOA just playing around Cerebrum Esports. It's as if they know what Cerebrum Esports are thinking in this game.
They know they have a comfy setup for the late game, and all they wanted to do is gather the Infinity Stones into the Elder Drake. Rather, the Dragon. I kind of butchered the reference there. I'm not going to try it again. Maybe Mika has better on the Marvel references. Dragon, though.
Oh, that is going to be a taunt judgment over forward there. Explosive cast once again on point there, coming in from Doming. Here comes the Dina party, and FLA executed it very cleanly in the process. Zaupi tried to run away, but to no avail. Danny, again, kills after kills. Now this is going to be a snowball effect we're seeing for FLA.
Yeah, there's only Pego there to defend the base, or rather the tower. Can't do anything much. And that's exactly the thing, right? Lulu has been one of the primary answers against assassin compositions, just cause if you want to focus a target and burst them down, the wild growth is there to cancel everything and make them tanky for a short period of time, and that window is all that matters, is what counts in these scenarios. And for Cerebrum, they're having a difficult time finding those opportunities to actually burst down Danny. Again, what they can do and they have to try and burn out the important ults that will save Danny's life. Once that's open, they can send the dog out. Even here on this Nasus, Wither, and then steamroll all of the CC in the world, and they basically eliminate one huge threat, or the only threat, especially towards the late game.
Fortunately though, we haven't seen that execution coming in from Cerebrum Esports. I'm really looking forward for Evilis here as well on his NASA to go online. But this is going to be a cheeky play here, Riku. I think this is going to be spicy as well. Oh, the flanking maneuver.
Ooh,
Danny
that
has
is
been
it.
caught there. Trying to back away. That is going to be a flashing use. The Wildrift save once again. Oh my, they cannot burst down in the process. It is no FLA. Trying to go for re-engage. Doming with that explosive cast. Barrel roll. That is going to be flashed in with the judgment follow-up. Oh, disaster for Cerebrum Esports. Their mission to pick up Danny. It's not going to happen with Rafi of that support Lulu.
Yeah, it seemed like the perfect scenario too, because Cerebrum was like, okay, Rafi is nowhere to be seen. Unfortunately, Hao may follow suit on the deaths over here. Okay, that's his own time.
Yeah,
Oh, no.
but oh my. I didn't expect that, Riku. That single barrel roll burst down the side of How? How? How did it happen, man?
It's definitely pain. Yeah, Cerebrum had the plan in mind. They saw the important window that they were waiting for. Okay, Rafi is not in the vicinity. Rafi went home. This is the time to initiate a sneak attack onto Danny, and that was it. Unfortunately, you know, Rafi was managed to catch up into that team fight, and boom, Wild Growth saved the day once again.
Man, that feels sad, man.
Feels
that
sad,
situation.
man.
I do agree with you, Riku. That was the perfect scenario for the side of Cerebrum Esports, and I really thought that Danny will be taken down in the process. The first shot down, we're about to see on the game, but no. That is going to be FLA still controlling this game against Cerebrum Esports here to game one. Going to go for this BR takedown while the rest of the players here providing the zone needed here for this objective. However, will they be able to see some tests? I guess they are just too late here. The BR already been secured in favor for the side of FLA.
Yeah, FLA saw immediately that Evilis was downstairs. Not downstairs, but down towards the bottom lane, pushing. So it's going to be a 4v5 if they do indeed start the Baron. And it was very stiff. They do have the Vayne. They're going to get that shred down. So Cerebrum, unfortunately, unable to get that attempt on a steal. There's just a lot of vision on the board on FLA's side.
Yeah. You know, Riku, we are going to talk about the team composition here for the side of Cerebrum Esports. They have secured 2 assassins here to go to the back lines here. You have Zaupi on the Kazik, you have Pego here on that Guerrilla, which these champions' job here to pick up Danny. That is their main job there. But we have to give credit that Raf is doing a great job providing that support and doming as well. A single explosive cast just destroyed the formation here besides Cerebrum Esports. But meanwhile, oh my goodness gracious, my play-by-play didn't take that 1 second for him to burst it down. This is just too much power coming in from FLA here in this moment in time, Rico.
Yeah, Silverbolt, Pain, Danny out of the final hour already, but towers are falling down and Cerebrum has no choice but to watch this happen.
I think this is going to be the end game here in our Marvel universe, in here in our Wildrift universe here. While, of course, Cerebrum Esports here trying to hold their ground on the top side. Will they be able to secure this one? Defense? Nope. FLA, slowly but surely, is going to cut off, of course, the final defenses coming in from Cerebrum Esports.
Yeah, they're on their way to take the Infernal Drake here. They're just gathering everything at this point. I'm not even sure if we're going to reach towards the Elder Drake. And Cerebrum, they had the one chance. But at this point, FLA in too of a big lead already. Cerebrum will have a difficult time to find the next portion where, you know, Rafi is probably back in base. And Danny's just too huge right now.
I think that's not going to happen anytime soon, but anime battle once again, but the stage is there.
1v2.
However, Rise joining in the team fight. Explosive gas, Doming body slam, but meanwhile here the side lanes as well. There's gonna be Danny cleaning up the skirmish as well. But look at this one, no one's been picked off. The FLA, Doming still survived, and that's going to be it, Riku. Oh my goodness. No answers for Cerebrum Esports. Damage is just insane. This is going to be the end game in our game one between FLA and Cerebrum Esports. FLA secures the opening match.
Yeah, FLA making a grand statement here at their first game at the WCS. They looked really, really solid. They played to their strengths. It is still the same FLA, where we get to see Danny, Rafi shine as a duo. They were able to get Danny on the board on this vein, and incredibly scary. I mean, we saw how Cerebrum wanted to build against this composition where they can immediately try and shut down Fennel Adversity's carry, Danny. And at this point, Fennel just did an amazing job just being great bodyguards to,
Yes.
to Danny over here.
Exactly, I do agree. This vein has been scaling pretty well because of the bodyguards as well as the support coming in from Rafi here. And unfortunately, the strategy being surrounded here for the team compositions for Cerebrum Esports did not work. 2 assassins is not enough with this great protection that we have seen so far for that vein scaling in this game 1. And I'm really looking forward if what is going to be adjustments here for the side of Cerebrum Esports. This is to be expected here. Again, the experience here is somehow a great factor as well. But Cerebrum Esports surprising pick on the Nasus didn't quite go as they have discussed maybe on the game 1.
Yeah, I wonder what the adjustments are going to be, especially that I feel like the biggest problem on paper would be Danny. How do you shut that lane down early? Especially that that bot lane would really love to scale. We've seen it back in Sea Champs. We've seen it way before last year. So I guess it's one of those things where they can draft something that wins the 2v2 because it felt like, yes, we're going to play to this 5v5. We're going to rely on Zaupi. We're going to rely on Pago, getting ahead, getting the kills, and shutting Danny down when it comes to the 5v5 team fights. But there's just so much meat shield on the side of FLA earlier. So I wonder what the adjustments are going to be, especially now we see a little bit of that evolution on the draft with the Nasus pick at the very last.
Yeah. So unfortunately, of course, the Nasus, I'm really looking forward for the Nasus to go online, Riku, but so far we haven't seen that one. It is somehow one of the late game insurance coming in from Cerebrum, but they cannot just reach on how quick the scaling there for Danny and on the vein as well. But so far, Cerebrum Esports showing us that they do have as well the flexibility when it comes to the champion picks in this match. But here we go, the game recap of our game 1. We're in the early stages of the game. I think FLA just snowballing from here until the end.
Yeah, this particular part, despite Zaupi being able to get that steal, there were so many chances where Danny was able to get the kills for himself. So like this, like a bunch of, well, I wouldn't call it solo kill, but it was just the duo, the Rafi and the Danny duo finding these kills before an objective spawns, and this gives a lot of room for them to secure these dragons, these Red Heralds very comfortably. And I feel like one of the weaknesses of Cerebrum's draft was, it's a pretty much all-in comp, which they wanted to do against Danny, but once they go all in, there's really no way out. They don't have the disengage that they need. So once they go in, they really had to make it work.
Yeah, and we've seen these Nasus here somehow trying to fend off, but being a number in the situation, you can really tell the damage is there already for Italy here, but they cannot use their full maximum potential. But at this moment in time, Danny is just a monster already here on the thing. He's just controlling most of our highlights here revolving around Danny and Rafi. The saves, the kills, time and time again. Oh my goodness. I think respect bans will be up on the second game.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there, Deadeye. I feel like it is going to shift a little bit, making the jungle and top pool more open and sort of shifting the bans against Danny, which is, he's the player of the game. 14 KEA, just a lot of damage from him. He was able to get a lot of kills earlier on, as long as he's with Rafi, and again, it was just really hard to stop.
Yeah, and this also shows that the Fennel Adversity characteristic as well really loves to play a hyper carry pick, and their previous tournament also is revolving around the strategy here. If Cerebrum Esports will be able to shut down the bot side, the dual lane here, possibly they could grab a win here in the second game, but that is really difficult to execute here. It's very easy to say, but man, we have seen that Rafi and Danny connection is in its full potential, just taking this game against Cerebrum in the opening match.
Yeah, it's incredibly tough, but we'll see how the next draft is going to go. But looks like we're about to go on a short break. But when we come back, it's going to be game 2, Fennel Adversity versus Cerebrum Esports.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here in WCSPH, the third series. Still, it is going to be a Fennel Adversity versus Cerebrum Esports, and the game 2 will now commence in a while. My name is Deadeye, together with the lovely Riku, and man, that Nasus pick we have seen on the side of Cerebrum Esports did not somehow take its full potential into the Rift. Could have possibly a new champion could have possibly, of course, be more favorable in the composition for the side of Cerebrum.
Yeah, it felt like for Cerebrum, since they're down to their last pick, they're basically squished already to a locked bot lane with a Morgana at the bottom portion of the map. They were like, okay, we kind of need scaling, so might as well lock in the Nasets. It's a 2 birds and 1 stone kind of thing. You have the answer for with the Wither coming from Nasus's kit up against the Vayne. You put that down, but the saddest part is you're going to be easily kiteable by a Vayne there, and the composition itself from Cerebrum didn't have any way or sort of any disengage on their kit. So it's all in, but no outs. So now what the adjustments are going to be, I wonder what, because now they have a very big problem right in front of their faces. It's Danny. So now how can they match it up? Do they do they counter pick with a strong 2v2? Do they want to invest resources to visit bot lane constantly and basically stop the growth of Danny and feed the gold to somewhere else? Maybe the jungle, maybe towards any of the picks that they're going to pick up on their 2v2. There are a lot of opportunities, well, a lot of avenues. We'll see what the choice will be.
Exactly. And as well, I might as well ban comfort champions for Danny here in our series as well. But let us see. So, however, if they focus, of course, their all resources here in the bot lane, so many opportunities also open on the other lanes here, because each of these players on the side of Apple A just doing a clinical display in their execution in the first game. You know, Team Fennel Adversity as a whole, they are just a very clean team here. They know how to disengage after this start objective or this objective takedowns. They know how to disengage. They are just somehow not a greedy team in our series right now, in the whole totality of the team rather, compared to Grand Sky. And the Grand Sky has been a very aggressive team there in the second series, but this time around, Final Adversity taking this game slowly but surely against the side of Cerebrum Esports.
Yeah, 100%. I love how Fennel Adversity, even though they're in the lead, they're still by the book. They surgically remove towers. They're sticking to objectives. Even if the base is open, let's get Infernal Drake. I love that discipline, and I feel like that is definitely one of their strengths.
And here we go, the start of our second game, Riku. This is now the match point game. One more win for the side of Fennel Adversity, and they will grab the series here, the clean slate. However, of course, Cerebrum Esports, that question I've been asking over the start of this second game, what will be their adjustments this time around? Will they go for a ban? I do believe this is the same bans here we are seeing here. The same thing out of game one.
Yeah, I think the biggest difference is that the Gragas this time around is banned.
Oh, yeah.
Now for Cerebrum, we'll see now. It looks like their focus is still going to be up against Doming here. Just they're trying their best to remove any of these options. And the fact as well, these could be options for top and mid. So it's a very 3 birds and 1 stone kind of deal. Now, what is the priority here? Morgana is going to be open, but Set is open as well. Set is going to enable the really scary team fights here. So I'm excited to see this, where this Set is going to go.
And this is going to be a Morgana open again for Cerebrum Esports. Will they secure this one? And we have seen, of course, in the game one there, I think Morgana is pretty good, Riku. Just needs the proper champion synergy in their team composition here for the side of Cerebrum Esports. There you go. Instead, the Galio once again going to be picked here. And man, Sets is one of those flexible champions as well. Yes, we have seen him being nerfed in the Carrot Patch, Riku, but still, man, this guy is just overpowered.
Yeah, his kit is still very scary, especially in competitive play with coordination. And I'm curious to see if Cerebrum is still going to opt for the Galio plus Assassin strategy, where they open up the map, open up mid, try to hunt for kills, get Zalpi on the board, hero's entrance. If they find a target, make it a 2v1, that is going to be available. But I guess don't fix what's not broken, because Vayne again on Danny.
Yeah, Lulu! Go for Lulu!
Do it!
That is going to be
Lulu! Or the Yumi, I don't know. Okay,
there you go! Yeah, I'm not, no questions here for FLA Riku. Man, this is still a pretty strong duo indeed, and Danny Rafi combination with this Lulu Vayne just doubles the danger here against the side of Cerebrum Esports. And now, this is a chance for Cerebrum Esports on how to counter this kind of same strategy being going to be implemented here on the side of Apple A. But so far, bruisers have been secured here for the side of the Cerebrum Esports. Yeah, you have here the Jax counter strike to negate physical damage. But the question is, will it be enough?
Yeah, I think that is the biggest question. I think the thing about Cerebrum's draft now is that they're not locked in towards their bot lane duo, so they can still flex and see what FLA has to offer and then adjust on the fly what their mid lane is going to be. But now that they have the Jax, at least they're there. At least it's there to match that scaling. But it doesn't change the fact that, again, what do you call this, floor or on this Galio, because I feel like Pego is still going to be on a heavy diver, a melee, or an assassin champion. I feel like that's still the X factor for Cerebrum, and we'll see if that's going to be the case. Maybe we get to see the Fizz again, but it might be a huge challenge, because again, Hourglass plus Wild Growth is not a fun time for him. Ooh.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, the bans, Varus, Ziggs, and be checking out. There you go. They know that somehow Cerebrum Esports are looking to go for the counter on the bot lane here. They don't want the Ziggs, they don't want the Varus, they don't want the early poking potential here against this Vayne and Luna combo. And now Cerebrum Esports, what will be their choice here in this match? Could be possibly a Lucian next pick, but Israel is much open as well. But I'm not seeing a synergy here for the bot lane right now. I think this is going to be a Garen support potentially, or a Galio. I don't know.
Yeah, it still could be a Galio support. There's a lot of mystery. For sure, though, Zaupi is going to be a Jax. But look at that, Dominic making it that switch up. It is going to be the Lee Sin, a Rise on the Orianna. And this is so classic. We've seen this double shields and movement speed towards the AD carry. It's just very, very classic. But look at that. It is going to be a Galio Lux mid lane, perhaps. And Pego on the Darius. I could be wrong.
What?
I could be wrong. It could still be Darius Evilis. I'm so excited to see where everything is going to be switched up here.
All right, so no marksman here for the side of Cerebrum Esports, no hyper scale, except for the Jax, of course. But last pick, that is a cheeky play. Yes, somehow they needed burst here for the side of Cerebrum Esports, but double shields, if you mentioned Riku, Orianna, Lulu is here. I think this is so much sustainability kit here for the side of FLA as well. You have a set great shockwave synergy as early game aggressiveness there, and we haven't seen here champions for the side of Cerebrum Esports going online in the early stages of the game, and this is going to be the listen game we're about to see here for sure.
Yeah, this is gonna be early Doming having to control the match, because you've got Arise gonna stay in lane, clear the wave as on your Orianna, and once he managed to gather up some items, maybe that 3 items, and then boom, get that killer's shockwave. But at the end of the day, we've got Danny back at it again on the Vayne. You got double shields, you got the wild goals, got every single peel. And you mentioned, I love that you mentioned the shockwave, and as well as the set synergy, just dive in, and that's going to be an easy shockwave. Well, Domin can do it too on the Lee Sin, so we'll see if that's going to be executed later on.
Here we go, Riku, the start of our second game here in the third series between Fennel Adversity and Cerebrum Esports. So far, the team composition here for Cerebrum Esports had a cheeky last pick here. That is going to be the Lux here. That is going to be Lux as well as the side here of Zaupi, of the Galio on the bot lane against the Lulu Vayne Rafi Danny connection. So I think they still have the poking potential here for the side of Cerebrum Esports. And let's see what is going to happen here on the bot side.
100%, there is still that poke available. And speaking of poke, what we saw last year at the state championship is that the Ziggs, the Varus, the Corki is usually paired with a top lane Darius, just because the poke is enough to enable and open up opportunities for a Darius to get the reset on the board during team fights, because of just ton of poke, ton of damage. And we've seen that pair with Ziggs Varus constantly, but never with a Lux. I feel like, Lux has managed to shine bright here at the WCS at day 1. So far, we saw it in Marquee. Now we're going to be seeing it from House. So we'll see if that poke is going to be deadly. Will enable the resets. The fact that there's just a lot of bursts, like every single, well, not every single, just maybe 3 ults coming from the side of Cerebrum are very burst heavy. So I feel like once they manage to get Danny on a very low HP bar, that is going to be lethal because there's just so many ways for you to burst down Vayne. And once you bait out the wild growth, which is highly possible because again they have a lot of burst, I feel like they can do it this time with this composition.
Yeah, and this is one of the strengths right now for the side of Cerebrum Esports. They still focusing how to counter Danny in the process here. You know, you have Zaupi here on the Jax. If ever this scenario comes into our game later on, Jax here going to go for the Vanguard play, follow up here with Hero's entrance and the luck, his final spark on the back lines. I think it's enough to burst down Danny here in the process. But then again, we have seen how the formation for FLA on how they going to go for the supporting role for Danny's sustainability and survivability when it comes to major team fights. Now, a chance for Cerebrum Esports to counter those play. But speaking of which, that is going to be a perfect display of the first blood pickoff for Cerebrum Esports. So this is what you want, shutting down Danny in the process.
There we go. That's first blood. Yes, sirree. They're able. We mentioned this earlier before the draft. Where, what are your options? Do you want to fight 2v2? Do you want to invest more resources by ganking that lane and stop the growth of Danny? And looks like they're going to be doing the latter. And at the moment, it's a really good sign, especially coming from game number 1, where it's a complete stomp from FLA, and this is just showing signs of life definitely in the series.
Yeah, so far we haven't seen that one kind of pick off in the game 1. Now Cerebrum Esports securing the first blood with a clean, of course, pick up play there. As I mentioned a while ago, this 3, the Lux, the Jax, as well as this Galio. These 3 key champions will be the key points here to pick up Danny at the back lines. However, again, I've said as well during the drafts, it opens a lot of opportunity as well for this investment coming in from Cerebrum Esports just to pick up Danny in this situation.
We'll see if the opportunity shows itself. Right now, FLA still has a ton of respect on the burst coming from this side, from Cerebrum rather. So they decided to just call it quits and try it again later. Because again, mentioned the burst, Danny exploded, or there's already Exhibit A from the gank coming from Zaupi earlier, so they don't want that to happen again, especially losing an important dragon such as the shield, so the pokes aren't going to be hurty, and that's why they need it.
Here we go. It is now going to be FLA going to go for the aggro on the DR takedown. The contest is there. The flash has been used for the side of Arise. No more summoner spells for this Oriana. It is going to be Cerebrum Esports successfully going to go for this contest. Will this be a reset? No. They are going to go for this DR takedown though. Oh, look at this one. Evil is here. That is going to be ultimate as well for Raisin. And this is going to be now Shockwave. It is now going to be Zaupi as well securing this DR takedown. Perfect display for CE there in that situation.
Nicely done by Cerebrum. They were so patient too. They were just making sure that they got full control over towards the dragon area, and FLA wanted to start the fight. No ult for the set earlier, wasn't able to dunk down Evilis on the rest of the team. So at that point they knew that was theirs.
Oh, wow. Almost, man. I really thought that was a tricky play for Doming, but no. And I think Cerebrum Esports, that was a quick transition there, Riku. And I really thought Doming would be able to go for the steal, but this is what you want for Cerebrum Esports now. Going to control this early game, shut down Danny's progression rather on that Vayne, and everything's looking good for Cerebrum Esports.
Yeah, they're definitely well equipped now. Scare off any sort of aggressive play from FLA on some of these objectives. Look at this though. It's sneaky.
Oh, 2 versus 1. That is gonna be the stun, but the showstopper is there. What's that? Oh my goodness. That is going to be a big off indeed. So far, it is going to be Doming saying bye-bye to his friend there. No, it's just going to be the sacrificial lamb in that situation.
Yeah, Seth unfortunately is not as versatile and mobile as a Lee Sin here. So Horizon will lose his lane at the top portion of the map. That is going to be First Blood Tower, so more gold on Cerebrum's pocket. This is a complete opposite of what we saw in game number 1, and it's looking good for Cerebrum.
Exactly, Riku. Man, Cerebrum Esports, again, this is the same strategy That's FLA somehow implementing here in this game. The Danny rapid, of course, combo with that Vayne and Lulu. All right, I think with his Lux pick here on the bot side, they did manage shut down there, and the transition for this objective takedowns as well is giving them the upper hand in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, they are definitely giving Fennel Adversity a hard time during the early game. But I feel like it's still one of those things where Cerebrum, just to make sure, Pigo, I'm scared for you because that's an easy condemn. No, the cavalry's here though. They're gonna dive in.
And no
Silence?
wards is there. No wards right now. But this is going to be Cerebrum Esports going for a team fight, but still, it is going to be them disengaging very quickly in that situation.
Sneaky attempt by Cerebrum. Danny with a FLA with the spidey senses. And now there's still a huge threat though that Danny is still going to be incredibly scary, and as well as the potential of a big shockwave on FLA's side. And for CE, they will eventually run out of damage. I mean, Zaupi is there for the Jack's heavy scaling, but at the same time, if you are able to eliminate Zaupi, then it is going to be a little bit tricky for them to win these team fights. But they're definitely tanky. It's just scary that the Danny on the Vayne does have that innate shred on the board. So CE will try another day to see if they can assassinate Danny here on his Vayne.
And you know what? This kind of situation, despite being harassed here in the early stage of the game, I have seen FLA going to go for the combat plays. I mean, this team has also that what you call this one, that discipline. This team can't be choked easily here when it comes to competitive team play. I do believe FLA is still playing this game around their strength. They know they have this scaling potential on the Vayne of the late stages of the game, not forcing any team fight, but I think there's going to be a potential pick up here with Domin, good kick there, and the condemn for that follow-up, and the Wildrift as well. Wow, so many resources has been used there for Pegasus now.
Yeah, even if Cerebrum has that early lead, it's still not as snowbally as Cerebrum wanted to be. It's not a comfy gold lead just yet. And the fact that they have the Vayne, where eventually in the late game, we talked about scaling, talked about shred. Don't forget the tumble, almost unlimited tumble towards the later stages of the games. It's pretty hard to catch Danny, even with the bindings. But look at that. Rift Herald.
This is going to be difficult because FLA don't have the ultimates up, but then again, great space being given there by Horizon for the showstopper, and still managed to survive though with a flash. Oh my, that was somehow a cheeky play for FLA, secures that Rift Herald, but this is going to be the next challenge here. Will they be able to go for the defense here in the mid-card? Of course, the final spark is there. Oh, Pego jumping in with the Domination Justice. Horizon is here in the bot lines. That is going to be a win so far, providing space. Turret, though, in the mid lane for FLA has been destroyed.
That's what we were talking about, right? Once you get the binding, once you get the final spark, if you're low enough, there's the execute potential from Evilis and as well as from Pego with their ults here as the Garen and the Darius. So Danny may have to be a little bit careful in the bindings, but again, remember, he does have that tumble, so there is that safety in mobility. Look at the sneaky play again on the tri-brush though. But that's like 4 people downstairs, down at bot.
Oh, Arise. Oh!
Are they going away?
That
Nope.
was unfortunately, they timed it perfectly there for the side of Cerebrum Esports now. Oh my, it is going to be a pickoff against the side here of how transition again for the start takedown. Shockwave on 2. Hits against Evilis there as well as Zaupi. But where is the follow-up here? I think this is going to be a Rift Herald summon. Yes, it will. And a bash on the turret. They will secure this one. Showstopper, though. Coming in from Horizon. Follow up the block lines here. Great sustainability. Hero Zendra's there. The start of free coming side Sophie is not enough, though. FOA showing some life here in this skirmish.
Ooh, oh no. Oh no, Floor.
Oh my goodness. This is just insane, indeed. FLA. Just like that, Riku. A single skirmish here on the bot side, completely taking down 2 chariots in a row.
Yeah, this is the Rift Herald into a fight, and the Rift Herald gets a free charge.
Rafi's gonna be fine. I don't. Pego will not have that reach. He doesn't have flash, anyways. But that is the power of FLA's team composition. It's so once they manage to get a pick already, they have a lot of options to chase you down. They've got the movement speed coming from Arise here on this Orianna, and I think Rafi's just waiting for gold to buy an item before leaving base. That's why I spin around on the fountain. Yeah, Danny has a lot of protection, has a lot of peel on their composition. So that was a very, very comfy chase, especially on final hour. You can just keep going and going and going.
And here we go again. I think the BR is going to be up in under 20 seconds. But Cerebrum Esports, though, yes, we have seen them taking objectives in the early stage of the game. FLA right now very confident to take those this moment in time, and I think they really know how to disengage. Despite having this advantage on objective takedowns in the early stage of the game coming in from Cerebrum Esports, the side of FLA are not feeding in this match. Notice one, 3 kills only here in the side of Cerebrum Esports.
Yes, it's a very high action game, but low kill count. Look at this though, Baron now being they're disengaging from the Baron at the moment. Nicely done attempt though, but FLA.
Oh my goodness. It is going to be Pego. Showstopper. Stun. Flashes out. Shockwave, though, for the follow-up. Hero's entrance did not connect to anyone there. The final spark hit against FLA. The burst is not enough, though. Cerebrum Esports going to go for this round takedown. No. It is going to be really given for FLA this time around. This is an Infernal Dragon, mind you.
Yeah, this is Infernal. Damage for Fennel Adversity. Cerebrum didn't have enough tools there to try and contest the dragon, just because, again, no ults, no Hero's entrance, no final spark. None of the key ults that would have helped a 5v5 flourish over there. So FLA, they're building towards their condition again. Look at this. Rabadon's on the next buy from Arise. It is already 2-1-3 for Danny with a charge blade already. And look at that. Rafi with the Warmog, so it's a lot of health already on the side of this Lulu. It's gonna be very difficult as the game progresses for CE, unless Zalpi finds an opportunity, unless How gets a binding, but Danny can just buy a QSS and then just call it a day.
Meanwhile, it is going to be, of course, Fleur backing out. Man, this light binding coming in from How here is very crucial, Riku. They need those proper setup here in order for the rest of the skills to follow up for the side of Cerebrum Esports. But FLA here, I'm just commending on how they move across the Wildrift here. Not feeding anything, despite, of course, giving away those objectives in the early game. Oh, so many summoners there has been used in the skirmish. FLA, though, hiding the rushes, tried to go for the pick-up play, and Danny confidently tried to go for the Vanguard as well with a great protection against Rafi. Man, Rafi as a support Lulu, if you are in solo queue together with him, you're in great hands.
100%. I mean, always there for Danny on the protect. FLA tried to make an attempt, get a pick rather to set up for Baron, but with mid lane open, I think that's one of the downsides you get for having AD carry Vayne. It's pretty hard if you want to try and siege a tower at this point, relatively short range. You do have a wave clear at least on Arise, but taking down towers may be a bit too risky if you stay a while.
And so far, we have talked about the scaling potential between these two composition, Riku. So it is for sure Danny, Vayne on FLA. It is going to be Zalpi, though, on the Jax as well. But hold up, thoughts? Wow, nice save once again for Arise over the Shockwave. The Jax full item against Danny full item. I think we are going to heavily favor here Danny for sure on that Vayne. We have mentioned Infinites, of course, rolling in the Wildrift here. It's going to be a great mobility, of course, advantage for this matchup against the Jax.
So many tanky champions on the side of Cerebrum. We'll see. For target prioritization will be important later when it comes to the 5v5 team fights, and that is most likely why we see this game slow in comparison to the rest
Yeah.
of the games that we've seen, because we're entering a point where death timers are punishing. If you die, Baron is gonna go to a team. It's a point where not Infernal, Elder Drake is gonna be spawning soon, and that's gonna be a big win condition for either of the two. But look at that, Baron.
Yeah, it is. Now the BR is going to be the priority here for the side of FLA.
No
Cerebrum
steal.
Esports just too late for that. Again, this Horizon here on the set, always that showstopper is enough for that zone, for that space to take that objective takedown.
Yeah, that's a lot of shred on the board. That was a very quick Baron take from Fennel Adversity. But what Cerebrum can do is get a pick here into the Elder Drake. This is an opportunity. They can sneak in from the backline, assemble a flank. If they execute this well, did they lose the opportunity? I don't know.
Let's see. Domain with a kick. It is going to be how will it be target out of position? That is Stasis though, trying to delay the attack. And now Fleur trying to go forward.
Ooh, nice
that is going to be part of Spartan Locklines. No damage. A free hit Danny once again on the vein here. A pick off against Zaupi. Pego runs away. Evil is here on the side. Trying to delay. That is going to flash in with the Decimate here. Showstopper to stop that aggressive play. An ace here in our game. Just like that, once again, Riku, ML play. Single skirmish. So punishing in this game.
Yeah, Fennel Adversity, very clean, very patient, sticking to their win conditions, and this is also a very clean 2-0 from Fennel Adversity.
Oh my goodness. Fennel Adversity. You know, when they play in Wildrift, it is expected that they are going in for late game here. But they do it very cleanly too. That is why I commend this team here. They did not feed in the early stage of the game, despite aggressive plays we have seen so far for Cerebrum Esports. Fennel Adversity showing experience, showing their comfort picks as well. The Lulu Vayne connection, Rafe Dane is just very dangerous. Thou shalt not give these comfort picks against Fennel Adversity.
Yeah, so nice to see against this play style for Fennel Adversity, because again, this is one of those things we've seen back from P-Champs, back from the fall season, and now they're equipped with new members, if you will, on having to get a rise on this Oriana, just joining on the utility train to make sure that Danny is safe, and we saw how effective that was, and these types of compositions can be flexible, and it's refreshing, because when we look back at the first two series today, there were a lot of assassin mid laners.
Yeah.
There were a lot of focus towards the jungle and towards mid, but this time around they've played around with their strong dual bot lane, which is Rafi and Danny.
And we have seen Cerebrum Esports trying the second time around to counter those kind of strategy against Fennel Adversity, but still they do not have the answer rather in how to counter those scaling late game strategy coming in from Fennel Adversity. But that was a great series indeed for both teams here, and again, a debut game for Cerebrum Esports. They faced one of the strongest teams here in our opening match. That is a big challenge for them. But this is also paved way for opportunity for them as well to test their strength, because against the side of Fennel Adversity, they managed to take that early game in the game too, but they cannot just stop the skill potential on the Vayne Lulu here. Next time around, I do believe comfort picks is the priority here.
Yeah, Fennel Adversity's strength was definitely highlighted in this series, and really love to see the Vayne shine this time around. I think there was a lot of priority on Vayne bans today, so I feel like that could be an upcoming trend, especially against Fennel Adversity.
This is going to be our game recap here, Ms. Rico, on the second game. Look at this one, Cerebrum Esports. This is what you want, transitions here for this objective in the early stage of the game. They have been very aggressive. They did have managed to go for the pickups here, but they cannot stop the scale potential here for Daniel Rafi combination.
Yeah, I really like what Cerebrum did. I really like the adjustment in the draft. They have a ton of bursts in their level 5s. They knew that in this type of composition for Fennel Adversity, once you remove Danny off the board, then that's the opportunity for them to strike. And they managed to get that gank down, but unfortunately they weren't able to double down that lead. And I feel like, you know, a 2k gold lead, 1k gold lead isn't comfortable enough for you to take control over the map against a team and a composition that Fennel Adversity drafted.
And Fennel Adversity, when it comes to major team fights, they just push you to a somehow very punishing result. That's what makes this team very, very dangerous. And there you go, Arise, our player of the game. 90% kill participation here, and I do believe the rest of the players as well for the side of Team Fennel Adversity, just like one unit here. They really know how to go for major team fights. Positioning is the key, and you have to commend, of course, Rise here on his utility, on that Oriana. I think this team, Fennel Adversity, we haven't seen the superstar here because everyone's working like a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, everyone is working as a unit in this team, and you get to see a Rise on this Oriana. I mean, his shockwaves against those tanks weren't, you know, the big poof.
Yeah.
Well, not poof.
Yeah,
I don't think
correct.
poof is the appropriate sound effect. Boom. Yes, because there's a lot of tanky champions on the opposite side. But you know, the shields were there, the shockwave setups were there, and it was very solid.
Man, that was incredible series indeed, and that was it for our third series. It is going to be Fennel Adversity taking the series 2-0 against the side of Cerebrum Esports. But of course, we still have the fourth series upcoming in a while. But before we do, we will take a short minute break. This has been your Shoutcasters Data here together with the lovely Riku. See you guys in a bit.
WCS
Buzzer.
Philippines. Fennel
Oh, okay.
Adversity takes the. Oh my goodness. I was a little bit of a scare there. I'm not going to tell you guys why, but I was a little bit scared. But Fennel Adversity has no reason to be scared at all because they take the third series of the day. 2-0, very, very clean signature, of course, for this team that we have seen grow so much over year zero. Despite, Cerebrum, you kind of saw some sneaky stuff. There were ideas that were tried. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. Fennel Adversity was just one step ahead. But jumping into our series highlights, Autolus, I want to get your thoughts on this. There was that signature controlled aggression once again from Fennel Adversity. How do you think Cerebrum, they tried to adjust?
I did mention prior to the series starting that there is what we call rookie jitters, and it showed on game number 1, 22-0 in terms of kill count. I would say it's the initiation rights. Welcome to the Philippines, ladies and gentlemen, for Cerebrum Esports. And then game number 2, it was, I would say they came out with a plan, but at the end of the day, you give Danny one of his comfort champions in the vein. I'm just glad Danny is now back into his hyper carry role instead of just going for the wave clearing bot and Ziggs. This is the Fennel Adversity that I really followed back when they were developing as the underdogs, turned into a second place team for Philippines. But at the end of it all, Cerebrum Esports, I know this is just series number 1. This is not the end all be all, and they would come out with a bang the next series.
Yeah, I have to fully agree there with Autolus. I really think that's also rookie jitters. Especially that first game pick on the Nasus for Evilist. It felt kind of off in such a way that, yes, it is a unique pick we're seeing, but it's not the greatest pick. Like we talked about off cam, like maybe something else. But come game 2, I felt like, hey, they got the initiation rights going. Let's try and maybe mix it up in game 2. And as we were also talking off cam, it felt like they really tried something. They really had these moments where they would hide in bushes, try to catch Fennel Adversity off guard. But just showing how much of a veteran they are, even anticipating these things.
Yeah, and I think Cerebrum, they did get over those rookie jitters by the time we had game 2. They were more adventurous. They did have that priority. They were able to take down Danny very, very early, which boosted their confidence. But yeah, I think it's exciting for Cerebrum because it's like, if they were able to get over that for the series as they improve, much like their opponents in this series, Fennel Adversity, it's going to be exciting to see their journey here at the WCS. Now, of course, we do have a representative from our winning team from Fennel Adversity. I believe we have Arise on the line joining us over here for our panel. Arise,
there you go.
Welcome.
Hello.
Congratulations.
Thank you
Congratulations to you and the rest of Fennel Adversity. I have a question for you. How are you adjusting to this new team?
Actually, matagal na rin po kami magkasama. Parang since November po. Parang kasama ko na po sila. Tapos, since parang months na rin po yung nakalipas, parang nakabuild na po kami ng connection sa isa't isa. So, ayun po.
Aww, so much bonding. I love it. I love it. So, for you, who do you think is the biggest threat in the WCS and why?
Para po sa akin, yung Team Underground po tsaka po yung Team Secret po. Kasi po, ayun po, pareho po silang nag-champion nung parang nakaraang season po. Tapos, ayun po, parang feeling ko po malakas po talaga sila. Ayun.
This would have been the perfect segue into our final series of the day. I don't know.
Right.
Arise is
exciting nga po.
I'm so tempted to ask him of his prediction. Should we, Mika?
Go for it.
All right. What's your prediction for our 4 series?
Feeling ko po 2-1. Wala po sana magagalit. 2-1 sa Team Underground po. Kasi po parang nag-change roster yung sa Team Secret po. Parang kasi sa Team Underground po, parang sila pa rin po yung dati. Ayun.
Ooh,
parang yung connection
interesting.
nandun pa din. Doon sa dati.
And I think that's okay. That's a very, I would say, a guess that no one would get offended. There has been a history with Team Secret doing some adjustments at the early stages of the game, early stages of the series or season, and they were dubbed as the comeback kings, right? During the C Championship. So they are no strangers to doubters at the early stages of the season. But I do have a quick question for you, just a fun one. For Fennel University, it has been noted or noticed by a lot of our fans that whenever you guys are playing, there are a lot of female fans out there. What's the secret sauce of being a Fennel Adversity? What do you do? What do you do, man? What do you do?
Baka po si Rafi po. Kasi po, ayun po, pogi po yun. Siya po. Kaya po siguro maraming fans po na babae.
Even Calm. I'm hearing Calm's name a lot of times when in the comment section. But thank you for answering my question. Good luck and congratulations.
We'd like to shout out
pwede po
Osiris
magpa-shoutout
over
po.
here. Of course, of course, of course.
Shoutout po sa management namin ng Fennel. Kay Sir Max, Sir Endo, Sir Reggie. Thank you. And to my team, Coach Lionation, si Jai Binaanis namin na dati kong ka-team, si Corinne, si Ellie, and yun, sa whole Fennel boys po. Ayun po.
Awesome. And finally, Crazy Apple, do you have something to ask Arise?
First of all, I want to congratulate you guys for winning the series. I guess it is not serious as well. So, what's for dinner tonight?
What's for dinner? Ngayon po, wala pa po eh.
Diet, let's go. Okay.
Wow.
Ano po yung kakainin? Ayun po, wala pa po sa akin.
Pag-iisipan pa ako, they're still thinking about like what you guys are gonna eat because you've won maybe a celebratory dinner tonight.
Yeah, no plans yet. We'll see. We'll see. Stay tuned for that, of course, and to see what find out what Fennel Adversity is having for dinner. But Arise, thank you so much, and congratulations once again to Fennel Adversity. Oddloose, I feel like flashback to Osiris and our
Rafi, Pogi, let's go Osiris, shout out sa'yo, brother.
Yes, good times of course indeed. Osiris and his penchant for picking out the Pogi boys. Now, of course, speaking of Pogi boys, we have, I guess, the Pogiest series that we have right now. Just gonna straighten our seats right now, straighten our jackets. It's gonna be a little hot here, so make sure you have your fans. But we are now down to our final series of the day, and it is a spicy one indeed. It's Team Secret versus Team Underground. Autolus, this is a match with a lot of history behind them.
Mano a mano, let's history. Ladies and gentlemen, this is how it started. Okay, Team Secret versus Team Underground. They saw each other during the summer season, and this is a battle of blood, sweat, and tears. I know the Team Secret has put us on notice all across the Wildrift world or Wildrift map, but Team Underground, they are saying that it's their time to come back and reclaim what's theirs. So I'm just so hyped up right now, Mika and Crazy Apple. I don't know what else to say, but history-wise, it's saying and it's suggesting that Team Underground has the upper hand against Team Secret. We will see what Team Secret has to say about that.
Definitely. Crazy Apple, I'm eager to hear your thoughts, especially since, Team Secret, we know that this roster has pretty much been good, like, almost been unchanged since their inception. Until WCS, they now have somebody else in the support role that's been made famous by James.
Right. Rox is joining the roster. He has been announced as probably gonna be playing as the main support for this team. As we were talking off cam before, Ham is looking to be more of a coach role for this team. So there's gonna be a different dynamic with the team. And as also been mentioned, that Rox has been this player that the organization or even James has been looking a while now. And with the addition of Rox, it just feels like it's just gonna unleash a different side of this team. They have been known to have to have creative drafts, to have really deep knowledge about the game. And I feel that Rox's playstyle benefit them so well. And I just have high hopes for this team, even though they're gonna be going against Team Underground, who people have been hyping up to be able to essentially steal away the crown from Team Secret.
Yeah, this is gonna be a good series for sure. And we have been hyping up the mid laners. We have been hyping up the junglers quite a lot here. But for this series in particular, it's gonna boil down to the supports. You have Rox on the side of Team Secret. You have Hamez, and on the side of Underground, we have Orthros. And Otolus, I'm gonna give this to you as I think as president of the
Orthros fan club. Yes. Since summer, I would say my eyes were open because I never knew that I would see this early that a support can carry games, and that's what he did with the previous team name that they had, Neon Esports. It's Orthros in general that really is the general of the team. Now, Orthros is still going to be partnered with the same bot duo that's still Lara 1. That's Demon, by the way, previous IGN. He has now conquered his demons and is now ready to face the competition as Lara 1. Mitsura, again, the most stable, I would say, mid laner that we saw, that is the innovator. He was the one who played Darius in the mid lane, Garrett in the mid lane. That's how flexible their draft is at any point of the season. Now there is a new addition. We have Sayonara and we also have Dawn, which is basically the question mark that we have for Team Underground. Will Dawn and Sayonara be, I would say, the weak point for Team Secret to attack, or will Team Secret just go all out and have a 5-pronged attack on all 5 members of Team Underground?
Crazy Apple, what about you? What are your thoughts on Team Underground here? I know you said they were very hyped on your end. They're going up against Team Secret, still what many would regard as like the standard or the team to beat here in the Philippine region. What are your thoughts on Team Underground taking that crown possibly?
Well, as you guys have mentioned, these are known players, and a lot of them have been from from a former roster. I believe have been playing Wildrift together for a while now. I remember Demon and Arthos have already been superstars as well in their days in LoL PC. So these two have a lot of chemistry together. I'm expecting a lot of good things from them. I I do really think that this team will challenge the current throne that Team Secret has over the Philippines, over the region. They might be showing us today what they can do, but at the same time, I think just the addition of having on the side of Team Secret will change a dynamic that might be something that Underground won't expect, because yeah, they are a stack bot lane with with Lara 1 and Orthos, but there's still a strong top Baron laner for the side of Team Secret, who is Azar. So this could be a strategy for Team Secret to capitalize on the rock of their top lane, or maybe to just put more resources into the bot side of the map.
Yeah, I know that there's been a lot of hype around Team Underground. The community definitely has been, touting them as possibly the team to take that crown from Team Secret. And Team Secret, if we flash back all the way to the summer season, when we last saw these players in the same playing field, the thing was Team Secret was always a little inconsistent against these set of players. So there's a big question mark right now, even though we know that they have that experience from the Horizon Cup. They've been up against, DKG, and they've been up against Thundertalk and everything. But they are meeting their, so to say, their demons. And now Lara ones from the summer season. And now, there's a sort of like a second chance for these players to rebuild this story, and it's gonna be spicy indeed, and it makes for a very, very fitting final series for our first day here at WCS. All right, let's get into it. Our final predictions. I'm pretty safe, I'm happy to say. I'm a final predictions, but peppers aside, chili whatever aside, final predictions. This is our final series, a much awaited series. 1 year, 1 year, 0 long in the making. Crazy Apple, where's it gonna go?
Oh my god, I'm first. Okay. So this is the thing. I'm making my judgment based on what I know about these players, based on history, based on everything that we have talked about off cam, even during the meetings that we had before. And I would say that both teams at the end of the season will look like they will be in contention for first or second. They can be there. They're in that conversation even now. But I think just the chemistry, the length of time that Team Secret has had with their players, and just inserting one new guy in there will make it a more stable team. They could have hidden a lot of their strategies just because they weren't part of the qualifiers for WCS. They were directly invited, and I feel like that upper hand could be something that they could use here. But I still think this series is going to be pretty close. My final prediction: Team Secret is going to take the series 2-1.
Oh, Autolus? Should I
In the
base her?
underground, the first punch is what that matters. So, Underground will be taking this series against Team Secret. Let's go Underground.
I see what you're doing, by the way, with the punches for sure, for
Did
sure.
I? What did I do?
No. They're definitely gonna roll with punches. We know that they can for sure. On my end, this is really tough. This is really tough because I remember seeing these players and I remember how very definitive they were in the Rift against Team Secret from way before. I do think though Team Secret did come out of the Horizon Cup, all of that experience, definitely, chiseled, and they definitely worked some things out that length of time. I still think that will pull through. I do know that they have that history of being a little 50-50 sometimes. But I think it's gonna be Team Secret. I do think it's gonna be 2-1. I think we're gonna have a very, very, very intense game. I think it's gonna be Team Secret.
We need a very, very intense music right now because
I
it's
know.
a very, very intense game, intense series. And this prediction panel just went by what I expected. I felt, that this is the time for me to redeem what's mine, and not to go, not be put on a challenge to eat spices. So I'm very confident. I'm very confident the Team Underground will carry me tonight. And it's going to be Crazy Apple and Riku that will be penalized. Let's go.
Yes. We will get our spicy things ready, by the way. I think we've had some suggestions behind the scenes. So stay tuned for our post-show to see who will be sampling some stuff. I don't know if we got chili. I heard wasabi, quite possibly. Maybe some chili garlic. Who knows? Stay tuned for that. But most importantly, stay tuned for our final series of the day, one that has been long anticipated ever since our Sea Icon series, all the way now to WCS. It's Team Secret versus Team Underground. Casters, over to you guys.
Good evening, ladies, gentlemen, and our non-binary friends out there. This is a game that everybody is waiting for, a battle of the current kings versus the conquerors. Who will take the first win and shake the power rankings? That is going to be the question today. We're going to be your shoutcasters for today. I'm Dash, and I'm here with Riku. Riku, how are you feeling about this last series of the day?
Definitely hyped, excited, ecstatic, everything, because this is the long-awaited rematch everybody's been waiting for, and we've seen, Team Underground. This is the new home of the summer season champions, legends.
Yeah.
And it's been a while since we've seen this matchup against Team Secret, so it's gonna be very hype.
Yeah, kind of exciting to see though. Like, I want to see who's going to be in the first game because again, it's a best of 3. It's easy to turn things around on a best of 3, but whoever gets that first advantage at least could ride the momentum a bit. Not so much, but a bit, which is actually great in its own way, right?
Yeah, it's definitely gonna help. You want that one game advantage leeway, if you will, in that BO3 series, because I feel like if this particular matchup, every single move will count. Every single death will count. Every single death, in a way, especially once the death timers are incredibly long at the later stages of the game. We've seen these two teams basically duke it out before, where they're in it for the long haul, basically.
Yeah.
And high action 5v5. And when we look at Team Secret, it's basically one of their identities. You know, they were dubbed the late game kings back at the SEA Championships. It's one of those things that habang may nexus ka, may pag-asa.
Yeah, and that's what I'm scared about here, though, is because whatever happens here, I mean, we heard our panelists a while ago, though. Like, we have Oculus again on Underground, on a 2-1 on the panel. So I wish he's all in onto Underground so that he won't get punished, right? I mean, you and also Crazy Apple would get punished if Team Secret loses this. So, yeah, all lucks to you guys. But again, I'm kind of excited on what's going to happen. Excited to see what are they going to be drafting, because there's a lot of different things that we've seen. We've seen a lot of comfort picks. We've seen meta picks that are not really out there, that's always going to get banned. But I'm excited on what they're going to be drafting during this first game.
Yeah, anything can happen at this point. We've seen so many unique picks today. We've seen the Yumi top. Never seen that before. We've seen the Nasus at day one. We've seen so many interesting things at day number one. So the day is not over yet. And we're now at one of the most hypest matches tonight here in day one.
Yeah, and again, going with the Renekton ban already. Okay, so they want safety on the top lane. That is basically what they're saying whenever you ban a Renekton. A Camille is going to come out if ever the members of Team Secret wouldn't ban that Camille on their side.
Yeah, they want to take that away from Dawn immediately. I mean, Mitsura could also play that as well. Oculus did mention that he likes to play some of the Potter top lane picks into the mid lane. So we've seen a bunch of switcheroo already today. Senna comp's not gonna be in this match in particular. So there's a lot of respect as well on Rox's Thresh at the bottom portion of the map. So there we go. It's not gonna be James on the support. It is gonna be Rox.
They're banning a lot of support options here. That just says a lot on how they respect the support, but it's a good thing they banned the Camille here, you know, because it just says that they want to put the Camille out on their side, and that is gonna go good. Set is open. They're gonna pick that off.
Yeah, set just enables a lot of competition, especially when we look at team fights. There's just so many avenues to start a fight, so you do have that strong initiator already on the board. What are your options now? What is the attack this time around? Because when we look at the panel, when we've heard their thoughts, it's gonna be a support matchup. Speaking of support matchup, this is most likely not a top lane Yumi. This is gonna be Orthros Yumi for sure, 100%.
Yeah, please, don't go to the top again. But again, with the Yumi here, what I like about the Yumi is that she enables a lot of things on their side, which is why it's a really good first pick, even though that you know it's gonna go to the support side. And the Lee Sin just helps it out. Getting that early game advantage for the side of Underground would be good. Remember, Team Secret still has a lot of options. Fiora is still up if they want that scaling jungler on their side, but if they also want to, Corki is also up. But they went with the 6.
Yeah, this can go towards Tatsuri or Chewy. Still a lot of mystery on the board for Team Secret's composition. And yeah, I totally Khan now going to be towards for Rox's side. So a lot of heavy engage and scaling being apparent on Team Secret's side. Meanwhile, though, we get to see this Garen either towards Dawn. I mean, you mentioned the ban already towards Renekton. There's another secondary safety pick for the top lane. That's going to be a Garen.
Yeah, having the Garen, very safe. It's really easy to use the Garen, especially against a set. Juggernaut versus Juggernaut, they're not going to be killing each other for sure. But again, on this side, what I like about the Rakan is that most of the time whenever a Rakan gets picked, the composition wraps around how the Rakan plays. If the Rakan plays well, everything's going to go good, especially that they have the safety also of the set. But again, a lot of mid lane picks are getting banned here, which is what I was waiting for. They're respecting a lot of the assassins.
Yeah, I wonder what's going to be left, because we've seen Mitra play a mean and consistent Orianna. We've seen Orianna today as well. But we'll have to see where the Yumi is going to put into play. Most likely a hyper carry. We won't see most likely the Jax anymore, since that is going to be the Lee Sin. So the Vayne is still open for the taking for Larawan. That could be an option.
Yeah, the Corki gets banned, which is great. They don't have an ADC yet, or maybe an AP in the bot lane, so they have a lot of options still. And Orianna could still be good in their composition, because on the side of UDG, they're losing a bit on the CC side. They have a lot of damage though. I mean, not a lot, but at least they're losing on the CC side here.
Yeah, at this point, it's one of those things. There you go. That's the
Okay.
AD carry that we're waiting for. We could possibly
yeah.
see Larawan dash in, relentless pursuit in aggressively with the Yumi ult with the final chapter. And that's going to be an easy kill or easy lock-in, especially if Team Secret opts for more of a quadra melee composition. That's going to be an easy final chapter route for everyone else on their side. There we go.
Varus is gonna be good here. If they want to put Ziggs in the mid lane, Varus is still a good pick against Illusion. That could at least stop the aggression from Illusion just because of the wave clear that they can have in the bot lane. But I'm really excited to see if this set is gonna be in the jungle. This is what's hard about the set. You don't know where he's gonna go because he can't go anywhere. That's why it's hard.
Yeah, definitely anywhere. There's the Graves though.
Okay.
That solidifies things. But wait, RRQ, Exo said, did play a Graves mid lane, so
Yeah.
I can't exactly say that's going to be immediately in the jungle.
There's a lot of flex still, so I'm really confused on what they're gonna go here though, because at least they have the damage to work with. They have the Ziggs, they have the Graves to work with when it comes to the damage, and I like that they have two Juggernauts. It's like they have two front lines. If they go front to back, it's still gonna be okay. But on the side of UDG, what I'm losing here is the scaling. Yeah, there you go. There's the damage that I was waiting for. Fizz is going to be good, but against this composition, which has a lot of boosters, Assassins really have a hard time, though.
Yeah, exactly. There's just 4 meaty shields or tanky champions on the side of Team Secret. And if you want to kill the squishiest, maybe if I rank squishiest, it's going to be Ziggs into the Graves, but everything else is going to be difficult. And you can also cancel with the Hourglass buyout. Just to cancel out the Chum the Water. So that is something that Team Secret can do. So now Mitsura has to maneuver around, find targets while they're squishy, because as the game progresses, it's going to be a little bit difficult to take advantage of how, the assassin plays, basically.
Yeah, what's a good thing about UDG's composition is that they're not going to be, they don't have any way to engage, which is good and also bad in itself. But what's hard about this is though, because Team Secret's composition is just gonna go in, UDG doesn't need that. They just need to react on whatever's gonna happen. Whatever Team Secret is gonna pull, they're just gonna be reactive, which is good with this composition, especially that they have the Yumi on their side. The final chapter is just gonna snap them on their tracks.
Final. I don't know why I was going to say final chapter 2. Exactly. We talked about this in the halfway through the draft as well. If Team Secret drafted a quadra melee combo on paper, Graves relatively short cooldown. He is range. Yeah. I know.
Not sure if his range at this point though.
Yeah.
his range is negligible though. So yeah.
Exactly.
This all comes down to how Larawan would be playing in the bot lane. Look at that, they're already fighting. Shui's super low in HP. Larawan was able to flash away, but Orthos, oh no! Almost getting the kill with the Aerie. At least they were able to chunk down a lot of their utilities. They don't have any more of their summoner spells. So this is going to be bad for the side of UDG, but at least Rock still has his flash though.
Yeah, I can still use that aggressively. But that's just the first 30 seconds of the fight. People, the panel, everybody in the community, hype. This is it, 30 seconds. We almost got our first blood.
Yeah, that was kind of scary. But again, in the mid lane, this matchup is really good, especially for the hands of Tatsuri. Oh no, they're taking Mitsura. Oh, they don't have the Haymaker. He's gonna fall down. First blood already for UDG, taking that first kill on their side.
Mitsura, strong level 3, didn't even need Sayonara for that visit, for that gank in the mid lane. 1v1 is fine. I am fine. First blood goes to UDG. That's such an aggressive start for both of these teams.
Yeah, they're really firing it up. So that's why everybody's excited on this matchup, because one slip up, the punish is gonna happen, and Mitsura just made it work. Said sayonara to Tatsuri right there. Now, this is interesting though, because both of our junglers went into different sides, so they're not gonna be seeing each other yet. But sayonara is waiting for a gank in the bot lane, which is gonna go good for themselves. They have the damage though.
We'll have to see if that's gonna push through, especially Flash.
Yeah, if ever they want to though, but they have the vision to work with. That's why UDG, they're gonna play it safe.
Yeah, it's pretty hard. The wave is getting managed by Chewy basically here. He's gonna be fine for now at least, especially level 3. Rocks all the tools in the world to try and help peel for a just in case. Because the level 1 thing where UDG was a little bit aggressive with bot lane, the moment passed. I think the bot lane of Team Secret now has stabilized.
What I like about the Ziggs pickup is because Larawan is very aggressive, especially that solution. You know that Lucian just goes full aggressive in the bot lane. But because it's a Ziggs, they can't go aggressive because Ziggs is just gonna pull them out or push them back. Grand entrance, and that just helps them out. But if ever though, Sayonara going in, not gonna be able to do anything.
Yeah, exactly. He already has his summoner spells up anyway. So Sayonara tried to find that mini window to see if he can get a sneaky kick and eliminate Chewy with a perfect timing. But you know, they're on their toes. They know that most likely UDG is gonna keep gonna try and get that window on the board.
This is what we were saying a while ago, that they don't have any CC to at least enable Sayonara to get those successful ganks. I mean, that's like the only bad thing about this composition. But later on, if Team Secret goes in for a full-on clash, that is when the composition of Team Underground would shine.
The 5v5s for UDG, Team Secret has to try and bait out final chapter, and that's the time they can be very comfy with their pokes, be very comfy in objective contestants later on. So I feel like, again, the pressure a whole lot on Orthros here, since primarily you mentioned CC responsibility falls onto this cat. And meanwhile, Mitsura has a very good start on this Fizz. He's able to get 1 kill already up against Tatsuri later. So before objective takes, once they start to gather, I feel like Mitsura, what he's going to do is going to find opportunities to see if he can 1v1 someone, assassinate someone, and use that lead, make it a 4v5 before going into objectives.
Yeah, Team Secret is going to go for the Rift Herald. Are they going to go for a handshake here? They may not go for a contest here for the side of UDG, even though they're not positioning themselves to the Rift Herald. So this is going to be a handshake trading off objectives.
Yeah, it's going to be just a trade, see if they can open up top side perhaps, or the mid lane. We'll see a little bit of lane swap already happening, or rather Chewy in the mid lane just to try and clear the wave, make sure that the mid lane is guarded. But yeah, scaling wise, Team Secret for Chewy is going to be absolutely scary. It has to watch out for the assassin though, for Mitsura.
That's bad though. On the top side though, Dawn going in. He doesn't have enough damage though, but at least he was able to pull back on those. I thought the tower in the top lane is going to go down already because Dawn was a little bit too late, but it's a good thing that at least it has 1 HP. So now they still have the tower pressure. The top side, Sayonara going in. They don't have the Haymaker to work with Showstopper, but the Dragon's Race is enough to do damage, and that's going to be the kill. Go again. Underground gets another kill.
Wow, what a fight. What a 1v1 fight. And the two champions that like to brawl. I think Mika had the perfect metaphor from earlier. Roll with the punches, and who won in this underground fight? It was Sayonara at the bot lane.
Yeah, I was about to say that Sayonara is kicking, but because he has the skin, he is also punching. So yeah, this is actually great. Yeah. So now going in this though, they're putting the pressure in the mid lane. What I like about all the teams here is that they always put the pressure in the mid lane, because if ever the mid lane turret falls down, that's a lot of space open for the side of the, or every side. But look at this, 5 stacks onto the top side. Sayonara going in, not gonna be hitting that sonic wave, so they're gonna back away.
Yeah, mid lane. Why did I say mid lane? Minion MVP for catching the sonic wave there. Yeah. And I feel like Team Secret just really needs to, what do you call this? Rather, they just know that they need 1 auto attack on that tower, but UDG just guarding that place really well. Look at that. We get to see Sayonara moving already upwards, but since Dawn went back home, I think the minions just gonna hit that tower, and they get to open the map.
Yeah, taking that tower in the top lane is very crucial. Now that gives them at least a bit of a positioning advantage later on the Rift Herald, which is good for the side of Team Secret. But UDG, this composition plays on a deadline, because they don't have any scaling late game champion though. I can say Mitsura would be, Mitsura works on certain niche situations if he would be able to snowball, but because right now the game is super slow, Team Secret is keeping it slow. It's working in favor of Team Secret right now.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job turtling this out. Especially that, yeah, you mentioned Mitsura, yes, gonna have the damage, gonna have the burst, but eventually as the game progresses, there's gonna be more defensive items. Like we talked about the Hourglass earlier, and tanky champions are gonna get even more tanky. We're talking about Azar, and as well as Tatsuri, final chapter.
Yeah, final chapter has been used. Team Secret, oh no, they're gonna back away. This is what we said about the CC. They can't pull any triggers on the side of UDG unless Team Secret goes for an aggression. Now, we still don't have any objectives coming in, so yeah, Team Secret is just playing it safe.
I think that's the good part, right? Like,
Yeah.
Orthros managed to use his ult, but there are no critical objectives on the map, so they can wait it out and try again. And Team Secret can keep doing this, can try to bait out ults before important objectives, because just as we mentioned earlier, CC-wise, UDG ain't exactly on a healthy spot. And I want to touch upon what we mentioned earlier with poke compositions paired with a Darius, and we're seeing it again. It started at C-Champs, the Varus, Corki, Ziggs
Even the
paired
Ziggs,
up with a Darius. Yes, you have a lot of poke, and sometimes that poke ain't enough to finish off targets. You do have that execute. And when that execute happens, you have the resets enabled for Azar. We know how Azar plays once he gets in the lead.
Oh, chum the waters, but the Showstopper was able to stop him down. But the Flash Haymaker is already up, and he's gonna fall down. That's good for the side of UDG. What a good and great way to play. Sayonara was just so fast right there, and the objectives coming up. Would they go for this? But I think Team Secret is just gonna go for the Rip Herald.
That's so clean. That was such a clean kick. That's such a clean execution from Mitsura and Sayonara. My word. And right now, it's again, it's a 4v5. This is what they have to keep doing, right? Before objectives, they can make it immediately into a 4v5. And for more critical objectives, like the Baron later on, like the Elder Drake, this is going to be critical, and Team Secret has to be careful.
Oh no, they're opening up the mid lane. This is not going to be good. Final chapter wouldn't be able to hit anything though. Dawn is on 5 stacks. Roxy coming to the backside. He was able to get quickness. He's going to fall down. This is going to be good. The stasis onto the round, and he's going to fall down also. But they were able to use the flash. They have the heals. Mid's falling down. Team Secret, that was mission complete.
Mission accomplished. They're fine. They're just going to disengage. They even get an extra kill on towards Dawn. This opens up the opportunities, rather, to get the vision down deep in the jungle of UDG and try to hunt down targets. It's still in the lead, though. UDG still has that 2k gold lead, but because of the presence of a Ziggs on the side of Team Secret, it's hard to penetrate through these towers.
Yeah, what's going for UDG, honestly, is because they have a lot of Drakes in their favor. They have better stats compared to Team Secret at this point in the game, but it's slowly funneling all towards Mitsura, though, on the side of UDG. Later on, if he does some damage, if Chewy falls down, they don't have a lot to work with on the side of Team Secret. Because at this point, if you have Black Cleaver on the Graves, he's not going to be doing a lot of damage. He's basically just a bruiser also.
Yeah, getting that shred down against UDG. And right now, though, in terms of stacking up objectives, it's still in favor of UDG here with 2 dragons on. This is the battle of the boom buff. Nope. Top lane.
Yeah, top side was able to get the kill, and they have Rock still, though. They can still go in. Chewy was able to get the kill, which is good, though. Sayonara falls down. Mitsura is here. They have the CC to work with. Oh, no. He might fall down. Chewy is still alive, and that's going to be taking on their side. They were able to get the top side. That tower is just going to fall down.
Incredible plays by Mitsura. UDG is able to outplay. Chewy tried his best, though, to see if he can take Mitsura down before he does. But in the end, a mobile champion of a Fizz.
Oh no, Dawn is gonna fall down here. Tatsuri's gonna go with the showstopper. He has the Haymaker, but the silence was enough to buy some time, and the flash onto Tatsuri was able to get the kill, and now that's gonna be good, but they weren't able to take anything out of that, though. But yeah, Team Secret, that's still a win.
Yeah, they wanted to get the tower down, most likely. There is still 19 seconds on the clock before Dawn arrives. Well, there is no objective on the map to take, but UDG is able to open up topside and open up more of the side tower. So it is the mid lane that just still stands, and they can keep doing this.
Ooh, Tatsuri chummed the waters, and that's gonna be the final chapter and the final breath of Tatsuri. He's just gonna fall down. UDG backs away with a kill on their pockets.
He immediately buys the Merc Reds as soon as he went home. He knows that this is gonna keep happening and happening. And while, you know, they do lack an all-around CC, I feel like for Orthros here on this Uni, if they manage to just funnel in everything, get a pick, enable Mitsura here, and keep enabling this is scary Fizz. This is a worrying trend for Team Secret if UDG keeps, you know, repeating rinse and repeating this sort of strat in TS, though. I wonder if they're just comfortable. You know, it's okay. We got Chewy here on the scaling Ziggs later on. Once we're going to be contesting important objectives like the Elder Drake, we're just going to keep poking you. And we're going to try to play stuff like these, like the sneaky attacks from earlier.
Yeah, they want to play, but because UDG wants to play it safe, they're just good. They're just going to be waiting for that. The Mountain Drake is going to come in, but I think UDG wants to get this one. But before that, what do you like about on the side of UDG, on the itemization that they have right now? It's because it's a AD heavy composition. Team Secret is all buying armor. And that is what's good about here. And an AD heavy composition, you incentivize the other team to buy a lot of armor, which helps Mitsura. Mitsura has a lot of items right now. And because they all have armor, he's just going to shred them down even if they're bruisers. So this is going to be hard for Team Secret, but they don't have vision here though. Dawn is going to go in. They have their redemption to work with. They're going to back away. That's going to be the push. Final chapter onto the back line. But look at that. They were able to get the quickness on the backside. Was able to do some damage. And that's going to be it. Oh no, they're all falling down. 2 members are down already. Man advantage onto UDG. Trevor is backing away, but now he's going to fall down. The Sonic Wave was able to hit. And that's going to be 4 members down. And a free Mountain Drake for UDG.
Look at that! They're able to clean slate. Only Chewy, the one left. Really nicely done by Mitsura. Is able to maneuver his Chum the Waters, find the right target. Yes, you have Zonius, but that means you're a few seconds not present in the entirety of the fight.
No, Chewy. Oh no, that's just unfortunate. Just a kill and an ace for UDG. If they want to take the Baron, but because they're low HP, they're not going to take the chance. They're just going to take some towers.
Yeah, this is, you know, the Guardian of the mid lane is gone, Chewy. Therefore, they're gonna get that. And yeah, Mitsura did an amazing job finding Chewy early. I mean, during the draft, we were talking about how can you access the backline if there's literally 4 people in front of you? And the opposite just happened. And Chewy, or rather Mitsura, was able to find his mark. And because of Chewy not present in that fight, they basically didn't have a lot of damage. They didn't have damage to fight back. And Mitsura again and Orthros can keep doing this. Again, they're going to find targets. They're going to dig deep with their deep vision and see if they can get a pick again.
Yeah, what I like about this is that they're putting Orthros onto Mitsura every time, and Mitsura is just making it work just because he can get access to the backline easily. And Chewy doesn't have anyone to protect him whenever Team Secret goes for an engage. What they can do here on the side of Team Secret is they try to be reactive. Because on the side of UDG, they don't have any way to go in. But because Chum the Waters is going to get pulled down in the bot lane, they lost the ultimate, that could be a chance for Team Secret.
Definitely, this is a small window of opportunity. We'll see what they try to do. They're trying to assemble... they're just trying to deward the Baron area in case they are the ones that get to punish.
Okay, Showstopper. They still have ways to go with this, and that's going to be the quickness. Oh no, they lost a lot of ultimates because of that. Mitsura was just able to get out. And they might find Trevor. Trevor doesn't have any flash. If it goes for a fight, final chapter, he's going to come in. And that's going to be the hold. That's going to be Trevor falling down for sure here. But the Stasis is buying some time for his team to go and react. And they don't have enough damage. They're losing a lot of their ultimates right now. And they're backing away. Good play from both teams. Because right now, they don't have anything more to give.
Yeah, Team Secret. Look at that. The ult bars, well, the ult circles are pretty much empty. Only Azar has his. So this means UDG can initiate the Baron or just use this as bait.
Okay, they can still go in. That Sonic Wave wasn't able to hit. They have to jump the waters though. Mitsura is just gonna get the kill. A Rampage already onto their side. That's a pull onto Azar, and Azar might fall down here. Everyone is just converging onto him. That's the kill. Good timing of the Stasis. And now Team Secret is in shambles. He's taking them down. A double kill already onto their side. Nobody fell down. UDG played that perfectly.
What a bait from UDG. They know Team Secret wanted to check it out, wanted to go to the Baron and prevent and see if that they can take that as an opportunity. But UDG played that so well. They kept Mitsura near the blue buff to basically destroy any path of retreat of Team Secret. And look at the score right now. 3 dragons on the board, 3-15, and a huge 11k gold lead. This is Team Underground.
Honestly, what's happening right now is because Sayonara was able to funnel in a lot of the pressure onto him, that when it comes to itemization on the side of Team Secret, they all went armor because they were scared of the damage that Sayonara and Larawan would do. But because they did that, they just paid way to Mitsura having fun whenever he tries to go in because he can burst anyone. and nobody would be able to answer back because even right now, they still don't have a lot of magic resistance to work with. Now, this is going to be the Ocean Drake, and if UDG takes this, there's nothing more that Team Secret could give after that.
It's going to be difficult,
Oh
Chewy.
no. That's
Okay,
going to be
he
the
has
stasis.
stasis.
Good timing though, but okay, Sayonara actually was able to get his spider senses in and chooses to back away.
Yeah, that is a stasis Chewy badly needed for the Elder Drake contest. He needed that so badly because, again, Ziggs in the late game, when you want to contest objectives, he's just going to poke from the backline and have a fun time because at this point, you're going to deal significant amount of damage. But without the stasis, you're not going to have the comfortability. And Mitsuru can just do this.
Okay,
Whoa!
Mitsura, look at the damage on the
1v5?
Trevor. That was just enough. That was just 2 skills. And he almost fell down even without the Chum the Waters though. UDG, Mitsura is just super strong right now. He pulled that. I think that's what he's going to pull down here. He's not going to pull the Haymaker. That's going to be it. He's going to back away. They pulled a lot of the utilities there. They're still going to go in. Sayonara is still onto the backside. Wasn't able to get anything though. Dawn is going to go in target. The silence comes in onto Rocks. He needed to flash away. And this worked out in favor of UDG. They have the Baron to work with. They got all the towers down. And this might be the game. UDG might be able to take game 1 just because they were just so much ahead against Team Secret.
Crazy start we have for tonight with the anticipated rematch between Team Secret and Team Underground. And look at that, a dominating game number 1 for Team Underground. Mitsura with the Fizz pick is able to find his target, especially towards Chewy. And Sayonara, he played the Lee Sin so well. He enabled Mitsura so hard when he's able to gank the lanes and tag along on the mission to assassinate, well, basically Patsuri or anyone who's alone.
Yeah, everyone would try to fight out. Even Mitsuru was the one pulling the trigger every time, and whenever he has the chance, whenever Chum the Waters is up on cooldown, he's gonna pull that out and try to get a kill on anyone that he can find. Even Chewy was able to get the stasis, but that was a much needed stasis during that time. They didn't even need to take the Elder Ocean Drake just because of the pressure that Mitsura is just giving against the members of Team Secret during the whole time.
Yeah, it felt like, they didn't even need it. It was an 11k gold lead. It was a very comfy lead for Mitsura. He can just keep spamming Chum the Waters and baiting out important, item ults, item cooldowns to just, whittle away their defenses. And it's an amazing start for Team Underground. This is a very dominating game. So now I'm curious what the adjustments could be for game number 2 for Team Secret.
Yeah, what a great statement for the side right now for UDG, taking down the supposed kings right now of the WCS PH scene, and they are just making it work. I like the flair that they're doing right now. They're really shooting for the skies here on the side of Team Underground. And with the way that they drafted, I was kind of on the cold side, but yeah, color me wrong. I'm really wrong about that end because honestly, they made it work in the end.
Yeah, they did. We were talking about how we were worried about the CC. We were worried about how can you eliminate Chewy when he's being guarded by just 4 thick champions in front of him. But everything worked out. Just try to get ahead towards the laning phase, and once 5v5, you're already pretty much comfortable. We even saw a potential 5v5, and yet, Chewy's, Mitsura still is able to get towards and reach Chewy. And now I think it's my biggest question is now because when we look back at Horizon Cup, their experience, C Champs, the international experience, that Team Secret as a team is also another all-star team. Everybody can play carry, and yet also everybody can play utility. Everyone can adjust for the composition. If someone wants to play carry, Tatsuri will play utility for you or something like that. But something we haven't seen in a while is Chewy being the carry. I feel like, Chewy has constantly been on this AP carry train. So now we've seen 2 sides of the coin today for so many WCS teams. We've seen Marky shine. He's one of the iconic 80 carries in the Philippines as well, but we've seen him shine on the Lux. We've seen Danny shine on a Vayne classic late game scaling carry. So now maybe that could be switch up. Maybe we get to see Chewy back at it again on the 80 carries in the bot lane.
Yeah, and because of that, we said a while ago, even the panel said a while ago, Team Secret is a team that is super strong in the late game. They know how to play their team fights. But because they don't have anyone who can basically pop off in the late game, they weren't able to do that. That is basically what the draft just says here. Shui can have damage, but not enough for him to carry the game. With the AP carry, what you just want is for him to wave clear. And you also have Trevor, which could be a damage source, but because they itemized with the Black Cleaver not having a lot of crit on their side for Trevor, they basically don't have a carry at that point. They just have a lot of wave clear and a lot of chunky members on the side of the Secret.
Yeah, it felt like it was still the dynamic of AP carry, Chewie, you're the highlight, here's 4 bodyguards. But just as you mentioned, Ash, it's still not the same dynamic as having 3 supports and 1 hyper carry, right?
Exactly.
Not exactly the same. And the fact that the final chapter, we talked about this during the draft as well, it's just a lot of coverage. If you're up against Quadra melee combinations, I'm looking at you, Graves, you're kind of melee. You cover a lot of ground with a final chapter, and your bodyguard, your wall that's supposed to protect you is going to be gone.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't have anything else to say. Mitsura deserves this. Mitsura deserves this a lot. Just because, look at that 14 KDA and 82% KB on his hands and 25k damage. What was that? He even built JA just for the safety, just because he can. And that's why Mitsura just set a statement right there against Team Secret right now.
Yeah, he definitely set a statement. He what do you call it? He had so much excess gold to the point that, okay, I can pick this up. I can get Guardian's Angel and make sure that I'm alive. Even though you pour all your resources to kill me, maybe get a cash in, perhaps. I still have that second life. I still am going to be very annoying with the playful trickster. I have a Yumi attached to me. If you go near me, it's going to final chapter you. Orthros literally has my back. And it's just, what a statement from Team Underground.
Yeah, the last thing that I could say during that game is just, it was just Mitsura was just able to do a lot of things just because he was given the chance to. Just because it's not all Mitsura. It was Sayonara and Larawan also. Getting that pressure on them just incentivized the members of Team Secret to build armor. And because they built armor, you have no magic resist against Mitsura. That's why he was able to shine through during that whole fight.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm curious what the adjustment is going to be for the next game, because this is a dominating first game. So it's really, for the international viewers right there, this is the Tagalog word of the day. It's mainit. Mainit. It means hot.
Yep.
Yes. There you go.
It's super mainit. Sorry for that, but it's really hot right now in the game. It's gonna be hard for at least Team Secret to turn things around. But again, it's a best of 3. They still have a chance. And again, everyone, don't go away because we're just gonna be going for a short break. You just go there, just chill out because it's too mainit, as Riku said. So again, we have been your shoutcasters for today. I'm Dash and I was here with Riku. See you guys in just a bit for more Wildrift action. Welcome back, everyone, to WCS PH. And again, we're going to be your shoutcasters for today. I'm Dash, and I'm here with Riku. And we had a very interesting first game right there, Riku. What can you say? Walk me through that first game.
Yeah, the first game was the Mitsura show, and I think our supporting actors would be would be Larawan and Sayonara, especially Sayonara. He was able to set up the early game, and don't forget how the early laning phase progressed. We've got the early 1v1 Tatsuri and Mitsura, and the level 1 summoner spell burn that Larawan and Orthros did versus the bot lane of Team Secret. And all of these formula was this entire equation was helped transition towards the mid game to late game, and how Mitsura is just a huge monster right now.
Yeah, that was a lot of exponents on this side right now. Honestly, that was
I can't
just...
do math. That's the funny thing.
I'm so sorry. But again, that was just a lot of things multiplied for the side of the Underground. It just worked in their favor every time. The timing is always just right. Whenever they try to go in, Mitsura gonna be able to get the kill, make it a 4v5, big advantage for the team. And that just happened a lot of times though. So that's why Team Secret just fell short during that first game.
Yeah, there was they tried their best to turtle it out because they know that, okay, we have the Fizz for scaling. But there's also another... Why do I keep saying math stuff? There's also another... Help me out here, Dash. What's the perfect word for... I'm trying to find the word, but I feel like the word will just be floating somewhere in space because game number 2 is about to start.
All I have is division. That's only the thing I have though. I'm so sorry, but
it's okay. It's okay.
But again, we're going for the bans. UDG went in for that Thresh ban onto the first rotation. Look at how much respect they have for Rox.
Yeah, Rox being another iconic support player that has shined with this Thresh pick. So we'll see now, because Team Secret is on towards the red side, they're able to react more on the last pick for perhaps Tatsuri. Again, Team Secret is a type of team where anyone can play carry, everybody can play utility to support that carry. So we'll see now who's going to be the star of the show, because last time, look back at Horizon Cup, it has been Tatsuri, it has been Azar. So could they go back to that dynamic for game number 2 so they make it into a game number 3?
Okay, banning the Camille to the Fiora just says a lot about what they want to do. They might pull off the Lee Sin again for the side of UDG if Team Secret doesn't ban it. But if they do ban it, you still have a Jax option if they can on the side of UDG. But if you ask me, if you have a Gragas on your side, that is a pretty good flex pick here just because Seth has been banned.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going towards the same route of the Yuumi for Orthros. And you mentioned the Jax that still could be available for Sayonara. And at this point, Senna still in the ban jail. We're not able to see the Senna comps that we usually see. So we'll see what the priority pick is gonna be. Because Ziggs was placed on a high priority for Team Secret even back during the Horizon Cup for them to buy time to turtle it out. Again, this team is dubbed as the late game king, so that's most likely their train of thought. It's a Yuumi first pick.
Yeah, again, Yuumi is just so good. A while ago, they were able to use it in their favor. Just funneling out on Mitsura was just the formula that they needed. But again, on the side of Team Secret, just because Yuumi has been prioritized, they can take off the Lee Sin on the hands of Sayonara if they want to, just at least to deny the pressure that he was able to give them a while ago. But Renekton onto Azar, yeah, forgot about that. They were able to pick that off. That's a good comfort pick for the side.
Yeah, this could also be the Lee Sin. We've seen Lee Sin Renekton being one of the strongest top jungle duos even back then. But the Varus now towards Chewy. We'll see though. That's going to be solidly towards Chewy, maybe towards Tatsuri. That is still a possibility, but might be a little bit too risky in the mid lane. So now I wonder what pair they could have for the Varus, but I really like this pick. You have a lot of reach, you have a lot of range against a possible Yuumi Morgana in the bot lane.
If you have the Yuumi Morgana in the bot lane, I mean, Varus does have a lot of pressure in the bot lane, but because they picked the Morgana, they could just wave clear in the bot lane and not get any of the pressure coming in from Varus. They're just going to be sustaining in the bot side, and that just neglects the Varus's pressure in the bot side of the map, and Chain of Corruption wouldn't be able to do anything because they still have the Black Shield on their hands.
Yeah, exactly. Opening up the Morgana means that, you know, Team Secret has to lock in more AoE crowd control rather than single target CC because of that black shield. So they've got that covered. They've got this this Rakan already towards Rock. So initiate, engage rather tools is available for the side of Team Secret. Not sure about disengage. This is looking to be an all-in composition so far.
Yeah, they banned the Ziggs because they don't want that early game pressure or the wave clear on the side of Team Secret. So they're really respecting a lot of the picks here, especially Mitsuda's assassins. That's why they banned it during the last game. But Fizz might be coming up again, and Chewy's not going to have a great day again.
Yeah, good thing they're on red side. They'll get to adjust and see what's going to happen next.
Yeah.
And I think it's a worrying trend too, because Mitsuda, without even the help of a Morgana, he was able to do whatever he wanted. So now with the black shield, this could further enable him to do more risky plays because of not being able to get punished by that hard CC. So we'll see what the adjustment is, as Zed is going to be the next thing to get banned. That's definitely a target ban towards Tatsuri. We've seen how scary it is during the Horizon Cup.
No jungle picks yet though. Kha'Zix getting picked first before the next one. This might get easily countered, but because UDG doesn't have any effective damage yet, they might force a Jax on their composition just because they don't have constant DPS on their side yet.
Yeah, this is perfect. I really like how you brought that up. The Jax is perfect because this is something that you can enable with the Yuumi final chapter. We've seen it before earlier today in the WCS.
Yeah.
Got the black shield. The Jax wouldn't be afraid to go all in, but instead it's going to be a Rengar.
Okay.
The panel brought this up earlier.
So if they want a Rengar versus Kha'Zix, this is okay, interesting. I want the quest to come out later on though. So if ever this drags on for a long time, we're gonna be seeing the quest of Rengar versus the Kha'Zix later on in the match. But right now, what they're losing here, the last piece of the puzzle, yeah, the DPS that we were talking about, that's gonna be the Vayne.
Yeah, their consistent DPS is gonna come through from this late game scaling carry, but who's gonna eliminate that carry? It is gonna be Tatsuri. So just as you mentioned, it is a really good answer. I remembered back in C Champs, looking at this Rengar pick, there was a I wouldn't call it a popular duo like the Orianna Rengar Catball, the Invisible Shockwave. And now this is gonna be what? The Invisible final chapter. It used to be called Catball, but now this is gonna be a cat thing.
Yeah, cat 2 times or something, cat squared or something like that. Yeah,
Something with the math. Okay, cool.
Yeah, yeah, they're gonna go with those. But what's interesting about this though is that they have the Morgana in the mid lane, which is a very safe pick against an Akali, because Akali can't just dive the Morgana. Yeah, he can dive the Morgana, but the Soul Shackles is there to push him back out of the way. But we all know how Akali's gonna play. Akali's just gonna play it aggressively, but Morgana is a really safe pick on any parts of the map just because she can wave clear on a safe distance.
Yeah, just putting down the tormented soil and just be happy. Basically it's just like having an Orianna in the mid lane or a Ziggs in the mid lane. You're fine just clearing the wave and neutralizing that mid lane to be able to get that priority. So we'll see how Tatsuri. No, hold that thought. Is it an Azar Akali instead? It's gonna be a Renekton mid. But we'll see where the kills are going to be coming from, because while Morgana is pretty hard to lock down because of the black shield. I mean, you can penetrate through the black shield through damage, so you can just overpower. So Mitsuda should be careful in the mid lane.
They might need to swap though. Honestly, the Tatsuri in the mid lane against a Morgana is not going to go good. If that is going to be Azar in the mid lane, that is better. But yeah, what's surprising here is that Larawan is in the mid lane.
Yeah, Larawan is gonna be... That's true! Are they aiming for getting that invade on the board?
Yeah, interesting though. Everybody rotated though. This is gonna be an interesting matchup. They were able to steal onto the hands of Sayonara because we all know the advantage that the Rengar has when it comes to this, especially when you have a cat helping the cat also. That's gonna be good. So now we're trying to put the pressure in the mid lane. Ignite is sticking though. They don't have Grand Entrance to work with, but they were able to get the flash. So Sayonara, a little bit too late, but that was scary for Team Secret.
Yeah, absolutely scary. It looks like it looks like Team Secret won the tussle, the 2v2, with Chewy still being able to keep his flash. So we got to see Larawan should be careful here for a potential second visit to take advantage of that. But right now it seems to be standard laning phase now, with Larawan playing against this Renekton matchup,
Oh, no.
perhaps. As maybe they're gonna
Oh,
switch
no.
it up a little bit more.
No, they need to be careful here. Sayonara doesn't have anything to work with. The Grand Entrance is right there. And he's gonna back away. That's good. Safety is key for the side right now of UDG.
Yeah, definitely safe. I mean, they have 2 supports on their side at the moment, and it seems to be falling on towards the standard laning phase now. I feel like they wanted to see if they could take advantage of that swap and see if they can get first blood early, most likely visit, or rather invade the jungle of Team Secret. And now, it is going to be back in the mid lane. They're funneling gold towards Larawan.
Yeah. What's unfortunate about this on the Trevor though is that because his momentum has been shaken down, he won't be able to get a lot of ganks in just because of that that invade a while ago from Sayonara. Look at that. Level 4 into level 4, but because he wasn't able to get this, Sayonara would have the better levels later on just because he still has a lot of camps to work with.
Yeah, that's true. Putting the Kazakhs behind early into this game could be the advantage that UDG wants to replicate. Since game number 1, they were able to take control, able to find early game kills. And this time around, though, it's not going to be Mitsura who they're going to be funneling and assisting to get kills. It is Larawan this time around with the double support. And with a scary pick, just like the Vayne. Final hour, Black Shield with Orthros tagging along with the final chapter. This is going to be extra aggressive Vayne for sure.
Yeah, what's great about this though is a Yumi just actually enables a lot of ADCs. That's the reason why they went in for the ADC on the side of UDG, because it's gonna be easier on the late game, especially for Larawan. After all, he can play super aggressive without ever getting punished because he has the Black Shield. He has everything on his end. There's a lot of supporting power at his back.
Yeah, this is very reminiscent of game number 1, right? Like, Team Secret will have to try and bait it out first before going all in. The fact that they don't have disengage means that they only have 1 shot pretty much. Once they go in, there's usually never a way to go out. But look at Team Secret, at least they have that mobility on the board for them to jump in, maybe maneuver with like a Czar, like Trevor. But Chewy, he's a Varus. He has no means of escape without his summoner spells.
Okay, they have the Rift Herald on their hands. Good positioning from the side of Team Secret. But right now, with the timing that UGG is doing, they might be able to chase down this Drake takedown though from the side of Team Secret. They would be able to take this though, but because they have the positioning already from Azar, they might be able to go in here. Right now, Larawan is also not in a great position to go for a fight. They're going in, trying to go for more. They have been able to get the first blood. That's going to be good for Zon. He was able to get the first kill though. That's going to be great. Azar is going to fall down, but Zon is still alive. They still have the cat right there running, but without anyone to latch onto. This is going to be a dead cat. 4 for 2. And also, the Drake was in favor of UDG, but that's good for Team Secret.
This is really, that's really good for Team Secret. Such a nice call, being able to get that Rift Herald started early. UDG wanted to trade, and at that point, Sayonara was soloing Dragon all this time. Team Secret basically went towards the Dragon and initiated a 4v4, which they're able to win. But at least, UDG is still able to get the Dragon for themselves, so more movement speed. That means it enables the funnel of Larawan, where he visits every single lane and gets all the wave.
Yeah, he's just getting all the resources for his team, though. That's why, they just want the Vayne. Whenever you pick a Vayne, right, you expect that they are going to be wrapping around the Vayne. They want the Vayne to get strong. They want to protect the Vayne whenever they have the chance. And Sayonara is there to enable it in the early game. Then later on, Larawan would just take his place. So now, with this, with the mid lane turret down, they would be able to get that tower pressure into the mid side, maybe onto the top and bottom side of the jungle for Team Secret. But that just gives a lot of way for Larawan to just farm out in the mid side of the map. Just pull back just to manage his wave and get all the gold that he can.
Yeah, that's true. Able to safely farm, if you will, as Team Secret. We'll see as Azar might be in trouble.
Yeah, they're going in. Oh, final chapter onto the Dimension Justice. I can't even say anything because that just went too fast right there.
Yes, the hidden cat. When Sayonara just sneaks in, you know that the other cat is probably nearby and is able to lock you down with the final chapter.
Yeah.
It's just at this point, Team Secret will still have to rely on the pokes later
What?
on for wait.
Yeah,
Bot
they
lane?
went for your flash in the bot lane though, with the quickness onto the Grand Entrance just to stop them from pushing. Good play from Rocks though. They weren't able to take the tower in the bot lane.
Yeah, that's gonna be tricky if that's because UDG can come back for that later and then get more room to get control over the Baron area. So that's a little bit scary. Something that Team Secret do not wanna lose. And at this point, it's still pretty much even. And so far, Larawan has been able to soak a lot of waves. And again, for Team Seek, I wonder if they're able to, what do you call this? Assassinate UDG.
Yeah.
Rather, Larawan. There is
Yeah.
Trevor. There is Azar. They've got the tools.
Yeah, they put the crosshairs onto Larawan's head, and that might be their win. But again, Team Secret is staying on the deadline here. If they won't be able to get that win here on 15 to 20 minutes, the Vayne things. Vayne is just gonna pop off at that point. That's because it's just Vayne, and they need to do that. They at least need to take a lot of Drakes in their favor for them to at least counteract the Larawan problem that they have onto the late game.
And this could be the answer, where they have more space because of the mid lane broken. They can, get towers, not towers, wards down. As we can see, the blue side of UEG is just heavily dominated by red wards from Team Secret. So for Larawan, the safest bet is just keep farming and clearing the Raptors or the red buff over it. Stick there towards the red side.
Yeah, they're really just shaking hands on these objectives though. They really want to take, but with the 10-second gap here, Team Secret might have ample time for them to go to the Ocean Drake after they take this Rift Herald. Yes, they have ample time because UDG is not yet positioned on taking this Ocean Drake.
And this could be another contest. A little bit worrying for UDG here. No
Yeah.
binding. That's an opportunity.
Yeah, they might have the chance. They have a lot of flashes to work with, but Rox doesn't have anything. He doesn't have the flash to at least quickness to the Grand Entrance or to the back line. So that is going to be the chance that UDG is going to take. They were able to get the Drake.
Sure.
They have the final chapter to work with. But again, that one is going to be the target. He's targeted down by a lot of members. He's going to pull down. Oh, that flash was perfect, but nobody was there to help him out. And that's 2 members down together with the cat. No, never mind. 3 members down. UDG, they lost a lot of their members right there, and Mitsura is trapped here in a rock and a hard place. Sayonara is going here. He doesn't have anything to work with anymore. The damage comes in. He's not going to kill anyone. 4 members down, and Mitsura is probably going to go next. He has the Black Shield to work with. Almost getting the kill on Nazar, but he's just going to fall down. At least he was able to get another kill. That's an auto attack. Trevor is not going to fall down. He might be able to get more. And the Black Shield is running around. Mitsura is buying a lot of time here. This is good for UDG because at least they can get on more parts of the map. But TS just won that fight.
Man, Mitsura got that airy kill, Tormented Soil on Azar there. Quite unfortunate. But Team Secret is able to steamroll that fight from earlier, and it is because Larawan didn't get enough space to work with. There's just so much dive on the side of Team Secret. That's 4 people in your face. And I don't think the final chapter is going to be enough because of how mobile Tatsuri, Trevor, and Azar is. They can easily either approach from different directions in the final chapter. Isn't exactly, you can't rotate. You can't you can't rotate that. So Team Secret really playing the fights really well.
Yeah, also, because of the terrain there onto the bottom side of the jungle, Larawan was left alone onto the blue side jungle. That's why he was just targeted down by most of the members of Team Secret. And they can't even get close on the side of UDG. They don't have dashes on their composition, right? That's why they can't even get close on where Larawan was during that whole fight. And instead, what happened? They were punished. They were far away from each other. Larawan wasn't able to play to his strengths. They might be able to go for more the final chapter on the Chewy. He just fell down. Oh no, that's just good for UDG. They're taking every chance that they can. And Chewy just fell down right there.
Yeah, the hidden final chapter is just really deadly.
Okay, Sayonara was able to get the root. They have the perfect execution to work with, but Zara just fell down with the Demolition Justice. Going good for the side. Zara is just super tanky. He's just a tank that they need. Larawan is playing it super well. The Condemned is not going to come in. It's done. Perfect timing, but Larawan with the amount of healing. That's just too much. And again, Trevor was able to get the snipe on the back line. 2 for 1 in favor of UDG.
What an explosive series of events here. UDG, again, absolutely scary if Team Secret doesn't have the tools to fight back. If they're lacking in numbers, if they're caught out like that, as Azar is able to eat like a Vola strike from Sayonara there. And that's exactly what happened. They lost their mid lane tower, means they lost the control that they had earlier, where they're able to plant those deep vision. But at this point, it's still pretty much even.
Yeah, what's exciting about Riku is that UDG has the top side. I mean, Team Secret has control of the top side. UDG has control of the bot side. It all comes down to what they prioritize right now. Sayonara using that ult, middle of the hunt. I don't know if that's the right timing though, because later on Azar is going to be the target. They had the final chapter to work, but that stasis and the perfect execution on Azar, he still can get out of this, but the amount of damage from Sayonara was just too much for Azar to handle.
Yeah, this is the crazy upgraded version of the cat ball, the hidden shockwave. This is now 2 hidden cats, and it's absolutely scary. And this pick style the UDG has been doing from the very beginning of the game number 1 with Sayonara and Mitsura basically tag teaming. And this time around, it's Sayonara and Orthros with the Yumi. It just enables that playstyle so well. And once UDG gets the lead, but still though, looking at the Goldie, Team Secret.
Okay, TS has control of the bottom side of the map. Black Shield is down, so they weren't able to do anything about this. That's going to be the damage. That's going to be Biscuit holding that pretty easily. But here comes the party. Larawan is still super healthy right now. Azar is up. He's going to come in. It's going to be a 4v5. It's going to be an advantage for the side of Team Secret if they go for a full-on fight. But remember, they don't have a lot of ultimates to work with. They still have the final chapter onto the side of UDG if they still want to go. Larawan has a flash. If ever they want to go for this, Sayonara is going to go in. A lot of crit damage onto his side. Chewing. It's now going to be popping the stasis. Double kill already onto Sayonara. He just made a quadra kill. He can go for the Penta if he wants to. Azar is just going to back away. Doesn't want to give the Penta. It's done. Right here, coming out to their side. The silence comes in.
Is
and
he on
Azar
his way?
is just going to be backing away. They don't have the Thrill of the Hunt, so they're going to just go and take this Baron.
Yeah, objectives first for a Penta kill. We all know Sayonara, Fever would have gotten it, and the Baron. And right now, Sayonara is absolutely scary. You add in Orthros, he just dives in and roots 2 people, and those 2 people are gonna immediately die. And they get 2 objectives in one. Not only the Baron, but as well as the Infernal Drake, which furthers their cash in once they get the Elemental Drake. And this further increases the gap of UDG and TS. Again, this is game number 2. Already, Team Secret wants that game number 3, and this is the rematch we've been waiting for. And look at it now, UDG, absolutely a huge menace.
Yeah, they have 3 Drakes on their hands also, so they have a lot of stats to work with together with the Cloud Drake making... Oh, there you go. There's the mini quest coming in for the Rengar and the Kazakhs though, so yeah, I'm waiting for them to get the kills here. So Sayonara, what's great about it is the reason why he can get away with the way that he's playing right now is because he has a Yumi. So that's why it's super effective on his side. Right now, he's just finding ways to get kills. If it takes the pick off, let's get some objectives all around the map.
Yeah, immediately making it into a 4v5, and Team Secret cannot afford another death, another pick from their side because it's defense mode.
Oh no, Sayonara was left alone. He has the quickest to work with, and he might fall down. Whoa. They lost Sayonara and Orthros. This is not going to be good for the side of UDG. They don't have any damage to work with anymore. Mitsura needs to back away from this if he doesn't want to get punished. Double kill already on the Tatsuri. That's going to be the turnaround from Team Secret. That's 4 members down. UDG. It's a good thing that there's no objectives around the map, but Team Secret turns things around.
Yeah, good. That's 30 seconds at most. We'll see if they're able to get the inhibitor tower at least and not able to end the game. And for UDG, good thing both of their side lanes are pushed in their favor. It could have been a game 3. It could be a game 3.
Yeah, they might end this if they want to though. They still have 5 seconds onto Sayonara. Okay, they respected Sayonara. So at least they were able to get the inhibitor turret, which gives them a lot more space around the map whenever they try to go for objectives. So they're just gonna wait for that next objective and wait for UDG to slip off and walk in the wrong neighborhood like what Sayonara did a while ago. So they are just gonna punish that again.
Yeah, Sayonara should be careful, especially at such a critical moment. Not only big death timers if you die, but also the Elder Drake is going to be incredibly important. UDG needs to get the cash in. They've got 3 Dragon stacks already. Meanwhile, Team Secret, their next mission should be denying that once that does spawn. But with the inhibitor tower open, remember, Team Secret, this is where they shine. If they see this opportunity, if they get an ace, they can head straight to mid and kill the Nexus.
Yeah, if ever Sayonara would be able to get the kill onto anyone on the back line, if ever he gets a kill onto Trevor, that would be very much ideal on this next objective. 30 seconds of the clock for the Baron, and look at how Team Secret plays. Just because they can, just because the tower in the mid lane has fallen, they can go for good vision on this side of the map. If they take this Baron, that's going to be actually the start of the story of the turnaround for the side of Team Secret.
100%. It's so intense. They got the Spooky Ghost at least scout a few of the targets.
Yeah, there's the thrill of the hunt. Yeah.
There it is. Well, as long as Team Secret sticks together,
yeah,
Sayonara will be a little bit hesitant in going full all in on the final chapter.
Yeah. It's a good thing that they used that though. Because if they didn't use that, they might went onto a death brush right there that Team Secret was actually waiting for. Baron is gonna come up, Mountain Drake is gonna come up. What are they gonna prioritize here? Because for sure UDG is gonna prioritize that Mountain Drake if they want to get that that Exodia on their hands. So Team Secret, they need to wait for this. The thrill of the hunt, just because we're now at the wit's end of the game, thrill of the hunt can be spammed by Sayonara every time.
Yeah, it's on a relatively low cooldown, so they can keep scouting for this. And now 5 seconds on the clock for the Elder Drake. This is where UDG, they want this, they need this, they want that cash in, they want to seal the deal.
Oh, the Meow Meow connection right there. Sayonara would be able to get the kill onto Tatsuri. That is really great. Joey would be the next one to chopping up, but the Larawan is not going to be playing this really well. He was able to back away. The flash is still up. Nobody's targeting Larawan. They are on shambles. UDG is just taking them down one by one. 2 people are down already. Trevor's being chased by Larawan, but they might be able to take this. If Trevor falls down, they won't be able to take any of the drakes. And look at that, 30 seconds on the death timer. So if ever he falls down here, that is just so much for UDG to work with. They can get the Baron, they can get the Mountain Drake. Trevor's down. This is the time for UDG to take all those objectives, get that Exodia, get that Baron. They might be able to end this game if they want to, but they're still going for the Baron though. Rocks playing with 12, thrill of the hunt, and that's gonna be the crit onto Chewy. Stasis. I think this is a very dead Chewy right here. He's just gonna fall down.
It's a very dead Chewy, and I feel like if the waves was more in favor of UDG, that could have been game. But now with the Elder Drake on their side, with the true damage on their side, with all the buffs in the world, and plus the Baron, Team Secret, I cannot see where they can turn this around now.
Yeah. The Meow Meow connection is just too good in this one for UDG. That was just unfortunate because when Sayonara jumped in, Tatsuri died. He just disappeared out of nowhere. He wasn't even able to press the Dominus. And that was just unfortunate for UDG. That is, I mean, UDG is just making this work. 5k gold lead with the Exodia, with the Baron. Team Secret, oh no, this might be their last fight.
The options are dwindling. There's a thrill of the hunt again. Is he gonna hunt for Trevor this time around?
Oh,
and that's the
Trevor.
thing, right? Even if you have Edge of Night,
yeah,
the final chapter just has so many waves. It's just gonna break that, and then boom, you're rooted.
Yeah. I really like that Archas is just enabling a lot of plays, a lot of very aggressive plays from Sayonara whenever he has the chance. And now, UDG is just gonna go in. Mitsura has a lot of ways to play this. They might be able to take this mid lane turret without even any contest though. They have a lot of ways to go in. Rox goes in, not gonna be able to get anything. So Team Secret backs away. They know that one mistake is just gonna end this game for them. They're waiting for Rox's flash to come up before they go in. That's exactly what they need. If they take the backline, if they take Sayonara down, that might be their chance to win this. But Gon, look at Gon. It's just face tanking everything.
He's so tanky. He doesn't care. It's like a tickle when Chewy auto attacks him.
Oh no, Azar just fell down. Just one jump from the Meow Meow connection, and now everybody's going in shambles. Team Secret is just falling down one by one. Guardian Angel's gonna come in. Won't be able to do anything anymore. Trevor is the last one standing, and UDG takes a 2-0 against the Kings right now, and they are the conquerors, as we said.
2-0 from Team Underground. The Legends are back, and look at them. They're very happy. They're able to defeat Team Secret. And this is a statement. Day number 1 up against 2-0 up against Team
I like the
Secret.
hunts right there.
Yeah. I'm speechless. I have no words.
Yeah. Team Underground played with speed. I mean, it was kind of shaky during the first parts of the second game, but because they were able to keep their ground, we both thought that it's gonna be Larawan that's gonna be popping off in the late game. But Sayonara was the superhero of that game. During the first game, it was Mitsura, but on the second game, it was Sayonara's chance to take them all down and be the star of that game and be the one that Orthros is latching onto.
Yeah, every single time Thrill of the Hunt was on, they try to lurk around the area of Team Secret's territory, and they'd always find a kill. It didn't matter who. Everybody else was pretty much squishy for the taking for Sayonara Orthros combo. And it's just I love how they played the early game. The fact that Team Secret was able to, get the lead towards the early game, it didn't face them at all. Every single Dragon objective was still on their side. Mid lane broken early, that's still fine. We're still able to execute this, just as you dubbed it, Dash.
Yeah.
Meow meow connection. It's not the cat ball anymore with a hidden shockwave of Orianna and Rengar.
Yeah.
This is the new thing. This is gonna be the Yuumi and Rengar, the meow meow connection.
Right there, it actually just worked. And I really like the way that Sayonara just played. He can play recklessly whenever he has the chance, because honestly, Orthros is there to back him out. If ever he slips up, the final chapter is there to stop any aggression. Even Rox wasn't able to pull his trigger on the right timings because Sayonara is the only one going in. If Sayonara falls down, they have another problem. Larawan is the other problem that they're looking for. That's why Rox is always finding a chance to take them both down with the quickness and the grand entrance. But because Sayonara was always pulling the trigger first and someone falls down, he is always forced to use that quickness to grand entrance every time without, not even taking a lot of members with him with the quickness. And that was just punished right there by Underground. And it's also because of Orthros.
Yeah, Orthros is in this particular series. I mean, we talked about this. The panel talked about this rather. Like, player to watch. What are the players to watch?
Yeah.
Definitely Orthros. Even way back during last year, during I believe the summer season, a lot of the local teams start to focus ban Orthros, and now he has another toy to play with, and it's the Yuumi.
Yeah.
And it's so effective. It's so scary. It really meshes well with anyone. Either with Larawan, who's gonna play aggressively, either with Sayonara here on the Rengar, who's just gonna keep hunting for targets. It's crazy how they're able to utilize this pick and get that early game, find picks here and there, and stabilize and get a huge lead.
Even if there was an ult-up on the hands of UDG, if Sayonara was using an ult-up together with the Yuumi, it also would mesh well. That's what's scary about Yuumi. That's why when Yuumi came in the game, I was kind of scared, because if Yuumi comes, Yuumi incentivizes a lot of playstyle, and that's what exactly what Orthros. Every time they go in final chapter, if they want to disengage, use the final chapter. Final chapter is the answer to everything right now for this Yuumi.
Yeah, you can use it offensively and defensively, as we've seen in this entire series, and it's just really difficult. I mean, the payoff, it's kind of airport like high risk, high reward, right? Like if you make it work, you make it work. But if you don't make it work, that's immediately 2 kills, and you have 3 people on your team. This is exactly one of those instances where once you kill the person the Yuumi's latched into, usually when there's no one else, that's another kill for you.
Yeah, this was the time where Team Secret had that light upon them. I thought that was the chance for them to turn things around, but because of the timing that Sayonara went in, no objectives were there. Yes, they were able to take a mid-lane turret, but it was not enough. It was because UDG was so ahead when it comes to items. Sayonara can still play recklessly right there, and because of the Thrill of the Hunt, every setup that Team Secret was trying to do onto the death brushes, it was just punished by Sayonara.
Yeah, they were so unfazed. I feel like what airport ruined Team Secret's approach to wade towards the Baron, try to bait it out, was the element of the Elder Drake, basically. The Baron will lose its value as the Elder Drake has spawned. So, okay, you're gonna try to death brush us there. We're just gonna go here towards the Elder Drake instead.
What is this 31k damage? That is just too much from Sayonara. I mean, no questions there. Sayonara we'll just bow to you, man, because you deserve this. You really deserve this together with Arthas onto the backside supporting you. And again, that just actually turned things around. The Conquerors were able to conquer the Kings, and now we have a new place right here for members right now of Team Underground. They were able to put themselves out there. They are now actually took Secret down onto the power rankings. Now everything is shaken down. Thank you very much, UDG. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's imagine a lot of predictions 2-1, but it is a very dominant 2-0 coming from Team Underground.
Yeah. All I can say is that Riku and Crazy Apple be ready for be ready for the punishment though, because honestly, Otulus was able to get away from that. That was just a good bullet dodge from Otulus, and yeah, that was kind of great. Honestly, are you ready actually for for what's gonna happen?
I'm ready. I love spicy food, so we'll see how I do. We'll see.
Yeah, let's see what's gonna happen. But again, everyone, we're gonna be throwing this later on to our panelists. We're just gonna be having a short break before we go on for our interview. Again, we have been your shoutcasters for today. I'm Dash together here with Riku. See you guys tomorrow. Later on for more analysis from our panelists.
Welcome back to the WCSPH, where the Meow Meow Connection reigns supreme, and Team Underground shows just how powerful of a punch they can pack with a
Oh,
2-0 against Team Secret. This was incredible. This was pretty amazing, and Oculus, I have to say, you
Yeah.
called it Team Underground. Definitely quite a showing, very reminiscent of what we remember from the summer season. I can see your summer season from these players. That almost blitzkrieg play style. This time, though, on a cat instead of weathering the storm, we have that Meow Meow connection. As we jump into our series highlights over here, I know you have a lot to say, or maybe you are speechless about this matchup.
Well, meow. I think that's the better term for it. Game number 2, yeah, you could say, what's better than one cat? Having 2 cats. That's basically what the problem entails on game number 2. But on game number 1, UDG, the first punch. I did mention about the first punch. The solo kill in the mid lane. Mitsura getting that solo kill, that solo up against Tatsuri himself. We have how should we call this? We have heralded Tatsuri as the best mid laner in the Philippines, but Mitsura is here to challenge that throne, right? And the Underground, what they did was to just target down Tatsuri to a point that Tatsuri started that game 0-3, right? And that's what spelled game number 1. Just continuing to scale up. All the dragons went into the favor of UDG. Just looking at the dragon count right now at our series highlights, this is game number 1. They got 3 out of 3 dragons. And on game number 2, spoiler alert, the dragons really is favoring the cat in the Wildrift, because 4 out of 4 dragons actually did go to Underground. Kudos though to Team Secret, because we saw how they weathered the storm. Just the fact that Trevor was able to path correctly and not be bullied at the early stages by Sayonara just speaks for itself. This is our quadra kill from the cat. I thought it was a pentakill, but it's still Azar that we're talking about. High morale from UDG overall, and I think the hype was warranted.
Yeah, I just would like to add that the hype was really warranted. Even though game 1 felt a bit of a wash for the side of UDG, they really showed, as you mentioned, how strong their punches are. When it comes here at game 2, you could really see that Team Secret tried to make some adjustments. They were able to really pick off Larawan at certain points in these fights, but just the usage of the Yumi alongside that Rengar, and we were also talking about this off cam earlier, how good Arthros was at determining which champion he should jump to really affect the best way he could in these fights.
Yeah, this was such a treat. I didn't think that
Cat
we
treat?
would see Yumi. Yeah, we need some cat treats. You guys know Chow cat treats, so you know this. But I didn't think we would see Yumi this early in the WCS. We saw Yumi come out very first series, and then we got a double from Team Underground, and it looks like it's gonna be a mainstay. It looks like it's gonna be a signature
Or a
for
main ban.
Team Underground, or definitely a main for this team. And we can actually ask them ourselves about the Meow Meow connection, as our interview is ready. And I do believe we have Sayonara on the line from Team Underground, and we can ask him a few questions. Or do we have the whole team? We have very much everybody.
Yeah.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello, guys.
So let me just name them. The one in the back is Cookies, their manager or slash sub. The one in front is Sayonara, and of course the man, the legend himself. All right, the cat person, Orthos. All right,
Yeah. Meow. Meow. Hello, Meow. Orthros, actually, this first question is for you. Do you like cats? Mahilig ka ba sa mga pusa?
Yes. Marami po kami pusa dito. And
Aww.
Fitting.
Of course. You gotta expect it. These guys are cat people. Now, I wanted to ask you guys about your approach to Team Secret. Now, of course, your opponents, a lot of information about them, and this match was a long time in the making. How did you guys approach this one?
Actually po, wala naman po talaga kami focus sa kanila. More on focus po kami sa laro namin, kasi alam naman po namin na kami na to eh. Hindi na namin kailangan magpakilala pa ulit sa iba. Hindi na namin kilalanin na iba kasi kami na to. Ayun po.
Wow,
So,
strong words coming from Orthros. Go ahead.
Okay, me. All right, it's my turn. For Sayonara, Thrust did say you don't have to introduce yourself, but for most people, this is your debut in the pro scene, Sayonara, and that's a very good way to debut, right? A quadruple on the Rengar. The expectation for this team is really, really high. Now, as the newcomer in this team, what do you feel right now, or how are you adjusting to the amount of expectations that is being thrown at you? Please, Sayonara, answer the question.
Sa totoo lang po, nung pumasok ako sa team na to, pinressure ko talaga yung sarili ko. Kasi, before pa ako pumasok, world class na tong team na to eh. So, parang nagulat rin ako na kinuha ko. Kaya parang, pag nagpa-practice po kami, parang,
Kaya mo yan, kaya mo.
That's okay, that's okay.
Kahit sa interview, napapressure ako.
You got this. No pressure, no pressure.
Kaya mo yan.
Pinipressure ko pa yung sarili ko na makamit yung goal nila sa akin, tsaka yung goal ko sa sarili ko. Na maging isa sa mga the best jungler sa PH. Hindi lang sa PH, sa buong C.
And possibly the whole world, right? One more question for the whole of Team Underground. I asked this question to the Grindsky Esports when they got their first win. How about you guys? What's your hashtag? You don't have a hashtag yet? Are you going to meet first before answering that question?
Marami po.
Pero meron po kaming isa. Isa muna po, BT.
Hashtag para sa'yo po.
Kasi sayo na.
Okay. Hashtag para sa'yo. Sayonara.
Sayonara.
Let's go. Crazy.
For me, I guess my question is, I think I've heard a lot of the answers now from the questions I wanted from Autolu's questions. I guess for me, Sayonara, I want to ask you, since you want to be the best jungler in the Philippines right now, who do you think is your biggest competition in the jungle in the WCS?
Yung pinakamahirap na kalabanin po para sa akin sa totoo lang po si Chad.
Okay, si Chad. Could you say why or kung bakit siya yung pinakamatindi mong kalaban?
Parang hindi ko rin po alam yung reason, pero parang pag nakalaban ko siya, sobrang lakas ng pressure niya. Siguro dahil din po sa hindi lang sa magaling shot, top global ranking pa siya sa Wildrift, and sobrang dami niyang alam. Dami rin ako natutunan sa kanya pag nakakalaban ko.
Okay, thank you so much, Sayonara.
Now, guys, do you have any shout-outs that you'd like to give, maybe to all of the fans watching, all of the supporters?
Ayun po, shoutout po kay Sir Shin. Shoutout po kay Madam Phoebe. Shoutout po kay Carl, kay Mitz, kay Don, kay Justin, kay Sayo. Sa lahat po ng pusang inaalagaan namin. Shoutout po sa family ko. Shoutout po sa Nagar family, sa Capital Boys, sa Lagro Boys. And sa Carmelian family, sa Diamond V2, Mr. na kayo.
Shoutout na lang po sa family ko and sa mga tropa ko na sobrang supportive dun sa Iloilo. Salamat, guys.
All right, is that
Welcome
it?
back, boys. Welcome
Are
back.
you guys good? Welcome back. What a welcome back it is for you guys. Congratulations once again. One last question before you guys go. What's your position there? Are you sitting on...
Right.
Practice po kami ng Yumi in real life.
Opo. Para ko yung Yumi.
Wow! Method acting pala, no? It's actually method acting. They're actually practicing it in real life. Thank you, guys! And congratulations once again.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Oh my gosh. Well, I don't know what else I was expecting. Of course, they have to live it out, don't they?
I couldn't believe that you had to answer. You had to ask that question. But
I
okay,
had,
Mika.
I
All
had
right.
to. I think like everybody was like right there. So I
That
thought,
was a great
I might,
answer, though.
I might as well. I might as well, ask, and that is why the Meow
Okay.
Meow connection really
Alright.
works.
Of
It's
course.
not just in game; it's
Practice
real
it
life.
real life. Let's go.
It's day one.
Hey, don't forget
day
what
one.
happened. There's one thing I would like to remind everyone, Mika, is that
Ah.
Mr. Otto Luz started this day behind in the prediction scores. And we know what happened. On game number 2, on match number 2, I was able to redeem myself. On match number 3 was all even, and on match number 4, a statement was made. And so, Riku and Crazy Apple had something to do here, Mika.
I'm sorry, Riku.
Yes. So once again, a recap for everybody. Like as we check out today's results too, I believe the match results are ready. So team results first before panel results.
Okay.
Let's
Wait,
not
I'm
forget.
excited because I'm
Hold
on
on.
the website.
Excited.
Hold on, Crazy Apple. I know you're excited too, but yes, we do have our first series going over to RRQ and our 2 zeros coming out for the rest of the teams: Grindsky, Esports, Fennel Adversity, and Team Underground. What an amazing first day, actually. This was incredibly packed. And just as we mentioned, this is just day 1. We still have the rest of the week. We still have the rest of the season too. So it's gonna be pretty amazing. And actually, you called it on loose. You said one word to describe all of the teams right now, the scene right now. You said it's tight. It is going to be a very tight season indeed with teams like this. Let's check out our leaderboard right now, and I have to ask you guys, Crazy Apple, Otolus, how do you think this is going to shift around in the next few days, given what we saw today? Crazy Apple, we'll start with you.
For me, I think what we see right here, like Fennel, Team Underground, RRQ, these 3 teams, I feel like we're gonna see them in the top 4. They're gonna stay there for a long time. Team Secrets lost earlier today. It was quite unfortunate that it was a 2-0, but at the same time, Team Underground just really showed how good they are, and I feel like they are currently just on day 1 with what we've seen. I feel like they might be the best team with their showing here, but at the same time, we did see RRQ, even though they did lose their game 1, they were still able to get it back, get that series win. So it's still pretty close in the top 3.
And I'm
What
kind of
about you, Adelis?
surprised that we had 3 2-0s. I kind of expected, more game 3s all throughout the day. I guess it will happen in the next couple of days. In the next 2 days, we'll have more 2-1s. Because today we only had 1 series that went the distance. And if you are thinking that this really paints the picture of WCS PH, no, it's not yet over. This is just day number 1, and still there's so many things that could happen. Team Secret, Oasis Gaming, Cerebrum was Sunsparks. I doubt it that they will stay winless in the next couple of days.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. And checking out tomorrow's schedule, rather, we also do see quite a lot of exciting matches. We do know, of course, that these teams will be seeing each other again. So it's going to be really interesting to see Team Underground and Team Secret rematch. We'll see if Team Secret can adjust to what we have just seen, to this Meow Meow connection that seems to be working quite well for Team Underground. But it's also going to be really exciting to see teams like Cerebrum that did have some form of strategy, some ideas that just didn't work out because their teams were one step ahead. Maybe they can refine that as the season goes on. Now, as we mentioned, our panel sort of punishment is amping up this season, because we do have a little bit of a consequence for those who fall behind in terms of predictions. And as Outlus mentioned, it is Crazy Apple and Riku. Actually, we do have to include her in this because actually she did have this. So there is a consequence, and we did draw this consequence at the start of the pre-show, and it is going to be spicy. So Crazy Apple, as the person who comes in last in terms of predictions, are you ready?
Yes.
You're ready.
Let's go. As a man of my word, I will go through with this consequence. So, as the challenge suggests, it's spicy. So I got this chili oil that we had from Chinese takeout. I'm not sure if we
Ooh.
can show it on camera right
Ooh.
here.
Okay.
And
Are you going to take
Wow.
everything? Like,
Wow.
shot?
Wow. What?
No, but
No?
I don't
Oh,
think
okay,
that was part of the challenge,
I'm
man.
disappointed. I'm disappointed.
Let's,
okay,
let's have a
I'll
spoonful.
eat the bits. I'll eat the bits that are actually
The
peppers here. I won't just drink the oil. Okay. I'll show as I'll get it.
Wow.
Feels
And this,
good
ladies
to be
and
on the
gentlemen,
winning
is-
side, Mika. How are you there, Mika? Are you happy? Winning? Hey.
I'm happy.
Okay.
I'm happy.
Okay.
There
I'll
you
get
go.
it like this.
Yeah. Don't split it on your mic, my dude.
Yeah. I'll try my best.
Ah. Oh yeah. No water. No water. We only have a few minutes to go anyway.
All right,
So
do your
as-
spiels now. Okay.
As we wait for the, I'm gonna slow down. As we wait for the spices to take effect in Crazy Apple, let's check out tomorrow's schedule. I know we flashed it just a little bit over there, so that Crazy Apple can get back his breath. I thought this was on tomorrow's schedule. Let's take a look at what matches we have. Are you okay there, my dude?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay. Oh my god, that was spicy. I didn't expect it to be like that.
Oh, I think we do have, again, let's flash up tomorrow's schedule. I think we saw it floating around there a while ago. And
Okay.
here we have it. Team Secret will be up against Sunsparks first, followed by RRQ versus Oasis Gaming, Cerebrum versus Grindsky, and Fennel Adversity versus Team Underground. The underdogs versus Team Underground. That's gonna be exciting indeed. And guys, again, that was just day one. Crazy Apple over here, turning very, very red as his name would suggest.
I'm turning into an apple, right?
Yeah,
Live.
that's true enough. That was just day one. We're only at the very beginning. We've got the rest of the week and the rest of the season for more Wild Rift action. And of course, this event is made possible by PPGL, the largest multi-esports league in the country, together with Riot Games.
We'd also like to acknowledge our official mobile partner in Xiaomi. The hashtag Redmi Note 11 is equipped with 90Hz AMOLED dot display, making it possible for you to experience powerful and responsive gaming. Less waiting time with the 33 watts pro fast charging enabled by the all-new double MT technology, and a 6nm Snapdragon 680 for high performance while improving battery life. More information about the Redmi Note 11 at the Xiaomi Philippines Facebook page. Of course, let's go.
And of course, yeah,
Yep.
of course, this tournament is under the supervision of the Games and Amusements Board.
Crazy Apple looking a little so
Shaking
sweaty
up.
over
I
there.
felt the cough right there. I was about to cough just because of the spiciness.
Well, that is it for us. Crazy Apple needs to go get some water or maybe some milk to drown out the spice. That's with Mika Fabs leading the final. That's with Autolus and Crazy Apple. Red as ever, thanks to the spice. We will see you again tomorrow for more Wild Rift action. Stay safe, stay healthy, and we will see you in the Rift.
as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. That's how I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows. Right here in the shadows. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath 'cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep blue open skies. Knowing that the way is right. Guided by the secrets of an undiscovered light.